She don't miss nothing, got the scoop on lock. Spilling all the tea while it's still too hot. Let Keisha, queen of the plot. Hit that bell, cause the tea don't stop. She don't miss nothing, got the scoop on lock. Spilling all the tea while it's still too hot. Let Keisha, queen of the plot. Hit that bell, cause the tea don't stop. She don't miss nothing, got the scoop on lock. Spilling all the tea while it's still too hot. Let Keisha, queen of the plot. Hit that bell, cause the tea don't stop. She don't miss nothing, got the scoop on lock. Spilling all the tea while it's still too hot. Let Keisha, queen of the plot. Hit that bell, cause the tea don't stop. She don't miss nothing, got the scoop on lock. Spilling all the tea while it's still too hot. Let Keisha, queen of the plot. Hit that bell, cause the tea don't stop.
Hey guys, welcome back. How y'all doing, everybody? We live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Now, I told you all that we were going to come on here and talk about, wait a minute, let me not show y'all that just yet. So I finally got the entire autopsy report, or if you guys want to call it the medical examiner's report. And y'all know that I let that damn lady have it because, for one, I asked for this report 7 days ago and I didn't get it. And then I, see it all over TMZ. So I'm still going to reach out to her manager because she tried to tell me that it came out that day, which, if you look at the signature when it was signed, it did get signed on Tuesday. So essentially what the lady is saying is, I requested it early and it wasn't available. And I'm like, girl, I don't care if I did request it early. You should have fulfilled the request that came before a new request. So I'm still going to go. I'm going up there because I told her, girl, I'm local. I'm coming up there. Girl, I'm going to make sure you get in trouble. So you done mess with the wrong one, girl. I got time. So I got the report. I want to get into it. Now, I have been notified that they are having T. Hood's funeral this Saturday. They did have some little thing, that they had. But listen, y'all, we just want to talk about the facts. I don't know why they chose to, how they reported this. This is how the police did it. But in this medical examiner's report, they said this man pulled out a pum. That's what it said. I'm going to read it to y'all. I'm going to let y'all read it on your own. Now, you would have thought that in the police report that it would just say that, but don't ask me why the police report didn't say that. And yep, you're right. Somebody said TMZ probably paid. Yep. And I'm gonna probably get their ass fired. Watch and see, don't she be looking for another job? Don't play with me, because guess what? You don't have to pay for stuff that's public information. So, girl, if you got paid, you better keep that money because you're going to need it, because I'm going to make sure you get fired, because guess what? You should have fulfilled my request first. Next time you see my name, don't play with me, okay? TMZ my ass. But, yeah, so this report actually says that on there. And, unfortunately, it is what it is. And what people were saying were actually true. Don't know why, they got the information all scattered around. like they have it. But before we get into it, guys, make sure you're liking the video. I really, really appreciate it. As I explained yesterday, I don't know if y'all saw my last video that I did yesterday, and I told y'all, listen, I'm tired. But I said, listen, if you guys gonna jump on, just make sure you like the video. Now, I don't know if y'all saw this. I figured we can kind of start off with this first. You know, T Hood and his, you know, his family, or, you know, whoever they are, they had a candlelight vigil. Let's get into that first.
Like we said, we appreciate everyone for coming out, man. And this is a celebration for our brother Hood. We love him dearly. And on the count of three, I need us to do this the right way, man. On the count of three, I need us to do it the right way. We're gonna say, long live Hood on three. I need you to scream that shit from the top of your lungs to represent for our brother out here, man. So here we go. On three. 1, 2, 3. Long live Hood!
Shit, just keep his name living on. Like, outside of what we doing this week, celebrating my boy, keep this shit living on. Post his music, man. Y'all post somebody else shit that y'all don't know. Hey, add my boy music, because he had all that shit. He was like that. So that's really it.
It's a celebration.
I love my boy. This shit is I keep God first of him. So I know, you know, God's voice is outside of my own understanding. But just keep pushing his message and justice speaking for T Hood. Hashtag that shit. We don't give a fuck what they posted about anything else.
She don't give up about him beating these women the hell up. She don't care about what y'all saying on the internet about this Negro beating it out of women. She don't care about that. But she did say she keep God first. But anywho.
Hashtag that shit. Justice for T Hood. I don't give a fuck. If you know him, you know.
I guess if you know him, you know he gonna beat the out of. Okay, all right, girl, we got it.
My boy right there. Look at all these people in here. I keep thinking shit, just keep his name.
Your boy Pete on the plug, Loud House Pete on Instagram. For sure. Listen, I'm keeping show. And rest in peace to my nigga, man. Look, I'm one of the first niggas that's probably signed T Hood as an artist. Had a label called Hood Up Entertainment. I think this year makes 10 years since we've been rocking with T Hood. 2015 when we locked in, took him to Miami, turned the fuck up, let him shoot his first motherfucking video. But not the first video, because he was doing video way before that, you know, with the Migos, Rich Homie and all them niggas.
I don't know, y'all. Guess everybody need love, even these type of people. Hey, I guess.
But listen, first Hood Up shit, we turned the fuck up. Started a studio called Loud House Studios with my partner JD and Jules. T Hood, probably the first artist I ever seen fill up a hard drive with 1 terabyte hard drive. Listen, that nigga's one of the hard workers niggas in the building, man, and in the business, I mean.
Isn't that so crazy that nobody seems to care that this wouldn't be able to be my friend. I mean, I get it. You know, he had a lot of good things going for him, but the legacy that he left is somebody that put their hand on women.
And I just want to say, man, we're going to keep this nigga name going forever. All the records we got.
Hey, man, the celebration of
your boy Pete on the plug, Loud House.
And I just want y'all to know, you already know, man, I love this man, for real, like, and I'm gonna miss him. I just wanted to present a couple pictures to the family.
You were class. This right here is actually the first picture I ever took of Hood.
This right here is the first picture I ever took of Hood. It's at the old Loud House before they built the upstairs and everything.
Like we said,
your boy Peter.
Hey man, it's your boy Max Steve, man. Real Redan Road Ambassador, man. The Stone Mountain Kingpin, man. You hear me? Hey, I wanna pass this crown on from BVP to Hood up to SMG to the new king of Redan Road, man. T Hood, man. Hey, look.
And like we said,
Your boy Peter.
Hey man, it's your boy Max Steve.
I know a lot of y'all do know him. Hood, basically, Plug introduced me to he introduced me to Hood back in 2019. Ever since then, like me and Hood was brothers. Like ever since then, he'll come out here to LA. You know what I'm saying? I moved back out here a few times. You know what I'm saying? And me and this nigga was just inseparable. You know what I'm saying? Like we got some of the greatest music. He fit on my beats perfect. Plug, shout out to Plug. You know what I'm saying?
As a DJ, T Hood was one of the people that you could depend on. People took this down. T Hood was one of the people that you depend on. Pull up, do what you need, and I believe firmly in this. And when everybody take this away with you, nothing happens against you. Everything happens for you. So what do you?
Nothing happens against you. Everything happens for you. So in April, when they lit his ass up for doing this to that other woman, I guess that was his, opportunity to learn from it, and he didn't.
You learn from this moment. What did you learn that's going to help benefit you? What's for you? Till you pass away.
and like we said,
Hey man, I know as a DJ, T Hood was one of the people that you could depend on. People took this down. T Hood was one of the people that you depend on. Pull up, do what you need, and I believe.
Hey, everybody call me ATL Top 20. I know y'all seen all that bullshit on the internet, but
I know y'all seen all that BS on the internet. What's the BS on the internet? I saw people reading police reports. I saw people saying that this man had put their hands on them. But that's all BS, though. That's all the BS that's on the internet.
I had to use my platform to control the narrative.
He had to use his platform to control the narrative. Pay attention, women, to these kind of guys that seem not to care that a man can just bust a woman upside the head, or, grab a pew pew and, whoop her with that. All of that's okay. Like, that's all BS on the internet. Although, these people saying that he really did this stuff, but, this is BS on the internet.
All right. Because I got intel that Kirk.
and like we said,
Hey,
Hey, everybody call me ATL Top 20. I know y'all seen all that bullshit on the internet, but I had to use my platform to control the narrative. All right. Because I got intel that Kirk and Rashida they put out a bag for all the blogs and shit to say certain shit that ain't true.
Now, he needs to get his ass somewhere and sit down, because Kirk and Rashida paid the blogs to put out information that wasn't true. The only people that was putting out information that was untrue was his family. I mean, the only thing that they probably said that was somewhat true, and we're gonna get into that, would be with regards to the wounds or whatever. But everything the family said was pretty much a lie. Why would Kurt and Rashida need to pay somebody to put out any lies on this man? I mean, his record speaks for itself. So this dude is weird.
and like we said,
hey man, as a DJ.
Hey, everybody call me ATL Top 20. Somebody gonna retaliate or what? And they put him in the room by himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, he couldn't even make a bowel movement. He couldn't take a piss.
So he's talking about the first time that this had happened to T Hood, and he was in the hospital. This guy is pretty much saying that, he was in the hospital with this guy and saying that he couldn't go to the bathroom. He couldn't do all of these things. Now, isn't that crazy that you would go through a situation like that where you were in the hospital and could not use the bathroom, yada, yada, but yet you put yourself in that same situation again. That doesn't seem like somebody that learned from, their mistakes, but carry on.
Like they wouldn't let him leave ICU. Like this shit real. I saw his daughter come in there. It was her birthday, like in a couple days. I seen this shit. So when I be online and I see all these pictures and videos, a lot of them from my events that I was doing. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of fake ass DJs, a lot of fake. Somebody gonna this shit is. I always told Hood, like, bro, you my Atlanta version of Beat King. And I lost both of them in August. I lost Beat King last year in August.
And why are all these rappers losing their lives? Like, what's going on? Let's talk about that. Like, this is just not a coincidence. What type of life are you leading that this dude's talking about all of the people that he knew that was like, I guess, T Hood in terms of maybe rapping or whatever. I guess that's what he's saying. I guess they suddenly ain't not here no more either. I mean, we got to start doing better, or y'all got to start doing better.
T Hood in August. All that motherfucking talent, man.
I want y'all to know the truth about this. That's why they got me up here. I love everybody that's in here. I know all y'all, because Hood love all y'all. He put on for every motherfucking body. Yeah.
Oh, he definitely put on. He put on.
Hear me? That nigga was the one, nigga. You hear me?
He was the one that'd give it a black eye. Absolutely.
So while we cutting this shit short, and it's the finale, I want everybody to know.
Like we said,
Somebody gonna this shit.
I want y'all to know the truth about this. That's why they got me up here. I love everybody that's in here. I know all y'all, because Hood love all y'all. He put on for every motherfucking body. You hear me? That nigga was the one, nigga. You hear me? So while we cutting this shit short, and it's the finale, I want everybody to know, long live Hood. I'll see y'all at the funeral. So we going up all the way. It's Mafia for life, T-Man, C, all the Mafia originals, you feel me? My niggas over.
All the Mafia originals, I guess.
We're here to the left of me, where y'all niggas at? You understand me? Everybody, I know all these niggas. It's Redan. That's where my nigga was from. Stone Mountain. I love y'all, man.
I guess they didn't love him enough to try to help him. I don't want any friends like this.
I'll see y'all at the celebration on Saturday. Check.
For his family, Lord, we thank you for everyone here, Lord, being able to celebrate him, Father. We thank you, Lord God, that we were able to be in Hood.
Like we said,
Somebody this shit is.
I want y'all.
For his family, Lord, we thank you for everyone here, Lord, being able to celebrate him, Father. We thank you, Lord God, that we were able to be in Hood's life, Lord. He was such a.
Okay, enough of that. Okay, so I just wanted to kind of bring that up because apparently, they are having they had a candlelight visual. Well, let's get into the purpose of the video. Now, I don't know. Can y'all see this? Well, if y'all can't see it, I'm going to actually be reading it from another screen. But this is the medical examiner's report. This is the autopsy report. Now, what I did is I blotted out a lot of information. Well, I won't say a lot of information, like phone numbers and case numbers and stuff like that. I blotted that out because, me coming to YouTube, I didn't realize people were really this weird to actually call numbers and stuff. Let me let my little crazy dog in. So I blotted that out, but we're going to get into this report. I'm letting my little crazy dog in. All right, y'all, sorry about that. So we're going to get into this report. Now, here's the facts, okay? If y'all can see, it says Gwinnett County, a lot of stuff on here don't matter. It talks about the initial 911 call, okay? Now, I want y'all to keep this at the forefront of y'all mind. The family said that he was left there for hours before they called the police, okay? That was a lie. That is so far from the truth. We have the initial 911 call on August 8th, 2025 at about, let's say it's 18:55. What is that? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So that was actually at 6:55. Is that correct? 18:55. That's about 6:55. Yes, my dog. I love my little dog. She actually good, but she really thinks she's a person. Yeah, I was responding to this comment right here. My dog. And it's crazy though, y'all, because I didn't even like dogs. I was like, ew, but it's not so bad. She's actually a good dog. Okay. So, we get into the investigator. They give you who the investigator is, the pathologist. I'm like, what these folks do? Okay. Now, y'all see his name, Tevin Hood. It says body bag provided. Yes, he was received from the hospital on 8/9, which is, okay, I guess this is, okay, 8/9, which would have been the next day. His body was released to the funeral home on 8/12, okay? So he's gone off to Tri-City's funeral home, okay? Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't even scroll. Okay, let me go. I'm so sorry, y'all. Okay. Let me make sure that's the right page. Okay, let me go. So this is what I was reading from. Let me go back. Because I actually read from another screen because it's kind of hard for me to read it there. So I just got to remember to scroll for y'all. Are we on I think we on the right same page now. Okay, good. So I'm on page 3. Let me yeah. Okay. So this is where it kind of gets into, okay, so let's see what other information. Let me go back. Let me go here. Okay. So on this page, it pretty much says case brief. It says 33-year-old Black male reportedly involved in a domestic dispute was transported to Piedmont Eastside Medical Center with multiple GSW, and that's gunshot wounds. I just realized what that meant. Now, this is where it gets interesting, y'all. And this is like everything right here, because when I got the police report, I did a video on that. It was pretty blank. Now, right here, it says on August 8th, actually, y'all, give me a moment. Let me take my gum out of my mouth. All right, so give me a second. Okay. So it says on August 8th, 2025. Actually, let's go up. It says conversation with Sergeant Micah. I'm so sorry, y'all. What the hell am I doing? Okay, I'm sorry. Let me go up. It says investigator narrative, report of death. Can y'all see that? Yeah, report of death. It says on August 8th, 2025 at 20:46 hours, investigator Sabrina Escobar was instructed to contact Olivia Beamfo, RN, with registered nurse with Piedmont Eastside Medical Center. Nurse Bamfo was reporting the death of a 33-year-old Black male who had sustained multiple gunshot wounds to the upper torso, buttocks, and lower extremities at the location of, this is where it took place, the house. Obviously, I took their address off. The suspect was transported via County Fire and Emergency Service, arriving at 19:42 hours and pronounced he died shortly after the arrival. So, at some point, after arriving via the ambulance, he did pass away. Now, this investigator Escobar informed Nurse Beamfo that the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner's Office would accept jurisdiction in this case and that arrangements would be made to have the suspect transported to the Gwinnett County morgue for an examination by the medical examiner. And I see y'all can see that. Now, if y'all get down to where it says conversation with Sergeant Micah Hedgewood, Gwinnett County Police Department Homicide Unit. Now, y'all, this is the juicy of the juicy, because again, When I received the police report, for some reason, they didn't put this on there, but I guess this is just how they do it. I don't know. Now it says on August 8th, y'all, and I highlighted it for y'all. On August 8th, 2025, investigator Escobar contacted Sergeant Micah Hedgewood with the Gwinnett County Police Department Homicide Unit. Sergeant Hedgewood explained that the subject was involved in a domestic dispute with two other individuals at the location. I took their address off, Snellville, Georgia, 30039. The subject reportedly drew a weapon. Y'all did hear that, right? It's in the paperwork. The subject drew a weapon. What y'all thought he had? A water gun, a rock, a sock and a rock? It says it right here, right there. I highlighted it. The subject reportedly drew a weapon. So this is actually in the report of the autopsy report, which again, I'm not sure why they don't have it in a police report, but I guess that's their way of doing things. It said, and another individual reportedly shot the subject out of self-defense. Charges are unknown at the time of this report. For additional information, please see the Gwinnett County Police Department incident number with case number. A copy of the report will be obtained, reviewed, and submitted to the subject's MDL log case file. Hello, it's here. It's here, people. What more do we need to say? Now, another thing. So I want to skip down actually. Oh, actually, it's on the next page. So he definitely had a weapon. The interesting part of this, y'all, is I said to get, first of all, if somebody come to your house, first of all, with a weapon, that's a problem. Also, y'all, I'm going to get into the domestic violence calls. They had a slew of domestic violence incidents. So she was able to give me the calls, the times, and the things like that. She was not able to give me the actual calls because she said, this is still considered an ongoing investigation. So that she said she could not give me the calls. I'm sorry, she couldn't give me the actual calls themselves, okay? But she did send me a spreadsheet with the different calls, and we're going to get into that as well. Now, the man showed up at somebody else's house with a pew-pew. Now I can definitely feel that the information that I was told, because it was a lot of people like telling me stuff, but one individual specifically said that the man did have he had it. And they said that Kelsey was running, trying to get away from him. And the reason why the neighbors knew is because she was running away from him outside. You're trying to get away from somebody, you may just run outside. I mean, so the point that they're saying is, he was, pew at the gate. Hey, I don't know where it happened at. It really don't specify exactly. But if y'all look at this, some of what, people are saying, oh, he was shot in, he was pow in the back. Listen, I believe that there's been many cases that are justifiable when you come to somebody's house, because why you come to somebody's house with that? What was your intentions? Like, what was your intentions when you showed up? So I guess I don't understand how you show up looking for trouble, but now we're going to justify what happened. You can't say, you showed up at somebody's house ready for the drama. You had that thing, but it got turned, and now it's like, oh, you wasn't supposed to in the back. I don't know how that goes, but it seems like the police is still leaving it as it is. And it's understandable because, the police, a lot of times, if somebody have one and they feel like, their life is in danger, they may pow the person 70 times. Now, I think that's a bit excessive, but they have been justified. Now, on this sheet, it, obviously gives his mother name, which we know that was his mother because that was the name she was using, Yolanda Bandy. It gives us a total of 6 shots, 4 to the back area, 2 to the front. Is what it shows us. Now I, took off their addresses and stuff because as you guys can see on page 3 of 5, it does say his mother lives in Lithonia. And if y'all remember, that's where she said she was at when this happened, which is so crazy because another thing I learned, y'all, on that block that this took place on Lee Road, it is about, I could be wrong, but it's no more than 5 houses on that entire street. So I'm not sure. I think it's one of the, in Georgia, they'll have a main road and then that main road will lead you to a few houses. So I'm thinking it's something like that. So the mother saying she didn't know where they was a bunch of BS because, honey, if you'd have came to Snellville to Lee Road, then you'd only saw a few houses. So she didn't even try to get off her tail to go and see what was going on. Okay, so let's scroll down. Now, some of this stuff is just, it's going to really talk about, the specific area that he was actually, shot in. So what are we looking at now? So it just gives here the location in terms of, he went to the hospital. It gives his address, and also it lists him, it lists him having an address in, did I see that? Or did I pass it? Let me go back, y'all. So his address, because I know they were saying that he lived there. Let me make sure I got, okay, let me go back. His mother was listed with a Lithonia, I think that's how you say it, Lithonia address. And I believe it's right here. It's on page 5. So you actually can't see his address because I have it covered up. But he actually has an address listed in DeKalb. So I guess that's where he was staying at, somewhere in DeKalb. So, and that's pretty much what a few of these pages kind of show, what like the addresses, which I kind of took it out so people couldn't see the folks' addresses. Now, this is a part of the autopsy. And it just basically says no psychiatric illness. It says none indicated the man truly had a problem. And it's just, neurological. And I don't really know what the purpose of that is. Now, we're going to jump to page 7. Okay. Page 7 says, this 33-year-old Black male was reportedly in an altercation with another, and it says others, and was pum by another or others. Emergency medical personnel were summoned, and the subject was transported to Piedmont East Side Medical Center, where he was pronounced dead despite attempts at medical intervention. Now, it says, upon the provisions of the Georgia Death Investigation Act, an autopsy is performed in the Gwinnett County Morgue. It was performed in the Gwinnett County Morgue on Saturday, August 9th, 2025. So it looks like the autopsy was performed the next day. It says commencing at 14:57 hours with the assistance of forensic technician. And it goes into giving the people's names and things like that. Now, what I did learn with this report, it gets very specific and even talks about where they put the toe tag and all of that. So a lot of this, it just really goes into, if you guys look, it says presentation, clothing, and personal effects. It says the new body is received. So it just talks about pretty much the procedure in which the autopsy is performed. I found it very, very uninteresting. So what we're going to do is we really going to just scroll through these pages because in all honesty, a lot of this, the rest of this didn't really specifically talk about the incident, but it really talked about their procedure as it relates to performing an autopsy. It talks about, if we go into page 10, I can take y'all to page 10. Page 10 talks about you know, if he had any scars, if he had any wounds prior to. It talks about like if he had any what are those things called? Tattoos. So apparently, y'all, he had some tattoos. And listen, some of this shit was a little weird. Like I'm a jump all the way down to let's see which one I want to because some of it I was like they said it was like voodoo. I said voodoo. What made y'all say that? So page 10 talks about like, you know, different tattoos he has. So I'm gonna jump down to one that I thought was like, ooh, one of them was real. How they kind of okay, so let's get into page 11 because I thought it was kind of weird how they was describing his tattoos. Now it says, okay, which one do I want to hear? It's like I mean, there's so many. It says multiple tattooed images encircled the right forearm, including various horror film type individuals. Scream, you die, and red roses with green flowers. Images which appear to be from the Nightmare Before Christmas are also on the right forearm. So this is the, you know, the kind of stuff that they talk about in the autopsy. I was like, dang, I didn't even realize, you know, that they get this descriptive. So that's pretty much what this is. They talk about like, did he have any identifying marks on his body? For instance, on page 12, they say, and I'm just going to pick one out because it's so many. If you guys can look at all of this, I think it goes down to 47 lines of different things that he had on his body. So that's pretty much what, you know, what a lot of this is. If we go to page 13, they talk about, again, if he had any scars, things of that nature. Now, if we go into what page are we on? 13. It talks about the individual gun wounds here. It says gun wound number 1, and then we go to, you know, they go into the size of it. So they get very descriptive with these, you know, with each gunshot. Let me go back, y'all. I think I went too fast. Okay, so here we go into the gunshots, and then they even get to the size of the gunshot wounds. I was like, wow, this is just, and so this is a good part of this because he had, how many was it, like 5 or 6 different shots? So they get very descriptive on each wound. They talk about the size, and it's very, very I mean, not really something I'm gonna sit here and read because why are we gonna talk about, you know, it was a 3/8 of an abrasion measuring 1/4? Like, are you serious? So we're gonna skip a lot of this because I'm not gonna read that. I think it's about 25 pages in all, if I'm correct. No, 27. So it's about 27 pages. And I'm going to skip some of this, well, a good part of it, because we're going to get into the cause, the DV cause. So, okay, so let's jump to page 23, because a lot of this, again, they're just talking about the different, you know, wounds or, you know, on his body. So page 23, cause of death. Oh, y'all probably can't see because I got the logo right there. But it says cause of death, multiple gunshot wounds of bilateral lower extremities and torso. It says matter of death, homicide opinion. This 33-year-old Black male, Tevin Martavius Hood, died as a result of the combined effects of multiple gunshot wounds of the bilateral lower extremities and the torso. All of the gunshot wounds were of an indeterminate range of fire. No articles of clothing were received in association with this examination. Now it goes into the specific wounds. The gunshot wound of the back of the left thigh, designated as gunshot wound number 1, and the gunshot wound of the right lower quadrant of the abdominal abdomen, I'm sorry, designated as gunshot wound 3, produced significant vascular injuries, each of which was life-threatening. Now, would y'all ever think that a shot to your, oh, well, that is the lower abdomen, so that will make sense. So they said that was life-threatening in itself. It says the arterial injury associated with the gunshot wound of the back of the left thigh was the most rapidly fatal gunshot wound. The gunshot wound of the back of the right thigh injured the intestines and was less rapidly life-threatening. The gunshot wound of the back only traveled within the subcutaneous tissues and were survivable in and of themselves. So, all right, so let's see what it says. Number 24. It says, opinion continued. The subject showed no evidence of significant pre-existing natural disease processes, as the subject's death was due to gunshot injuries inflicted by another or others. The manner of death is described as homicide. And these are just a lot of other, pictures that they showed with regards to, the different wounds. Okay. So now what I want y'all to hold off, because I'm going to pull up the different calls. Just give me a second. Because she sent me the calls. She did not send me, I shouldn't say she sent me the calls. What she sent me was a spreadsheet with all of the calls. She said she could not send me the actual 911 calls because it's still, they're still saying it's an investigation, y'all. I feel like they just saying this because they want them people to leave them the hell alone. Because it seems like, that they wrapped this baby up. So give me a second here. I'm gonna bring up. Okay, here we go. Now with this, I'm gonna have to read it to y'all, though I can't show you because it's still got the address on it, which is crazy. I'm never gonna understand why we can't show addresses when this stuff is public information. So it's not like this is information that you can't particularly find on your own or get on your own. But I get it. Okay. So let me correct myself. Originally, I told you for the address on Lee Road that there were 5 residences. There are 4 residences in this area on Lee Road. It's only 4 houses. So them not knowing the address wouldn't have been a big thing if they would have went to Snellville, Georgia, and took their tails to Lee Road, because it was literally 4 houses there. It's 4 houses. So it's not like y'all would have had a hard time figuring out which one your son was in. Okay. So I'm getting into the report of the DV. Now let's get into it. So this started, it's kind of, I'm just going to have to give it to y'all. It's kind of scattered out, but I'm just going to read the dates. March 6, 2025, 9:33 a.m. There was a domestic violence call. Okay. Who y'all think it was? And then, of course, we have the August 8th, 2025. They called the police, y'all, at 6:58. Now, the mother keep talking about her son was left there forever. But according to this police report, the police were called right away. So the mother is not being honest with what she's saying. The report that the Gwinnett police gave me, they called at 6:58 p.m. So I don't know what the mother is talking about. He was left there for hours. That's just not true. Now on 3/6, now remember I told y'all that the police was called on 3/6/2025. Get this. The police was called on 3/6/2025 at 9:33 a.m. They were called at 12:01 p.m. They was called again at 12:02 p.m. That same day, they were called at 4:03 a.m. on the 6th. Them people, and then again at 6:34 a.m. So it looks like 3-6, a stolen vehicle. Now, I've heard people say that, I guess they're saying that he stole a car. Now, I don't know if he actually stole a car. They didn't give me anything that says specifically what happened, but they did give me the report of a stolen car. Now, I've heard people say the man stole a girl's car. I cannot confirm that, because what they told me was they couldn't give me the specific call because it was a part of a bigger investigation. And that's something I'm going to get to too, because if I find out that they gave somebody else something and didn't give it to me, they're going to have a problem with that as well. So y'all look, I mean, so 3-6, March 6th, they was called to this house 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. 5 times in one day. Now it says January 15, 2025 at 3:43 p.m. domestic violence. So these are all domestic violence, by the way, that I'm reading off to y'all. They were all domestic violence. So like I said, she couldn't give me the actual information. And I know TMZ was saying that the March 6th was a result of him stealing her car, and something about him taking her, I think they said like what am I trying to get out? A MacBook Mini, and then stealing her car. I don't know, because I didn't receive anything other than a spreadsheet that they pretty much sent me and said, we can't give it to you, but this is that. So what y'all think? What y'all saying in the comments? I was hearing it was Molly. Who's Molly? I'm just reading what y'all saying in the chat. What y'all saying in the chat? What y'all saying in the chat? Kelsey's friend made a video the other night that he stole her car. Right. And I don't know, maybe that was the night that he stole a car, because it just tells me stolen car. They don't say like, oh, Kelsey said that he stole her car. It just says stolen. It says stolen vehicle. But all of the other ones that I read, y'all, they were domestic. So I know this was between them two. Now, I don't know if this is true. I also heard, well, let me say this one first. This part is true, that they actually wasn't even together. Like they had broken up. They were like kind of in a broke up status, which is making sense, because then I heard that the day that this happened is that he kind of broke into something. Did y'all hear that? I don't know if that part is true either, but that's what I heard. But I did hear from a reliable source that they actually had broken up. All right, what y'all saying? They had a toxic relationship, but that doesn't mean shoot the man in the back. They had a toxic relationship. That don't mean come over somebody's house with a pow either. So it mean about the same thing. I mean, if you listen, let me tell you something. If you come to my house with that, the same thing gonna happen to you. You're not gonna come to my house with any weapon. That is not gonna happen. Why would I let somebody come to my house with a weapon and say they're gonna do something to me? Why would I give you the opportunity to do that? You only live once. I mean, you think you're gonna come back again? So I don't know about that. No, you're not coming to my house threatening me either. So I mean, people have to take their life serious. You only here today and gone tomorrow. So I'm gonna be frank with you. If somebody pull a gun on me, baby, don't pull it if you don't plan to use it. I mean, you can't do those things. People ain't playing about their life. Y'all saying what you heard, but Kelsey said out of her own mouth she was getting back with the hood that night. Okay, so what does that mean? That she said she was getting back with him? Do it mean that it's okay for him to beat her up? I don't understand your question. What does I don't think y'all quite get it. A person that's getting abused, obviously they don't think it's nothing wrong with it. But because they think that there's nothing wrong with it, they should continue to get abused. It doesn't matter if she wanted to get back with him. It still don't negate the fact that he need to keep his hands to his damn self. Right, exactly. Not exactly. Exactly. Shots are shots. They wasn't directed at a certain. Exactly. I mean, shots are shots. If I'm sure it wasn't directed, that's why they all over the place. And you know, here's the thing, y'all. I mean, I don't know why y'all don't understand this. Why would you bring a weapon to somebody's house and expect that you finna just? Why would somebody think that you brought a weapon and you don't intend to use it? Because that's how I'm thinking all day. If you bring a weapon, I'm going to think that you brought it to use it, because why would you show up with a weapon? Like, don't do that. Don't play yourself like that. Right. Domestic violence victims always speak like that. I'm going to get back with them. I love them. That's how they speak. So what Kelsey says don't really mean a whole lot to me, because I mean, Kelsey was in an abusive situation. She's not thinking right. So even, you know, the part where she said, I don't condone that. I mean, she doesn't condone it. But for some reason, somehow she condoned this man putting his hands on her. So for some reason, she thought maybe that was right. So, I mean, I don't know, y'all, but I got a daughter. And I would have done the same thing. I ain't even putting sit up here and lie to you. Let me tell you something. This man, did y'all forget? Listen, this man, maybe y'all forgot this video right here. Maybe y'all forgot. Did y'all forget this video? I think y'all did. Let me show y'all this video. I think y'all forgot. Give me a second. I'm about to share my screen for a second. Domestic violence is something serious. People lose their life. It's nothing to play with. Did y'all forget about this lady right here? What about that one video? Wait. All right, y'all. Give me a second. I think I turned my. All right, give me a second here, y'all.
When this nigga was crashing out, I'm confused because the bitches was taking all the grunt for it. That nigga beat every bitch he came in contact with. We thinking whole time Vanessa the main bitch, this nigga crashing out. She ain't even the main bitch. This nigga getting shit shot up. So that's how my friend got shot. Trying to help. So she out there trying to help. Next thing you know, nigga, whatever the fuck he did, flinch, twitch, move wrong after the whole time he was out there tweaking with them niggas. They finally shot him. He didn't get shot off rip. They spared that nigga. Like, what is wrong with you? What you got going on out here, bro?
Lonnie, I'm with you on it. Now, I can't say that I understand abuse like that, because I don't understand the mental of it. But I guess you would have to be in a situation. But some of the stuff y'all saying in the chat, I don't get it either, because you either, you know, y'all not putting y'all hands on people, you know, because I'm kind of not understanding what y'all saying here, because, you know, abusive relationships can be very tricky. They can be very tricky. I don't believe that people intend to go in these relationships and get, you know, abused. I saw comments where people said, why they don't call the police? Did y'all not just see a whole trial where Diddy could have went to jail for the rest of his life because these women said that he made them do this stuff? Just like, what y'all watching?
Bro, we not finna do that. You tripping by the bitch. Go ahead. You got help. So what do you mean? Like, I'm trying to figure out where the sympathy part came in. Like, what the fuck was out here being told? Because everybody, oh, get better, get better. That nigga wouldn't have got shot had he not. What? Like, this is shit that motherfuckers be talking about, that social media. Where was the homies when this nigga was crashing out? I'm confused because the bitches was taking. It's not real life. That shit is not real life at the fuck all. So now I'm hospital next day because my friend.
So I just wanted to show y'all that video because I feel like y'all forgot about that. Now, this was, I don't remember her name, but she literally came out and did this video because she said he did the same thing to her friend. So it's not, that guy could have did the same thing to both of them that night. He could have did the same thing. Well, the day, it wasn't at night, but he could have did the exact same thing to them. Think about you in a relationship with somebody and they're getting into it with you, but they feel like they got to bring a pow. That's weird. That's scary. Why do you need to bring that for somebody that you're supposed to love? That's somebody that you're in a relationship with. That's crazy. So you don't know what this guy's mental, his mental capacity was. But the streets, they've been saying they done did enough videos saying that he out here beating the hell out of the women. I mean, not a little tap, but a big tap. And that ain't cool. Now, unfortunately, he lost his life. I kind of feel like if he didn't show up with that weapon, he may still be here today. But you cannot show up to somebody's house as if you're going to do something with them and expect them to respond in a manner, because they could have probably been gone. We probably would be having 2 funerals instead of 1. If you've never been in it, you never understand what it's like. It took me almost 6 years and moving to a totally different state so my ex couldn't find me because I was scared of him. Okay. Right. If you don't, and that's what I say, if you don't know, you don't know because you haven't been in it. And that's why I said I don't understand it like that because I've never been in it. But I hear what people say in terms of being in that situation and not leaving. And apparently it's normal because we hear that a lot. And everybody couldn't be lying. So I hear y'all saying that, he, being, shot in the back, but like the person put in the, chat, I think if it's a situation where you're just shooting, you probably not shooting to aim. You're probably trying to get this person out of there or off you or whatever the case may be. Yep. What else is y'all saying in the chat? It's a lot of comments. I don't think I'll be able to get to all of them, but I'm trying. I like this one. Studies prove that often domestic violence victims' brains are chemically rewired. Now that makes sense. They blame themselves for the abuse. Statistics prove that it takes at least 7 times for a DV victim to leave for good. You know what? I believe that because even in this situation, Kelsey was blaming herself and getting dragged by the family. She was really blaming herself. It just seems like a person that had went through what she went through, she still was trying to cover for him. So, I mean, it's clearly evident. They released the videos, and I think somebody put in the chat and said, so what did she do? Send those videos to her friend? I don't know. But what I can say is I'm glad that they had them because the family said that, he didn't put his hands on women. So I'm glad that they had them. And I said, it made me think, I said, listen, I'm going to make sure I get cameras, in every part of my home because you never know what be on these folks' minds. So I'm glad they had those cameras. There is no damn way the cops going to let you have a weapon and not. I'm confused. There's no damn way the cops going to let you have a weapon and not all 12 cops empty. Oh, happens daily. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like when we see the cops lighting people up, and I'd be like, why did they have to do all of that? So it's like, if you have a weapon, I believe the person has a right to do whatever they need to do to alleviate the threat. Now, unfortunately, he's gone, but I don't know why you would go to somebody's house like that. I mean, I don't understand why you would do that. I really don't, sometimes. But here's another thing too, y'all, what I found out. They said that his mother was also a victim of DV. So imagine growing up. If my dog start acting, I'm finna beat this dog ass. Give me a second, y'all. Get up. This dog gets on my freaking nerve. So she look out the window and see other dogs and want to start barking. I said, them dogs gonna whoop your ass. If you don't sit the hell down somewhere. But so what I was saying, y'all, is they were saying that her mother was a victim of abuse. Imagine being in a house, seeing your mother get abused like that. So unfortunately, he probably grew up thinking that this was normal, y'all. And if you listen to his family, I think they think it's normal too. So the bad thing about this is um, this all could have been avoided because we all done had some trauma in our lives. But unfortunately, this dude didn't learn. He didn't learn. He didn't learn. He never left the scene. The family lied. The mother said in her video she don't understand how the questions him and let him go. The family lied. Yeah, they sued them family. Lord help them. I don't know about them folks. My cousin was a police officer and now a state trooper. She said when he went to the police academy, he said they are trained to they gotta be, because that's what happened to everybody. Yes, they are trained. Because you notice when the police shoot you, it's always upper, like it's always up here. They don't ever it's never down. I mean, because they can stop a threat, but they take you all the way out. So what else is y'all saying? Yeah, a lot of that, what they were saying in terms of they left the scene. I don't know why they said all those lies. Gwinnett County don't play, but I'm surprised the cause didn't trigger something. So Danielle, that's a good question. And I don't know if this part is true, but I did hear somebody say that Gwinnett County said that if they came back out, that they was going to arrest both of them. I don't know if that's true because again, I wasn't able to get any of the actual calls. She just gave me like a call log. So I don't know if that's true. I think the mother said that. Unfortunately, they lie too much. So I don't know what's the truth and what's not. I get it, being upset, that your child is gone. Who would not? But listen, as a parent, you cannot be your kids' friends. Even when they get to be adults, you have to give them the right information. You thinking that you finna go out here and be whooping on all these women, it was bound to happen. Like it was gonna happen. It was definitely going to happen. Unfortunately, it was gonna happen. So sad to say, but I'm gonna blame the mama for this. So okay, so good question. Now, what I learned is in the autopsy report, they don't really list any toxicology report, maybe because it's not complete yet. I would think maybe it's just not complete. I mean, maybe it's not complete. But on there, it started to list like different things, but no, it didn't get into anything with toxicology. Maybe they're gonna run one. I'll check. Just because you're in a DV relationship doesn't mean you can shoot someone without consequences. Have you ever been in the DV? Raw CG, if you have never been in the DV situation, honey, we don't want to hear from you because we don't want to downplay DV people. So that's why I said I don't know, because I'm not going to be a spokesperson for DV because I've never been in DV. So I'm definitely, I'm not going to sit here and discount what people go through. I'm not going to do that one. I feel like if you feel like your life is threatened, you can do whatever you need to do to save your life. Now, you do what you do. But if I feel like my life is threatened, yes, I'm going to save my life however I need to. Absolutely. And we'll deal with whatever comes next. At least I'll still be here. So if you ever think you're finna be whooping on me, you better be ready to go see your maker, because baby, no. So I don't know. But like I said, I'm definitely not going to sit here and be a spokesperson for people who have been in DV relationships. Hello, I missed it, but I saw the graphics. Hey, hello, Sonia. Oops. A lot of times victims snap. I have been there. Luckily, it was in a different country with less harsh penalties. He gagged. You said another country, and I always thought the other countries was a little bit harsher than us. Oh yeah, people snap. I mean, people snap. Imagine being somebody putting their hands on you whenever they feel like it. If y'all remember the video, I can't play it here, where it seemed like she was asleep. I don't know if she was asleep, we couldn't tell, but she definitely was laying in the bed. Imagine somebody laying there and somebody just come in there and just start hitting on you. That's weird. That's weird. How long will this investigation last? CK and Ebony did a live talking about this case. She thinks he will be charged and there will be a trial. What do you think? So this is what I think. I'm not a lawyer or none of that. So let me tell you this is what I think. I think nothing is going to happen. Let me just tell you why. They don't like to just charge people. They like to charge people thinking that they're going to get a conviction. Think about it. How old is he? 24, 25? From all we know, he a good kid, don't got nothing on his record. He got his parents, they hard workers, building themselves up in the community. They allegedly, gave him that property. I mean, it's what we all want for our children, right? We want to give our kids property. We want to build them up. And yet you have repeated DV from a sister's boyfriend who is just really staying at the house. She's not really the owner of the house. I don't think a jury would convict him. This guy has a history of DV. Let me just tell y'all something. Police don't like people that put their hand on women and children, and neither does the community. So what jury is going to go? I mean, what jury? I mean, think about it. People are actually saying too that he actually beat Kai up. Now, I don't know if this is true, but they were saying that he beat Kai up as well, multiple times. I don't think there's going to be any charges because, again, they charge people with crimes because they really believe that they can actually get a conviction. I don't think they will get a conviction on this. They're not going to get a conviction. They're not, because his parents is going to pay whatever they need to make sure he gets a good legal team. They will not get a conviction on this. I believe if they were going to charge him, they would have done that. Keep in mind, even in, I think one of the reports that TMZ did, they said that they had everything. So it seems like from the start, everybody was up front. That's why, the mother saying that, oh, he left the scene, they cleaned up evidence. If they had done any of that, absolutely, I think they would have charged him. They're not charging him. They see this, unfortunately, y'all, we just got to call it like it is. They see this guy as a problem that's off the streets. And somebody else was saying the police was allegedly, now I don't know if this is true, looking for him to talk to him about something else that had happened between him and Kelsey. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I don't believe nothing is going to happen. I really don't. I understand y'all talking about her being beat. I don't wish that on no one. But I believe if you shoot someone, wait for the police to get there and then explain why you. And Rosie G, that's what he did. They waited. He waited until the police got there. He didn't leave. He didn't all that. And that's what I'm saying. The stuff that I don't know what information you've had, but I know the family was putting out some false information. So he waited and that's what he did. So And then y'all got to understand, I think there was this narrative out that, oh, they're celebrities and, they're paying people. Shit, in Georgia, they be locking up more damn celebrities than they do regular people. So I mean, if you guys go back in your memory, when we first heard about this, everybody was like, oh shoot, how did that happen? How did he do this and get away with it? Now we're finding out this dude actually had a weapon. So if we found out this, that there's so much more that we just don't know. We just don't know. He was in Kai's house. Even if he didn't have a pow, Kai could have unalived him. He was a threat to Kai, and Kai had a right to take him out. Yeah. Listen, and let's just add in the fact that he brought a gun to somebody's house. Like, that's crazy. What were you thinking? I'm backing up now so I can see what I have jumped in. Right, exactly, Mimi. Gwinnett County just locked up Gorilla. I'm trying to tell y'all they locking up more celebrities than they do regular people. So, when she was saying that, and see, I have a problem with thinking that people just be lying and making shit up, because that's really not, the way that it's supposed to be. But apparently this family was pissed off and they felt like they was going to run to the internet and tell these lies. And, it caught up with them. It definitely caught up with them. BZ, what's really weird about all these comments defending the abuser, the statistics of women who didn't fight back and were killed is well over 100 per day. Yeah. Yeah, it's serious. It's a serious thing. It's sad. And unfortunately, I feel like this is another thing that I forgot to mention to y'all. In Georgia, I don't know what they do in other states, but in Georgia, did you know you can get somebody locked up if they have if you feel like that they are harm to themselves or others? Did y'all know that? You can get them locked up. If I was his mama, I would have had him locked up in a mental institution, because this dude needed some medication. Like, he clearly needed help. He needed some type of medication. One thing I'm going to tell y'all about Black people is we do not take mental health serious at all. I myself, on my own mental health journey, has had the experience with 4 or 5 female therapists. And when I tell you they were absolutely horrible was an understatement, because one of them didn't feel like I should have a therapist. But how do you tell somebody when the hell they should speak to a therapist? And then the one lady that I had during our sessions, she would be watching TV. So it's just, we don't take mental health serious at all. So guess what I did? I got me another therapist, and she white. Yep, she white, because unfortunately we don't take mental health serious. And I was serious about my mental health and dealing with my traumas. And I said, if I can't find a Black therapist, and I got to find, wasting my time meeting all of these people that's not serious, I'm just going to get me an old white lady, honey. And she good too. I've been here in Gwinnett County for 4 years. A lot of people are going off of feelings and not law. We are a stand your ground state. Yeah. He needs to stop taking all those substances. Yes, he does. Yes, Miss Boss Chick. And I was so like, I gotta get me a Black woman. Baby, it didn't work. It just didn't. One lady that I found, and keep in mind, these were supposedly really good therapists, but just because I can sit there, have a good conversation, I pay my bills, yada, yada, that don't mean that I don't have stuff that I need to deal with. If I'm telling you what I need to deal with, you either can help me or you don't. One therapist that I had, she was like, oh, you like my friend. Girl, what? No, I had to give me an old white lady. I don't got time for this. If I'm trying to get help with some things that's bothering me, I need you to be my therapist. And I was not finding it in the Black ladies. I'm sorry. I had to move on to somebody else. Unfortunately, the Frost kids have been in a cycle of abuse at home too. Considering Kirk's ongoing BS. What? What are you saying? Kirk's ongoing BS and Rashida's acceptance. Former, I don't even know what y'all talking about. Them, you said kids. Them jokers is grown. Okay, you said in Rashida's acceptance, former GA. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, Great Karma. I'm struggling. What does this mean? What abuse? You do know that they don't live with them, so I'm confused. Kai problems are Kirk's fault. That was Kirk's responsibility. I don't know. Kirk wasn't there, so what I was told is that Kai and Kelsey lived together. So I was told that it was Kai's house and that Kelsey lived there. So, Kurt wasn't there. We got taught we got taught we don't go to a therapist. Yes. You're absolutely right, honey, because we're so strong and we're strong Black women. Girl, bye. That's why I don't want a Black woman as a therapist, because all of the stuff that they do, I'm trying to not do. I'm gonna forever be Black, but some of that stuff I don't need. I don't need it. Was Kelsey's statement taken out of context? I thought she just met his sister saying she set him up was untrue. I don't know. Good question. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. Good question. I honestly don't know what his family meant. I mean, the interview that they gave was super weird. One of the sisters was like, Rashida and Kurt never came over our house. And I'm just like, why would they need to come over your house? Just because your brother is dating Kurt's daughter don't necessarily mean they got to come over your house. Like, I thought that was weird. Kurt said he washed his hands of it. He knew she was being abused and did nothing. He left his son to handle the abuser. I'm a former GA criminal justice. Is that officer? I understand they are grown. However, they have been referred to us as I'm a former GA criminal justice officer. I understand they are grown, but they have been referred to us. You said they have been referred to us as, and I didn't see anything else. I was on the interview. You played me. I asked the first question. What you mean? Me. I was on the interview. I'm confused. All right, let me plug up my computer because my battery is saying that it's low. All right, y'all, keep the questions coming. I'm going to keep reading them, but I got to plug up my computer because it's showing me that my battery is low. Mimi, I don't understand your question. You said you played me. You said I was on the interview. I don't know what you mean. And Great Karma, I hear what you said, but I'm lost for the last part. You said they were referred to us as. Look, Rashida and Kurt, they got their life now. Though everybody is grown. So, hey. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. She was in shock. Can't take her serious, her words. Right. Yeah. The interviewer was a family. I was on the panel and asked. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, Mimi, you were on the, oh my God. So you were on the interview with the family. Girl, you need to come up. You need to come up. That was a mess. that was a mess. That was girl. That was a mess. That interview was a mess. Apologies, lights flickering. The adult children has been referred to as the Frost kids in Gwinnett streets. Okay. You said, oh boy. That interview was a mess, Mimi, girl. Well, it looks like, he had a change of heart. He done figured out them folks is crazy too. But why you keep saying you played me? How I play you? I wasn't on the panel. I didn't have anything to do with that. I'm confused. You said I played you. I wasn't on the panel over there. I didn't ask any questions. I think I caught the replay. That's where I'm lost. I don't understand what you mean. When you say, yes, you played me, you said I asked the first question. I wasn't on the panel or anything. So that's why I'm like, huh? Oh, you said he should have never mixed the panel with the family. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, that was I didn't like that. I didn't like the fact that, he was calling, women's bees. And I'm like, listen, that's abusive. I don't know where you're getting that from. She said, when you played the interview in that video. Oh, okay, Mimi, that was you. Okay, that's what you're saying. I'm like, I played you. Okay, I get it. So you're saying when I played, that was you. Gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying. I would like to know which part, though, because I played a few parts. Okay, I got it. Well, it looked like old Ratchet figured out that them folks were full of shit. I mean, he was, for some reason, defending them. So I'm glad he kind of came to his senses, because I don't know how he was defending that, because them damn people was clearly lying. You didn't have to know anything for sure that what they said was true to know that they ass was lying, because they was just backpedaling and coochie popping. Okay, I'm going to drop the link, Mimi. I'm going to drop the link. Y'all, we're going to drop the link for Mimi. She was on the panel. Girl, come on up, because that was a mess. That was some straight bull crap. Okay, I just dropped the link. I kind of put it in too many places, didn't I? All right, I dropped the link, Mimi. Somebody was saying that something happened over on Kick. I wasn't over there, but if y'all know what happened on Kick, okay, Mimi's here. If anybody was on Kick, I would love to know what happened, because I heard something happen on Kick. Not sure. I'm gonna add Mimi. Was saying that hi, Mimi. Happened over on Kick. I wasn't over there, but if y'all know what happened on Kick, here. If any Mimi, you probably have to, because I'm gonna unmute you.
Oh, okay. Hey, hold on 1 second. Let me turn on my TV so it doesn't have an echo. Okay, so
now I remember
when I was trying to say you played me, I was the very first person that spoke on the actual panel. So when you played that snippet and you started asking questions, that was me. So that interview was wild. We sat there for 2 hours quietly, although we were in a chat saying they full of BS, blah, 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 poking holes in their story. And I was pissed because it was our time to come up and speak as a panel on our feelings. And Ratchet, I felt honestly like he was identifying with them. It was coming off. He made a comment. He said, if you love me like you say you love me, and I'm quoting, why would you still have those videos? And so I'm like, what are you talking about? Saying if you love me, I'm supposed to erase this? I'm not supposed to. So it made me feel like, I'm going to be honest, that he had some DV in his past, because he said I lived a wild life, I was in trouble, and X, Y, and Z, but I felt like he was relating a little too much with T Hood and situation and sympathy and family. And I actually stopped watching him for a minute until I realized he changed his mind, because he got mad at the panel. Now, he let them disrespect the hell out of us. They were the ones doing the cussing. They were the ones doing X, Y, and Z. And there is no way he should have first mixed the panel with the family. They're in their feelings. It was our time to discuss what we heard, what we felt. And he was mad because he was looking for us to all be sympathetic and be on T Hood's side and justice for this. But now we done poked holes in everything that they said. So because we were not, he was looking, and I was trying to explain to him, there's a difference between empathy and sympathy. We do empathize as mothers of losing a child, but there is no sympathy when it comes to how that child was taken away, because it was because of something that he did. So first, everything that the family wants to talk about, that we're asking questions. So not on the panel. So, hey, everything is, I can't talk about this. I can't talk about that. So he was like, I don't understand why everybody that, they just lost somebody, why they're not coming, everybody coming at these people hard. We're coming at these people hard because for a week and a half, y'all maligned that little girl and made her out to be literally the devil walking. Y'all had all kind of posts that came. I mean, y'all jumped her in essence. And he was like, well, that's his little sisters. Well, his little, I don't care, they're 23. They weren't so little when they were out there lying. They were lying from the beginning. And that's what I was trying to tell him. The mother said, the video you keep referring to where Kelsey said, well, I don't condone this. Right before Kelsey said that, the mother said, well, I don't understand, if they took him in for questioning, why did they release him if you told them what happened? She knew right then and there that boy was not on the run. But y'all posted that shit up for a whole week and a half straight. Enough for somebody to do street justice on a bunch of lies. Turn that down. Hold on, I'm sorry. My 5-year-old done snuck in the room.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm so ready. Hold on. Find me the white shirt. Y'all maligned that little girl, and that's the reason why those videos had to come out, because the truth had to come out, and y'all pushed that. Had they not did all that lying and did all that stuff, I'm quite sure they got all kind of death threats. You're talking about the internet. So I'm asking the family the question, okay, what happened in April? Oh, we can't talk about that. I said, well, okay, if you can't talk about it, then we're going to go with the narrative that's out. He got pow for pistol whooping another woman. God gave him grace and gave him an opportunity to change his life, and he didn't. Opportunity gone. So while I feel as a mother, like I have a son who just left out of here. As a mother, I feel for any mother that loses their child. But, I questioned the mother. I said, they kept saying, all she was saying was that he was breaking their stuff. I said, no, the first text message she said he putting his hand on me. And it ended with, y'all not doing anything about this domestic stuff with him. And I told them, I said, there were 4 hours in between there. Why didn't you do something in them 4 hours? You just sent her a text message saying, oh, okay, well, we didn't know where her address was. I said, her second message said, can you send an Uber? If you needed the address, your response would have been, what is the address? Then
Right.
the dude, one of them friends said, oh, she called 50 times. I said, well, somebody call you 50 times, then you know it's going down. So at what point did you call him to get the address of the Uber? Why is everything on this child, on this little girl? Y'all did all that to get some GoFundMe money. And what I am so happy about is now that people have seen the truth, their GoFundMe account is going down and down and down. And I'm going to tell you something. I reported it to GoFundMe as it being an inaccurate, you know what I'm talking about. If anybody knew the truth, they wouldn't have gave a penny to that GoFundMe.
Right. And you know what? They knew what the hell they were doing. They did that because they knew eventually the real stuff was going to come out. They knew that. I remember your voice now. I remember your voice. Yes, now I do remember you. Yes, from the panel.
Mhm.
Yes, yes. And y'all was asking some good questions. Y'all was talking nice to them. And I'm like,
And they
these
was
people
cutting
are
out when they
like,
ain't get
yes,
the answer they wanted. They started cussing, talking about B, we gonna fight, meet me here.
right. Yeah, that was some straight
Mhm.
up bull crap. I'm like, what is going on now? The problem that I had with Ratchet, and I'm the same thing, what you're saying, listening to him. Now, for instance, if somebody start talking about abuse like that, I'm gonna probably be like, I don't know. Like I just said on this video now, I don't know about that. But it seemed to me that he was straight up defending it, like straight
Yes,
up.
he
Just like what
was.
you said. He was
He
like, well, if you
was.
love me, I'm like, if you love me. So it's when I listened to that, it seemed like what he was saying, if you love me and I'm your nigga, then you can pretty much, I can do what I'm just like, this is
Yes.
so
He
unhealthy. Like,
sounded
what?
like he had DV in his past. Like the way he was defending that family and defending him, I
Right.
stopped watching him until I saw the headline saying I changed my mind.
Right. It was so hard to listen
Mhm.
to. And like you said, he was like, why would you keep those videos? It's just like, why would you put your hands on somebody? Why would you put your hands on somebody? And that's kind of like that narcissist behavior, because you're questioning why a person kept evidence of
Mhm.
what you did. So I'm just like,
Exactly.
that's weird. Yeah, that was very, very, very hard. And then somebody said, can I ask you a question? And he was like, sure. And she was like, do you condone? I'm not saying it, using the exact words she said, but she was like, do you pretty much condone? And he snapped on her, called her a B.
A bitch
I'm
and
just
hung up.
like,
That's what further
no.
made me feel like
Right,
he had a past to that. The way he was acting about it.
right,
So let
right.
me address the kick for you.
Please,
Okay,
please.
so I wasn't on there, but I was on the YouTube video he did right after the kick, where he addressed what happened on the actual kick. So the family apparently, he said, must have been watching his kick, and people were coming up just like the panel before, saying their piece, and they didn't like what they were hearing. So one of them called in and said, why are you letting this person say X, Y, and Z? And they ended up calling him a B. And so it went down from there. And I kind of still don't really believe.
Wait a minute. Let me make sure.
I feel like he changed his mind because he got so much backlash. Not
That's
because he
hello. That's what it was, because you were standing too strong, bruh. Like you was
yes.
never in the middle. Like you were standing too strong. Even when the videos was released, it's the first thing I said. Well, that would definitely putting his hands on it. Like we ain't finna sit here and pretend like he didn't do that. We just saw the video. He was like, well, why she kept the video? What? Why did she keep the video?
Yeah. He got too much backlash because there's the same evidence that's out right now was the same evidence that was out when he did that panel.
Exactly. Nothing has changed. And that's what I
No,
was saying. I was like, oh, so wait a minute. Now he's saying this, but this is what has really changed. Now, his video was about 4 hours. So I ended up watching the first half, and then the second half, which just like you said, they was up there for 2 hours. They left, and then they started coming back because
yes.
they didn't like what people were saying.
They came back during my part. Yes.
Right.
And so it was like 3 of us up there taking turns, and they were arguing they couldn't even get our questions out.
Oh, I remember. They started cussing. I was like, this is
Mhm.
crazy. I'm surprised he didn't like.
Put your headphones on.
I was just like, why is he not taking control?
Of
And then he would
them.
tell y'all, don't talk to the family. I'm just like, what? Like, what
Exactly, but they could
saying?
nobody on the panel cuss at them, even when they were cursing at us. We did not cuss at them, but he came down on the panel like we were wrong.
Right. So on Kick, you're saying they did the same thing, came back, watched it, and then
Mhm.
they call him a BS.
Yeah, they call him in the Kick on the Kick live.
Get out of here. So that's
Yes,
why he really mad. That's why he
that's
really
why
mad.
he did exactly. It don't have nothing to do with evidence. I feel like he feel the same way on that day. He just had a bunch of women that came on that ass about what he said.
That's what happened because I heard him saying he was gonna interview Vanessa. So
Mhm.
after they cussed him out, then they probably killed that interview. Because I was like,
Correct.
wait a
He
minute.
never got that interview. He said that on the last live that he did that they were trying to control Vanessa and he could only talk to Vanessa through them. And if they wouldn't have called him out his name, he wouldn't be going so hard right now. I'm saying
That is
it's because they
crazy.
embarrassed him.
Because he was taking up for him too
Mhm.
strong. Yeah,
Yep.
he was taking up for him too strong. They done call him out of his name, and now he looking like a damn fool.
A
But yeah, I
fool.
didn't like the interview. I didn't like that. That was too much for me. For the simple fact, we're talking about abuse, and you're sitting here calling women bees. Do you not know that's verbal? That's abuse. Like this is the
He
same
kind of
thing.
proved, that's why I say he proved that he
Right.
was with it. To be
Right.
honest, he proved so many different ways. I started looking at him sideways when he said about the videos, if you love me, why would you keep that? I'm like, oh, you might want to tuck your skirt, your tail showing, brother.
Well, listen, they was telling me that it was some videos out there saying he was abusive, girl, and I found it. So they was giving me a name of some lady, and I found some video.
And
Oh,
I knew, let me tell you how I knew because he said they did the research, told him we did our research on you, X, Y, Z. He was just like T Hood. And then he said his response to them was, well, I'm still here. So
he
like
said he still. Who said that? That's what T Hood
that's what
family said.
Rachel said. Yes, what he said. He told the family, well, I'm still here.
They
Don't
was
matter
still.
what you found on me, I'm still here.
Listen, I found a video of him and I said, okay, this makes sense. Where the lady said that he beat her and she was pregnant. I was like, oh my God, this is too much. So after watching, I said, okay, this makes sense. This is probably why he's accepting, he's accepting this or whatever he think is okay because they out there saying he did the same thing. So
And he keeps
I
talking
said,
about, oh,
wow.
I'm the only one at the family we're interview where I done been on 2 different shows because I've been kind of going from channel to channel just to see who had the latest. And they've been on a bunch of people talk the same way. But I had to every time you I'm not messy, Eric. I'm telling the truth. I'm giving you 100% fact.
Eric, we gonna start wondering about you in a minute because we only talking about the truth. Now, if you think it's okay for men to be putting their hand on on women now, I don't know now. But yes, that's they was sending me videos saying, yeah, he be doing that too. I was like, wait a minute, let
Mm-hmm.
me look. So then I
Oh,
was
well, look,
like,
Lonnie got it up exactly. And so like he was with it. He was with it and did it. That was what he gave that night.
good, Eric, because I was wondering, Eric. I was shaking my head like Eric. But look, y'all, I had found this video though right here.
Mm.
Let me see if I can share my screen. I'm about to. I found this video because they was telling me, and I was like, what y'all mean? They was like, go look on the internet. It's a video. I'm like, okay. So I had found this video right here, and I don't know where it came from. It said about 10 months, but that looked like ratchet right there. But they was saying this what they were saying.
How my baby was not gonna be born. He had me come.
What the what is the internet is undefeatable? What is this? I was like, what?
Oh, what?
This the
Oh,
I guess this the lady. They said it's Ratchet TV worse than Diddy.
My kid's father and turn around and tell him that I was pregnant and that the kid was not going to be born. When he turned around and told my
What is this? Did this man do this? This is not okay. I saw this. I was like, what the hell? What the hell?
That picture, girl, that picture of him was wild. Looked like he on what T Hood was on. Oh Lord, that's her face.
Woo! This is a mess. This nigga look like the devil.
Oh, shoot.
Let me stop laughing. But when I saw this video, I was like, okay, it makes sense. Now I don't gotta be wondering, but woo, baby. He was do he do drugs?
That face, that looked like him and T Hood was together.
Woo! Woo! His eyes is butt open.
Yes. Oh my God. I can't do nothing with this. That's wow.
Somebody said crystal meth. This nigga.
I don't know. You remember Smokey from Friday when he was in that little thing at the end of the movie? That's what this that's what he looked like.
Baby. Why? So when I saw that, I was like, okay, it makes sense. But
no, Eric, that is not AI.
That's a video. You look, let me show you that. That's a video. I found that. Like, I mean, there's a lot of different ones out there, but I had found that one. You say, is it AI? I don't know. But
he had me call my kid's father and turn around and tell him that I was pregnant and that the kid was not going to be born.
Stop.
When he turned around and told his father that, he also stated he was going to actually go and.
Ooh, y'all, I don't know what this is right here, but listen.
Oh, let me tell you, I just realized why he changed his mind. Because he said at the top of a couple of videos, this ain't the old Ratchet it used to be. I had endorsement deals. So that it didn't look good for his endorsement deals that he was. That's what that was about.
Oh, he ain't the beater no more. Well, I'm so glad he don't be doing that no more because that ain't.
No, I'm saying that's why he changed his mind because of those endorsement deals. And somebody, he said he got endorsement deals. You can't be sounding like you like DV with endorsement deals.
Can't be looking like a crack kid.
And I bet you somebody reached out to him because he did a whole 180 real quick.
Oh, so okay, I get it. So you gotta at least pretend like you're not with DV.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I got. Yeah.
Well, I guess
there's no more evidence that came out. Nothing changed from since we did that live. Absolutely nothing. Matter of fact, we were poking holes in everything that was out, and that's what he said. That's what he acted like he got mad about.
Wait a minute. Look at this comment. Somebody said, "I'm not going to lie. Ratchet did say he was in a DV situation with his ex, but he made it out like he was the one getting abused." I'm done. He talked about it in.
He wasn't the one getting abused when he said, "Why you still got these videos if you love me?" Oh no. Oh, that's the moment I knew.
Baby, when you know what? That's so crazy. You said when he said that, I said, "Oh, this nigga be putting his hands on."
Yeah,
that's something that a person would say. Oh,
he was sympathizing. Wait a minute. I'm not supposed to keep the evidence because I love you.
Right. He was like really going hard. Like, if she loved him, why she keep them videos? Like, dude, sound like he do this. Like he done did this before. But yeah, I hope, that he does a, 180, 360, whatever they call it, because baby, the way that he was acting on that video, I said, this man he either still doing it, he done did it before, because there is no way.
He did it before he got on live. That's what it felt like. Cause the way
How
the
much
way
longer
he
can
was
I look at this
acting, I
picture?
was just like, dude, are you serious with this? And the
He
way
was
he wasn't controlling that family.
right. He was going.
And he kept bringing them family in there. He didn't have to keep doing that.
Right. He was going off to the point. It's almost like, you know how you see, like if somebody speak about something, you can tell the compassion in their
Yeah.
voice. That's how he was.
Then
Like,
he had the audacity to say on the next, that's when I stopped watching him on the next video. He said, I had the family on here and I'm so mad at the panel because the panel was being disrespectful to the family. I was like, oh no, I can't watch you no more.
Great
Yeah.
Karma said the video appears to be from a series of videos made last year. One of them had another young lady with her 2 children who was living with him, and police were on the scene. It was bad press. Yeah, I actually saw a lot of videos. I was just like,
oh wait, so it's more than just that one? Oh my
it's
God.
more. Yeah, it's more. So that's what she was saying. That video is probably like 1 or 2 or something, but it was a lot. I saw a video like where the police was called. It was a bunch of stuff. I was like, I'm done with this.
Wait, Eric, was you on the live? You saying I went hard on them? I asked them basic questions like why, if because they kept trying to change. I even said we're not gonna change.
Right. I thought she was being real professional. I thought she was. I thought she was, being nice and everything. Did we lose you, Mimi? I can't hear you. But y'all, that picture took me out. When I saw that damn picture, I said, what the hell? Mimi, are you there? I'm gonna let y'all look at this picture. I don't know what happened to Mimi. Mimi, join us back when you can. All right, you said drop the link. I'm gonna drop it. Okay, I dropped the link, Mimi. Okay, you back. Okay, I'm gonna kick you out of this one. Mimi, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. We can hear
Okay,
you.
good, great. No, Eric, I wasn't being hard on them. I just don't play with nonsense. You're not gonna pee on me and tell me it's raining. Like the stuff they would say one thing and then come back and say the complete opposite. First, the mom would say, well, I know everything. I know everything. Well, if you know everything, you know he's been beating the crap out of her for months and months and months. Well, I was on the phone the whole time. Then you know that the other brother wasn't there. You know that it wasn't a setup if you was on the phone with her the entire time.
Right.
Like y'all ratting on yourselves.
Right. And see that this is one thing that I learned about a liar. Liars can never remember the lie that they told. So they'll tell a lie and then they'll keep lying. Then they're lying to cover up. Like, girl, you just said that. No, I said, and that's exactly. I was sitting there like, these folks is crazy. Like they were lying. First, they didn't know the address. Didn't know the address. Then said, she never told us about abuse. It said it in the text message. Oh, well, she didn't say that he hit her. She clearly said that.
That's what I said. I said her first message said that.
Then
and y'all did nothing for 4 hours. Y'all didn't pull up over there. Maybe had y'all made a move, he would still be alive. Y'all gotta take some responsibility.
Then one of them went to say, yeah, because she had called a whole bunch, 50, I don't remember how many times, but then
50
it's like,
times is what he said. Y'all telling on yourself. So that's when I said, if somebody called you 50 times, you know it's going down. That boy had been beating on that girl all 4 hours.
So she called them over and over, and you said, oh, well, she always do that. I'm like, get off the phone. Like, seriously, y'all are crazy. Get off the phone.
They kept contradicting it, but literally it was one after another, but it'll be right behind each other. Like they'll say it and then turn around and say something else in the same breath. I'm like, what?
and then got mad if you question and be like, well, wait a minute, you said, oh, I don't got to tell y'all shit.
Oh, wait, then they had the audacity to send Ratchet a text message that they had sent him during the altercation, trying to prove they was trying to do something. But one of the sisters sent him stuff like, please leave, it's not worth it, and blah, blah, blah. But wait a minute, you said you didn't know that you was being beaten, so why would you be sending them messages?
Right. Yeah, they didn't. They should have. I don't know what the hell they should have did. For one, they should have stayed off social media with these lies, because now it's just like people like, y'all are a mess.
But the lies were crazy. It's one thing to lie, but them lies was lying, and it was huge lies. They cleaned up the scene, and the boy on the run, and the other brother wouldn't even know we're around. What did he even
Right.
come up in the situation?
Right. And here's the deal. You said that they cleaned up the scene. If they would have cleaned up the scene, they for sure would have been charged and went to jail. That's tampering with evidence. I'm just like, so you saying that they cleaned up the scene, left the scene, and the police was okay with this? Girl, bye.
Exact. And it wasn't until the mother ratted herself out on her own video that she called herself putting out when Kelsey said, I don't condone this. And so the mother's like, I don't understand. If you told them what happened, why would they take him for questioning and then let him go? Which means on day one, you already knew this boy had been questioned. But y'all put out there that he ran and it cleaned and the police looking for him. I mean, these lies, and then Ratchet kept talking about these are his little sisters. They're 10 years younger. They are 23. They are grown women. We're not talking about 12-year-olds.
Right.
Plus, all his rap sheet, he has domestic violence, cruelty to children on the 3rd degree. Y'all not gonna sit here and pretend like y'all don't know who this dude was. He was literally a monster.
A monster, and that's crazy.
He was going to kill some woman.
That's right. When somebody called, the first person that told me about him, that is the exact words that they used. They said, this dude is a monster. That was the exact thing they said. Somebody said, Lakeisha, take the picture down. I'm going to have nightmares about Ratchet eating people's faces. Y'all are too hilarious. Now, somebody sent me a super chat. Thank you. AJ said, my husband is deceased. My condolences to you. It's hard getting rid of the videos and texts. Family blames me and hates me, knowing how he was. It was all kinds of bad stuff. I am so sorry to hear that.
Me too.
I heard that the domestic violence, that's why I say, look, I don't know. I do know maybe this part, but I've never went through that. So I definitely can't address it like that.
Well, AJ, all I'm going to say is, my heart goes out to you, and they only blame you because they didn't do what they were supposed to do. So they can't take that blame on themselves. So they're putting it on you. But you know what else? I feel, Lakeisha, like my dad raised me as a single father. He was the last person I saw before I went to sleep. He was the first person I saw when I woke up. Her being in that kind of situation made me realize, like, all this stuff with Rashida and Kirk being on TV is all great, but he couldn't have been in her life like a father was supposed to be, because she had to find love in some man beating the hell out of her. And had she actually had a real father, she would have knew her self-worth.
You know, and to be honest, like all the men that I know, so that's why I don't understand. I don't know any men that wouldn't have been the one to do it. Like I don't know, and I don't know. I don't know how Kurt was able to kind of maintain his distance and not involve himself. Because listen, I'm a whole woman. If you do something to my daughter, I got 2 sons. I'm coming for you.
Exactly. And that's why in the message in the chat I said Kai's problem is Kirk's fault, because there's no way he didn't know what was going on with his daughter. And word on the street was he wasn't getting involved. And if I feel like when that happened, because domestic violence means domestic means home. home
Right.
violence. So if there's violence in the house with both of your children are affected by it. So I felt like he left Kai out there in the water because he was a boy and he didn't think about it, how
Right.
it would affect him having this type of violence in his house
Right.
every day. And then he left it up on him to be the man. Although he's grown, he ended up at like 23, 24 himself.
Right. Didn't really think about it because if you really think about how Kai could have felt seeing his sister get, you know what I mean? Like just think about that. That's a lot to deal with. So yeah, I don't think Kirk considered he didn't consider a lot of stuff because the fact that this was really their house, they could have did a lot more.
Yeah.
So I believe they could have did a lot more.
Yes, he washed his hands of it, and then now his son. Thank God it's going to be self-defense, but what if it wasn't?
Right. Or what if it could have been, the situation where this dude
It
did
was
something to
reversed.
them?
Yeah, he would have been the one that got off first.
Right. Yeah.
So
So yeah. That's why I say, y'all, I don't really know much about DV. I don't know if women who don't have a close relationship with their father are more prone to it. So that's why I be like, I don't know. I mean, because I've saw or heard women who have a good relationship with their father and they
I've had one experience, girl. Let me tell you, I couldn't get over. It was, and we wasn't even together. And he grabbed me by my throat, and by the time I had braces, so it nicked my mouth, and blood came out. I went crazy on him, but I couldn't get over it for like 7 months. So I went left eye his house. I had to get my lick back. I went left eye at his house. And that was that. Like when you know your worth, like my father took me on father-daughter dates from the age of 2 to 13 every Friday.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Period. Yeah. So he treated me like a princess, but taught me what I needed to know to become a queen.
Right.
So this situation showed me that I knew Kirk wasn't there because he was too busy running behind young Rashida. Rashida was what, 19 when she got pregnant with Kai?
I don't remember. I know I looked it up before, but I honestly I can't even. I
Like
don't
she
remember.
was 19 or 20, but Kirk got like 7, 8, 9 years on her.
Okay.
And they hid their marriage all the way up until they got on Love and Hip Hop. She used to go by her maiden name Buckner. Nobody knew that they were actually married. So why would you have
Really?
to hide that you married to somebody? Yeah.
Somebody in the chat, Lonnie, what are you saying? You said they really came out swinging with their narrative. Kai on the run. Oh, cleaning the. Oh yeah, yeah. They did. I was trying to.
That was GoFundMe. That was
Right.
GoFundMe stuff.
Right. Yeah, they came out because one of the things I had saw, the mother was like, the police aren't talking to me. I was like, oh shoot, the police not talking to this lady lying. The police not talking to y'all because y'all know that this man was doing these things. They done told y'all already, and y'all trying to get somebody put in jail, but you didn't want your son to be in jail for all the stuff he was doing. Now I found a video, y'all. Did I show y'all this video?
Guess what? The police go online. The police wasn't talking to them because they knew they were lying about all the stuff that was going on. So why would they talk to them?
Right. Exactly. Yep, you're right. The police go online, and I'm sure they did.
Yep. And they saw all those lies that they knew were not lies because the sister went to the scene. Per her word, she went to the scene after everything calmed down. So she knew Kai went to jail.
Right. Yeah, they just, and then saying they said it on Ratchet's Live that Rashida and Kurt, I'm like, Rashida and Kurt coming over your house. Why would they need to come over your house?
This is especially if they know you beating on their daughter. What you think they're about to come and bring casserole and y'all gonna have family dinner? They were trying to make it seem like, oh, they look down on us. No, they knew your son wasn't worth nothing.
Did y'all see this video? This is a video of him when he first got shot the first time. Oh boy, I can't play the music, but here is, let me see if I can turn it down. Let's see. This is the video. Oh, it got music on it. I can't play it. But this is a video of him in he was in the
Tamika,
hospital.
I'm not saying that every woman.
Here it is right here.
I'm not saying that every woman, just because what I'm saying is most women who have fathers. Yeah, let's go with 8 out of 10. I'm not saying every situation, but typically having a father in your life, not just a father in your life, but an active father in your life, you don't fall for that mess, because you gonna recognize from the beginning he ain't nothing.
Listen, y'all, do y'all see this that I found online?
That's when he got shot, right? In April.
Look at these staples. Like, you ain't learned from. Now that would have taught me right there. Look at that. Look at that wound. Look at it. What is that? Look at that. Was that, I don't know what part of his body this was. Look at this.
Then he got the nerve to say, I got popped a week ago, but it wasn't my time. God is great. So you ain't changed your life?
It's crazy. People they out here living, living crazy. Living crazy. The mom also said that Kurt and Rashida, offered to pay for the funeral. And the mom said no, because they didn't want or need their money. So please make it make sense. Yeah, but you're doing a GoFundMe. So you have, I don't know about those people.
I don't even believe that they called, to be honest. After everything that they said online about Kelsey, they lied so much you don't know what to believe.
Yeah, that's very true. You really don't know what to believe. And that's why when the mother was saying, about the, how many bullet wounds or whatever, I said, I can't believe nothing that lady said.
Exactly. They made it seem like he was walking out of the door and then Kai just turned around and popped him 5 times in the back for nothing.
For nothing. He was leaving.
Yeah.
He was trying to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
even if he was trying to leave, he beat up for 4 hours. Ain't her brother gonna walk into no scene like that and not do nothing?
Right. And now what they did say it's like a police report, but then it's kind of like a release. They did say she had injuries. They didn't say who it was. They just said it was a female.
No, that was the first thing they said. They said there was a domestic violence between them two. Well, what I noticed was what they said about Kai was he removed himself from the situation earlier.
They did say that. So it kind of leads you to believe it was something that was going on for a long time.
Yes. Well, she calling you 50 times. I mean, literally, the dude was beating on her all 4 hours until her brother walked in that door.
Right.
And saw his sister. Think about how bad those pictures of her were that they released. Imagine after 4 hours of this monster jumping on this girl that ain't even 100 pounds, soaking wet.
Right. But they also said that too, because people were like, he was trying to leave. They were saying that Kelsey was running all outside because she had to have been, because the neighbors saw this man with this. They saw him with the gun. Like, that's
he probably was pistol whipping her with that gun, just like with that pow, just like he was doing Vanessa.
Right. Yeah, they said that it was a crazy situation. And y'all know, I don't know if the mother reactivated it. I should go look.
Go look, because I responded too. You're gonna see Mimi on that too. I
think, but you know what? She had is it on there now? Because I know she had at some point deactivated her. Yes, it's still deactivated. She went and deactivated her Facebook, and
we were getting on her.
Because people was in there like, girl, you are lying. You are sitting up here acting like your son didn't have a pow. The neighbors were out there. They already gave statements that your son, and I was like, wait a minute. This sounds like it can be true because I heard that before.
When they announced any shots to the back and he didn't go to jail, I knew he had a pow.
And excuse me, that's what I originally said. I said, now, if this man had shots to the back. I said he had to have had a weapon.
Wait, I
That's what
said that on
thought.
the panel. That's
Mhm.
exact. I said I told him, I said there's a lot of stuff we clearly don't know. But if he did not go to jail that night, it was either because he said, I'm going to get something, or he had something on him. And they were real quiet.
And okay, because I thought somebody asked them though, did he have one? I thought I heard somebody ask them.
It got so chaotic in there you couldn't really hear any questions, because even when we were asking our questions, Ratchet was coming getting on us for the type of questions we were asking.
Until they cussed his ass out.
Yeah. Oh, you gonna learn today. But no, he didn't have no change of heart. This was about some endorsement deals. He got a couple of calls. If he got endorsements, like he really say he got endorsements, and they saw that live. Yeah,
I mean, you can have endorsements, and they go search YouTube, and your face out there, and they talking about some yeah, that's gonna be a good little nice endorsement. You're gonna get canceled.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they cussed him right on out.
Well, I'm not sure what happened to Mimi. I think her phone died. Did anybody else want to come up, y'all? Because we've been on here for about 2 hours. And I think I want to go get me a massage. My damn legs hurt. What y'all saying in the chat? Somebody said, why didn't they go after Vanessa's family for pow-powing T Hood the first time? Why didn't they want to discuss that situation? Exactly. Why didn't they want to discuss it? Why didn't they want to discuss it? Why didn't they want to discuss it? Because they were scamming the whole damn time. The family was adamant that they are going to get justice for T Hood. I hope everyone will be peaceful. The family needs to go to therapy. They really do, because for even when you listen to, because somebody was saying, I don't know if this happened on Kick, but I didn't hear it on, well, I did kind of hear some of it on his live, but somebody said on Kick that they actually said that they don't see nothing wrong with domestic violence, depending on what exactly the domestic violence was. Now, I don't know if that was true. Thank you as well, Mimi. I appreciate you for joining. So I don't know if that's true, but somebody said that they were, I guess, on Kick. They had said something about, domestic violence is okay. But I'm like, hey, they didn't really need to say that, because they were showing that it was okay by their questions. Kay, I dropped the link if you want to join. Yeah, so I wish, I hope they, find healing. And I think one way to heal too is to take accountability and responsibility, because ain't no way in hell my son's finna be putting their hands on a woman and the woman call me and I don't fly over there. I don't give a damn how old they is. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. So I just don't understand that. I don't understand that. But hey, it is what it is. I feel like, I was told that the mother, and I said this before, that the mother had been a victim of abuse as well. I guess, maybe her being a victim of abuse, maybe she didn't think that it was nothing wrong with it. All right, Kay, you didn't come up. You said drop the link. I dropped the link. And y'all know what, too? The family could have been afraid of him as well. What if they were scared of him? It seemed like they probably was. I swear I feel like I'm hearing my story. They talk like that still this day. The virtual at first, praise and thanks. Death is all me. Hey, Kay.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I love your channel, and
Thank
I
you.
just want to add my 2 cents.
Okay.
I want to ask, from a legal perspective, why are they doing a panel right after this happened? And like I said, I was talking about my situation in a different country, but like, it seems like the person who got pow-powed is seeking for attention now. Like, you went from being an abuser to now you're, doing public relations with this. This is like a little weird to me.
Right. And you know what I think? I think they already know what happened. Like we're finding pieces of it out as it come available. But these people know everything that happened. I mean, they have been provided this information. They know that nothing is going to happen. And I believe that I don't know what their reasoning was for doing this. It could be, to try to get GoFundMe money. We don't really know what people's, desires or purposes. It could just be to get a few dollars, but I think it was
Yeah.
stupid. I think it was crazy. I think if they would have just left well enough alone, we probably wouldn't have even known about the domestic violence. But the fact that y'all made it seem like somebody tried to set this man up and to come to find out this nigga up here beating, come on now. You could have just not
Right.
said nothing.
But I think you're right. Like maybe they knew, like, nowadays, good attention, bad attention, attention is attention. And
Right.
as we seen in the hospital, he's talking about it wasn't my time to go. That was a lot for me. But I wanted to also say before, with domestic violence, there's always signs. Because my dad was sort of narcissistic, I always attracted a lot of like narcissistic type of guys.
Mhm.
And a lot of times these men, they lash out, or they show like they're very charming in the beginning, but then they show you little things and they test you. And luckily for me, a lot of situations I've gotten out of it. But I've been in one situation where I was talking about where I was overseas, and luckily I was in a country where the penalties are very low. But he hit me, and I took a weapon and had to, do what I had to do.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, but I'm just saying, like, there's always signs, and luckily from that situation, whenever I see weirdness or I feel it, I'm out. Or I'm
Right.
like, I give them closure and never let these men believe that there's a chance, because they will keep coming back. So it's sort of crazy.
Well, I'm glad you was able to protect yourself and walk away from that situation because you say you was in another country?
Yeah, I was overseas in Australia and New Zealand, and that's another thing too. A lot of abusers, they isolate you. They'll try to get you to move somewhere or
Ah,
go somewhere else or whatever like that, even in this country. So you have to be very, very careful when they move very, very fast and they
heard
trying to
that.
marry you, trying to move you in. Always vet them properly, because people show you one face in the beginning, and then when you move in with them, they become a whole different other person.
You know what? I have heard that. I have heard that they try to move so quickly. See, I don't know because I just love being by myself. I have been in a relationship
Hmm.
for a long time. And when I got done with that, I said, "Oh, I didn't even know that being single was this good." And I just fell in love with it. So listen, I just
Yeah.
love being single.
No, I definitely agree with you. I feel like from that situation, I've been going to therapy. I've been, doing my own thing. But you got to definitely take your time, and you have to know people's triggers,
Right.
know what their relationship is like with their family. Like me, I don't speak to my family because I was reading the comment from AJ. She was saying that the family ganged up with the abuser. And I was like, yeah, that a lot of times happens too. Your family will show you their true colors when you get into trouble, when you go to jail, or anything serious happens, or you're in a crazy situation like that. They will show you who they are. So
Right.
I agree with you on being single. I'm taking my time because dating. I was engaged in that situation, so I got back into the dating pool, and I realized how ghetto it is because everybody ghosts,
Ooh,
and like from being in a very serious relationship to like what's out here. I don't
right.
blame you. Being single is great, but
Right.
some
Yeah.
people need companionship. And I just say to everybody listening, take your time and get to know a person really well. And if you see red flags or you see weird things that they're doing, and there's another thing too, a lot of men don't believe in getting themselves checked for mental health. So there's a
Mm-mm.
lot of men that are successful, whatever, and a lot of them are bipolar. A lot of them have and this is not to say that this is a bad thing or whatever, but it's just to say that, you know, if he's not trying to get treatment, he's not trying to go to therapy. A lot of men don't even go to the doctor. Like, watch
Right.
for those signs, because
Right.
you will be trapped. And I was trapped in
Right.
another country. So,
Well, I'm glad you're out of that, and you are so right. And that's where I'm at in my life with therapy. See, I couldn't even talk to a person that has not been to therapy or they're not in therapy. I ain't got
yeah,
time for that. I don't have time for that.
right. And the sign where I realized I was trapped was When I told my ex-fiance, oh, let's go to counseling, he said, my culture, we don't believe in that. I said, oh shit. You know, like I was like, that was the aha moment. And I didn't know that there was something called like borderline personality disorder. I think a lot of the things aligned with that, with the behaviors he was displaying. But there's a lot of men, unfortunately, that don't want to get help. They got mommy or daddy issues, and they want to take it out on their partner. So you have to be very, very careful out here and get to know somebody as long as you can. Like, do not rush in with them. Take your time. If they're showing you things, believe it, you know?
Right. I totally agree. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm going to continue listening to your show. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And Mimi, I did not kick you out. Come back if you like. I thought you had dropped off. Okay, Cynthia. Hi, Cynthia.
Hi, Keisha. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Oh
How
my
are you?
God, I'm such a fan, Keisha. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for your commentary.
Where are you calling from?
I'm sorry, Keisha. I'm calling from DMV. I'm calling from Maryland.
Oh, Maryland in the house. Girl, I remember when I was like, how old was I? I was like 20. I had met this real nice guy down there. Girl,
we are hype and live in Maryland. Too bad the guys are not good, but I think that's everywhere. I think that's worldwide
you know
right
what
now.
though? Well, this was a long time ago. I had met this guy down there, and I wish I would have stayed in contact. This guy was actually really a good guy. Like, he really was a good guy. But what ended up happening to me is my friend ended up, so we had met them. We had went to Freak. This was a long time ago. We had went to Freaknik. We had met these guys. Let me just tell you why I like this guy. This guy didn't even know me. We ended up meeting each other over the Freaknik weekend. You know how most guys try to sleep with you. This guy got me my own hotel. He stayed in his house. He would come over and we would, hang out. Not only did he pay for my room, he paid for my friend's room. And I was like, look, I'm headed home. All my clothes dirty. And he was like, listen, we going shopping. I was like, oh, I like him. Here's another thing, girl. We ended up driving to the Freaknik. I'll never forget. And he was like, well, I'm going to just send your car back and you can get a plane ticket. And I was like, but he was so trustworthy. I left my car down there. He paid for not only me, my friends, to fly home, and he flew my car all the way back to West. Well, he put it on a boat and it came, the car was delivered to me. But let me tell you what ended up happening with him. I had this girl that I thought was my friend. She was talking to one of his friends, and she ended up going back to visit him and told him all these lies. So we gotta but like back then, guys feel like, if you with somebody and they mention something about you, they kind of believe them. But all the time the girl was a hater. But what ended up happening though, we would still talk like occasionally on the phone, but I like ceased all communication because I'm like, if you're gonna believe her, I'm not coming to visit him. But we would talk on the phone. He had told me when I met him that he had cancer. He ended up dying. Yep, he died of cancer. Yes, he
that
did.
sucks. I hate cancer so much.
He was I had never in my life met a guy. What I really liked about him, he was like, I got like 3 girlfriends. I thought that was so funny because I was like, I've never had nobody be honest. Like, he was like really honest. So I was like, I like him, but he was really, when I tell you, he was like, what you want? When we checked out of that hotel, I'd never forget, he went up to the thing and he was paying the bill. And he was like, can you come in for a minute? And I was like, okay. And he was like, I just want you to hear what she said this bill was. Girl, that bill was so high. We was ordering back then. It was what was that? Cristal. We was ordering.
Oh, really?
He was like, "Do you be ordering Cristal at home?" I was like, "No," but since you paying for it, but yeah, his name was Mark. I'll never forget that. He was a really, really nice guy. Really nice.
Oh, rest in peace, Mark. There's some good guys in the DMV area. There's some, but I mean, it looks like all of them are taken.
Yeah, it ain't no good guys no more. They all
No,
gone.
girl, and this social media, this Instagram does not make it any better at all.
It's no good guys. It's like the guys, for some reason, in this day and time, think that you supposed to take care of them. I'm not with no. As long as I've ever dated guys, I've never allowed a dude to move in with me. I don't play that. If you want to move in with me, then we got to get a house. Like, you're not moving into my house
and get married.
Yeah, we're not. I mean, I have associates where I see that they have gotten married to these guys and they have purchased homes before their marriage, and then they move these men into their homes. And I'm like, I'm saying to myself, like, if you get a divorce, you got to split your equity. I'm not doing that. Oh, hell no. Listen, if you want to marry me, you should be able to buy us a house. Like, I'm not moving you into a house that I've already had. Sorry.
That part. That's smart. That's real smart. But Keisha, again, I really thank you for your commentary on everything. But with this Kirk and Rashida with Kai Frost, I watched a little bit of the podcaster that interviewed the family.
Okay.
And he was saying that the family turned on him.
Yeah.
Because he found out that they were actually lying. They really they're ignorant. They made themselves look really, really, really bad.
Right. But they have been lying the whole time. Like, and that's what Mimi, you can come back up anytime. But that's what Mimi was. Oh, Mimi is here. I didn't see her. Okay, Mimi, let me put you up. So that's what Mimi was saying. So
but he was calling it out, guys, as they were saying it. He was like, wait a minute, but you just said this.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So that's not, so he knew that they were lying that day. That ain't why he turned on them.
That is, I mean, but the thing is, where were they trying to achieve or accomplish by lying? Because, oh my God, they look really, really bad.
GoFundMe.
For a piece of GoFundMe? Seriously?
GoFundMe.
Yeah,
Lord
they definitely was trying to collect money. And also, we found out too that they actually went back on his kick stream and called him a BITC.
Yes, he said so. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now,
so
Keisha, I just need clarification. Was that house, the house where T Hood was shot at, was that his house?
That was not his house. No, that was not his house.
Lies going on.
He didn't have a house or a car. He was a bum.
Right.
Lord have mercy on my soul. Kelsey, really?
Yeah, that house was a house that Kai's parents purchased, and people were also saying that that's the same house that they filmed in, like the first season or something.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The house that they filmed in the first season had a whole bunch of land around it. I don't think Lee Road has that much
And see, I don't even remember, to be honest. I
remember first season. First season, they had an old house that had but it had a bunch of land, like it was in one of the what county could we? Because that everything now, that was 10, 12 years ago. Mm-hmm. Everything is built up, but it was like a Rex, Georgia. Wherever they lived was far from the city.
Okay. See, I don't even remember.
What I wanted you to pull up, because what I wanted to discuss, I think that if we pull up Georgia Stand Your Ground law, most people will understand exactly why Kai didn't go to jail that night, because he didn't even have T Hood didn't even have to have a pow. He didn't even have to be beating on Kelsey. If you feel aggression if somebody feel aggression and you feel like your life is in danger, in Georgia, you have the right to stand your ground.
Oh, really?
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking Lakeisha if she could let's pull up the definition. So that's why I think because people are taking their personal feelings and they're also taking it by the state that they live in and their laws.
Okay, I pulled it up. It says Georgia's Stand Your Ground law, established in 2006. And it gives the code. It says removes the legal duty to retreat before using force, including deadly force, when defending oneself, others, or your property, provided the person is lawfully present and the force used is reasonable under the circumstances to prevent harm or a violent felony.
The violent felony had already happened.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I think you guys are kind of got it, like you guys are going by your feelings. And that's why I kept saying in the chat, our feelings don't matter. Georgia stand your ground law is what it is.
But listen to this. It says no duty to retreat. It says a person is not required to attempt to escape an attacker or a dangerous situation if they are lawfully in a place and facing a threat of harm. So what that means is you ain't got to run. You don't have to run. It says you have a right to stand your ground. An individual has the right to use force, including deadly force, to defend themselves, others, or their property.
So he had 2 out of 3. He had others, which was his sister, and then he had his property. So that's why he is not going. That's why I kept trying to send the chat. This case is done.
Right. And listen to this. It says reasonable grounds. The use of force must be based on a reasonable belief that the force is necessary to prevent the imminent harm or a felony. So I would say yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then he had already broken into their house through the garage. So, I mean, that's fairly number 1 before he even made it into the house.
Right. And then you showed up with the thing, like, come on. It says the law removes the centuries-old requirement to retreat. Now, some states say you have to retreat. Georgia say you don't have to retreat.
And that's what I was trying to say in the chat. I wasn't trying to like overtalk somebody or make them feel, but I was trying to say your feelings don't matter. Georgia, stand your ground, period.
Right.
He didn't even have to have a pow.
Right. So a lot of people were saying, well, you know, he was, you know, shot in the back, but this says you can use deadly force. It says you don't have to, like some states say you can shoot it, but you have to do a warning
shot first.
Right. Yeah, right. So we don't have that. You don't have to fire any warning shots.
Okay, go to the bottom. I want to see what it says where it has circumstances where stand your ground may not apply. What does it say?
Okay, circumstances where stand your ground may not apply. Unlawful presence. The law does not permit the use of force if the person is not lawfully present. Unreasonable force. The force used must be reasonable under the circumstances. For example, using deadly force against a child or when the threat is not imminent may not be justified. So, I mean, you can't go around, you know, using force on the wrong people. Unlawful acts by other party. The law does not apply if the person is lawfully doing something required or authorized by law, such of a law enforcement person.
Yeah.
Yeah. So none of these apply.
None of those apply. So he got it.
Right. Because this says if the person he wasn't lawfully present, because if you went into someone's house and you wasn't supposed to, or you wasn't supposed to be there, that sums it up right there.
Well,
Lakeisha, just put the icing on the cake.
Yep. Lakeisha, you know what? Kaya's lucky that he's not in Maryland because Maryland does not have a stand your ground law.
What about the ability to retreat? Because
they do have the ability to retreat.
Okay, because some states have it, but it's different so retreat means you just can't fire with deadly force. You actually have to warn them.
Exactly.
Like you have to shoot it and say, but sometimes you may shoot it and they may shoot and you may be gone, but Georgia doesn't have that. Like there's no warning shot. Like they can just take you all the way out.
Can you Google it in reverse? Can you Google states that do not have stand your ground?
I'm sure I can. Let's see. Okay, states.
What I'm confused about though, while you looking it up, if he had the heat in his hand, how Kai got off the shots on him first? He was waving it around.
He was faster. He was faster, you know, or maybe he had it. I don't know. Good question. what it said is they were in an argument. So maybe Kai caught him off guard. I have no idea, but I mean, he was
Maybe he
obviously
had it and he wasn't really until he was trying to scare them. Maybe he didn't think Kai had it because Kai don't look like that kind of person, but he showed him.
And that's what I was saying. Sometimes people like to think that they know how certain people will react. You don't know what a person will do.
And the crazy part is he may have went gotten that pow after witnessing so many events with it. His sister.
Okay, so it says several states do not have explicit stand your ground laws, but rather have established legal principles through case law or judicial decisions that provide similar protections. So California, Colorado, Illinois, New Mexico, Oregon, Vermont, Virginia, Washington.
All the blue states, because you know all the red states are Second Amendment states.
Right. It says states with explicit stand your ground. It says at least 28 states and Puerto Rico have stand your ground laws, meaning they have statutes that specifically state individuals have no duty to retreat. So stand your ground simply means you don't have to give them a warning. That's pretty much what it means.
I'm going to respond to Kay. Kay, I don't think his back was turned. I think he pow him in the front and he was falling. Remember that I'm going to this kid about 22. He's not a street dude. That probably was the first or second time he even used it.
Hi, Kay. You back, Kyle?
Yeah, I just want to say to Mimi, most states are actually not stand your ground. That's why I was actually contemplating moving. I'm in New York. So a lot of states, and I've been through the legal system overseas, the law is actually crazy. Especially like, not even talking about this country, the British laws, if somebody attacks you, you don't even have the right to hit them back. You have to call the cops in most situations.
Oh, wow. But you just said something, Kay, that you just proved my point. You say you were in New York. I said most of the blue states don't have it, but the red states do because they're Second Amendment states.
Yeah, but it depends on which, because I think Pennsylvania has the castle doctrine too. So each one is different, but like the state is definitely not on the abusee side. Like they just want you to get a restraining order, and we all know that that's just a piece of paper. And if you got somebody that's really crazy enough, they can try to get you however they want. So
yeah,
it's sort of sad.
No, I agree with what you're saying. And every state should have that law. But that's why I wanted us to pull it up together. So maybe everybody understood why Kai is not going anywhere.
Oh, definitely.
This case is closed.
And they're lucky
The only
that it
reason
happened in
why
the
it's
state of
open is because
Georgia.
they waiting on that toxicology, which takes 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah. And I think they're lucky that it happened in the state of Georgia because, for instance, my situation overseas, I used above reasonable force, which was with a weapon. But if it was tried in Georgia, I probably would have won my case because I was outnumbered by a group of people. But
so wait, I misunderstood. You lost your case?
No. So I didn't even go to trial. I took the minor sentence, which it was. But
So
the thing is,
so they really came. So even with that being said, they came after you being the person that was abused for defending yourself. Is that what I'm understanding?
yeah. And
wow.
in this situation, I could have pressed charges because he admitted to attacking me, but it would have been a situation of me being against him within the system itself, and that could have got messier. But luckily, I was in a country where the sentences or the penalties are not as bad as the United States.
What did you take? If you don't mind me asking, what was the charge?
So I only had to do like a couple of months because I could have gotten
Wait,
probation
you do a couple
or
of months. You went to jail?
Yeah, because no, let me tell you, overseas, if you go to the UK or if you go to Australia, New Zealand, Canada, they're all under like the Commonwealth of the UK. you go to jail first, then you get bail, but then they give you whatever. But see, the loophole in it is that when you take these shorter, like these easier sentences, like home detention or probation, you could be on that for 2 years. That's why a lot of people that if they're given like, okay, say for instance, Chris Brown, he only had to do like 30 days and he probably was given something lighter or something like that. Some people opt for the jail time because why would you want to be on probation for 2 years? And if you make one little mistake or if you pee in a cup and you, or if you
It's
miss your
dirty.
appointment,
I
you're
get.
back at square one.
I'm just in awe that you would eat as being a person that was being abused, that you were the person that had to go to jail. Like that's crazy. I'm
Yeah,
so
but
sorry that
sometimes the
happened to
system,
you.
yeah, the system makes examples of people too. And that's another
Yeah.
thing as well. So, like, I learned from being inside that space that there's a lot of people sitting inside those walls. Not saying everybody, because a lot of people in there are in there for what they did, but there's a lot of people that are innocently in there for this things too. Because where I was, somebody could call the cops and say, "Oh, like this person said that they want to strangle me," and the cops don't need any type of due process; they can arrest you. So, like,
Mm-hmm.
the legal framework and the systems in a lot of different countries are effed up because people can accuse you of things, and God forbid how many men are sitting in jail for SA accusations that are not true. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's very, very sad. I'm lucky that by the grace of God, like that situation was a
Your
reason
head
for me to get away from him, if that makes sense. I was able to go back to my country, but like, yeah, there's a lot of people sitting in there for a lot of different things for self-defense, whatever. But the legal framework does not support self-defense a lot of times because when you are in a situation fighting back, you're always going to use above the equal defense that the legal framework looks at. So you're pretty much stuck. You either got to call the cops or you have to just, you know,
Yeah. And I
you
just
got to
wanted
just
to
take the beating.
respond to Case because I have the messages playing on my TV as we're going. And
Mhm.
yes, people are being hooked on he. First of all, because the family lied and said he got shot 5 times in the back when he didn't. We just went through all that. But then I'm still a firm believer that he was powed in the front, was falling. You know, there are weapons that when you squeeze one time, 3 bullets come out.
That's true.
Yeah.
So I don't think he intentionally shot him in the back. Either he was falling, he kept squeezing the trigger, or he didn't let it go and more just ripped because it's almost like he was powed all over from head to toe, to be honest.
But I
But
want to
kind of
ask you
what
a question.
Kyle
Oh,
said, though,
yeah.
what you
Mhm.
said, Kyle, when you're being attacked, you're not going to match the force. You're going to go harder.
Right.
Like if somebody's attacking you, you're going to go harder because you want to get that person off of you and away from you.
Right. Because in my situation, my ex decided to like I was getting into an argument with one of his friends, and his friend kept asking why are we getting married? And I find that to be quite disrespectful. You know, in Black culture, you don't ask somebody and their spouse or soon to be spouse, why are you guys getting married? So I was defending our relationship. He decided to say, "Oh, you're getting out of my house." And as I was going up the stairs to go get my stuff, I was crying, everything. He attacked me. He just started
Was
going
he white?
in.
Was he white or black?
He was Polynesian, which is like the
Oh,
rock, like Samoan.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're like,
You in your
they're like Pacific
community,
Islanders.
it isn't, and correct me if I'm wrong, in your
Hmm.
community, isn't DV very, very high, whether
Well,
it's
it's
women
more
or men?
underreported. It's more
Okay.
underreported because I know with lesbians it's very high. Lesbians
Okay.
is extremely high, but with gay men, I think it is quite common. But I don't know what the statistics. I can't speak on it per se.
Okay.
But this was a situation where I was in a house with multiple people, and if he attacked me, and nobody was coming to jump on my side because they all knew him, so I didn't have a choice. You know what I'm saying? But like Lakeisha was saying, in those situations, you can't predict the amount of force you're going to get back. You sometimes snap or you see red. So when you're in fight or flight mode, that's what all my friends were saying, is that I was thinking that my life was compromised because I'm over in a different country. I'm in somebody else's house. He attacked me in front of his friends, so he clearly does not give a F. You know what I'm saying? So,
May I ask how you got to the other country? So what's the situation where you
oh,
moved in with him in the
so
other country?
I lived in Hawaii at the time, and he was on vacation, and that's how we met. And
Okay.
we were talking for a while, and we were doing visits back and forth. And then he wanted to move to America, but he found out that some people
Put them
get
headphones
disillusioned. They
on.
think, oh, I'm going to come to America, get a green card. No, it's a process. You have to wait like 6 months. Somebody has to sponsor you. You cannot work. It's a whole thing. So he had businesses in his country, and he was quite successful. So it was more advantageous for me to move there, just get my papers, and then I would
Okay.
start working there, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So this all happened on the eve of like his birthday party. Like we was getting ready to get married. But I'm telling you, these people that are like this, they show you and they test you in a lot of ways. So
How
in
long were
his
you guys
ideal
together
situation,
before you decided to get married?
we were together for about like 7 months or
Oh.
so. Yeah,
So
but
was
see,
it
the
like
thing
a
is,
love bombing thing? Was he like love bombing you in the beginning?
well,
Do
he
you
was
feel?
cool. He was nice. But like I said, with abusive people, they switch once you move in. Once they feel like they got
Okay.
you hooked, or once they got you in a place where you're vulnerable, that's what I was saying before. You have to
Mm.
be careful moving in with people and take your time because they're one way when you guys aren't together, like living situation. But once you move in and you're under their rules, or like for instance, in my situation, I was getting a visa. They use a lot of situations like that where they have power to make you succumb. And in his ideal situation, I probably would have been like, no, baby, I'm sorry, I'm, crying. And then it escalates. It doesn't get better after you
Yeah, he knew you
apologize.
had nowhere to go and no family, nobody to turn to. I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, and
I'm
it's
so
all his
sorry.
family. You know what I'm saying? Oh, definitely. But I was one of the only victims that fought back. And luckily, I went through the legal system. I shipped all my things back to the United States when I was on bail, and I strategized things. And I'm the only victim he has. He has a web of people. Like all his exes are in his circle. Somehow, one is like the babysitter because he has a daughter. All these different things. Like they always keep a harem of people, I've noticed. And I'm the only one that got away because I used the weapon. And I got the F out of there. So I'm just saying to you all, it was actually a blessing because imagine if I would still be with him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I
And
have no record in the United States. So,
and I just want to address the Queen comment when he said he showed up with that thing because he was looking for it. He was going around with that thing, intimidating people. That was his tactic. That's what he did to Vanessa. He beat her with it. He was using that. And that's why I feel like Kai got the best of him because he really wasn't about the pow pow part. It was about the threat. I want you to feel. But once Kai saw that, he was like, all right. And maybe that's why he do have the pow pow to his back because if he had the weapon, he had to take him out when he wasn't looking.
but you know what they say about having a weapon? You don't pull it out unless you're supposed to use it.
That's what my father told me. He put my first one in my hand when I was 9. He said, I'm not going to be able to protect you forever. I won't be here forever. So I have to teach you how to protect yourself. And I had just started staying home by myself. He got a new job, so he was later. And his instructions was if somebody come in his house who don't belong here, I expect you to point it and keep pow pow until the clip is empty. And I remember this because we used to have, I'm from New Orleans originally. We used to have
Yeah.
the DARE program, and they used to come to school with the dog and talk about if something happens, call the popos and blah blah blah. And so I
Yeah.
told my daddy, well, if I do that, officer, because it was called Officer Friendly. Officer Friendly said I'm going to go to jail, and he was like, "Don't worry about that. We'll worry about that later." The whole point is, if you're not here, there's nothing to figure out later.
Right. But see, the crazy thing, like I said, from my experience in the legal framework, you guys are lucky that you're in southern states where a lot of that is more permitted. In a lot of places around the world, you just have to wait to call the cops. And everything that can happen in a split second between the time calling the cops, waiting, even the house that I lived in, we didn't have locks on the doors in the bathroom. So if I even would have tried to whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like you could die. So that's the crazy part about
Unalive.
the legal system. Yeah, unalive. I apologize. The legal system is not in defense of the victims, and a lot of times these victims end up. When I was inside, I would watch snaps. They would. The prisons over there are actually better. They like you can get vegan meals, all that stuff. But they showed a lot of women, and women would be in these relationships for 20 years or something, getting beat up every night, and then one day they just flip out, and they just
Sunshine, that's the same thing I was saying when I said some pow-pows when you press once, 3 come out at the same time. It was an automatic, or well, we can't have automatic. It was a semi-automatic,
yeah. But
and
those
it
like I
is
was saying, those
impossible to just get
situations,
one out.
those
Yeah.
situations are bad because you end up staying in those type of situations, and then you snap one day. All those women end up on that show Snap.
Yeah. Well, I'm so sorry that happened to you, Kyle, but I'm glad you're safe. And
Right.
thank
Yeah,
you for
definitely.
educating. Like, this was a very interesting story. I'm not sure if anybody else feels that way, but I've
Yeah,
never heard anything like this. But most of the gay men that I do know, when they get into it, that I know personally, all of them put their hands on each other and they tear the house down.
yeah.
Look,
But see, what I'm trying to do is shed light to the formula. See how I was moved to another country. I had a house, this and this and that. It happens here too. If a guy is telling you, like, I had a situation where a guy I met last year, he was living in Virginia and then he was moving to Tulsa, Oklahoma with this program where they were incentivizing these black professionals and give them, and he had a really amazing job. Now I do my background checks on everybody. Come to find out this man had multiple assault charges, all of that stuff like that. And a lot of these men are quick to move you in. So it doesn't just happen overseas. It happens here too. They'll be like, oh, say y'all living in Virginia. He's like, oh, let's move to Dallas, Texas. I got a job down there because he's trying to isolate you from your support system. And then it just escalates from there. And I thank you for the support. And I thank you, Lakeisha, for allowing me to share my story. But just be very careful and don't fall for take your time and get to know a person because they will show you.
look, we listening. I believe you because I had my experience with somebody like that who seemed like a nice person. They switched up. Like, damn, who is you again? Yeah.
And then another thing is that they tell you not to work.
Oh,
That's
that was me.
yeah.
Didn't want me to work. I don't pay no bills, but then you think you finna just be doing all of this crazy stuff?
Yeah, they control you because they're the ones with the money.
No. Right. He and then this one would so this person was, remember when I told y'all I don't let men move in with me? If you want to live with me, you gotta buy a house, right? So here's the deal. Back in my days, I used to be a loan officer. So you're a loan officer, you cannot do a loan for yourself. So I'm like, okay, this is my dude. We're in the house. So I do a loan in his name, right? Because it's gonna be our house. Guess what this fag would do every time he get me? Oh, I shouldn't have said fag, but y'all know
Yeah. It's all right.
Guess what he would do every time he would get an attitude? Call the police and tell him it's his house. After I have did the loan, and it's supposed to be a loan for us. So now he know I don't work. I mean, this is a house that you supposed to be paying everything, but now you use it against me every time you get an attitude. I was like,
But see, I want to ask you a question too. Were you legally married to him? That's another thing that I do. I test men in a certain way. I tell them that we need to be getting married as a safeguard in those situations. Because a lot of times those abusive men, once y'all get into an argument, what they're going to do, they're going to kick you out to the streets.
Right.
Oh, you didn't even have to be in your community. I believe in that. So that's where I think you and I are different because I'm on my 3rd last name. Let me be clear. You have so many more rights as the wife, and that was exactly
that's
the
what I'm
thing. You
saying.
can't get kicked out. You know,
that's what I'm
and then
saying.
plus you get Social Security. I'll be dogged if I be with a man for 10 years, give him a bunch of kids, and I ain't getting nothing when he croak.
Right. I'm not doing no Jim Jones and Chrissy. None of that.
No.
She been on the roster for 10 million years. And that's what I'm saying. Like, with that situation, we was fine because he was gonna put everything in my name. But even in those situations, it gets crazy. So you gotta feel out everybody because
But you
they
gotta
really
watch
start
it.
to
If he
show
wanted to
their
put
ass.
everything in your name, that's another red flag. It should have been joined. He probably was
No, no,
gonna
no, no,
leave
no.
you
Meaning,
holding the bag.
so no, no, no. So let me rephrase that. He was a little bit older than me, and he had some
Oh,
health issues. So he was saying everything was going to be in the will for me.
oh, okay.
That makes sense.
And I
So
wanted to address Queen's comment about she added me. So yes, tell your son to teach her how to protect herself. My father taught me how to box, and because at the end of the day, he's not going to always be there. So yes, please teach her how to defend herself.
yeah, that's true. But I could say, with that being said, when you're in the household with somebody and they decide to get up and strangle you or whatever, just if anybody's showing you signs of aggression, period, get out. You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Don't even stick around. Oh, I know how to fight. Don't even stick around because
That's
these
true.
men, they're not going to just do a one-on-one fight with you. A lot of situations you see people get unalived
Mm-hmm.
and they sleep, whatever. Like
Right.
people are crazy out here. So I just say to you, like, avoid aggression. And like I said, they always show signs. Like they lash out, they're hypersensitive about something very small. They want you to coddle them, they want you to baby them. They're testing you. And when you see those signs, or if they're like, oh, I need somebody to listen to what I say, stuff like that, like get away from them.
And
Because
one other thing you said that they attitude change. That is so freaking true. When somebody is so nice and all of this,
They
then all of
love
a sudden they
bombing you.
switch up.
Mhm.
Get the hell away. Get away.
Right. And me
Absolutely.
and my ex, we had problems because he would, like you said, love bombing. But instead of saying, I'm a person, I like to sit down, have communication. I like us to get down to it. He would take you out to restaurants. He would take you out shopping. He would take you to a hotel. I always met those types. They don't know how to take accountability. They want to buy you or do things for you. But then I've learned in therapy or just watching other people's situations or women, like the Beverly Hills women that stay in those type of situations because they got the
Yeah.
Lamborghini and the diamonds. It just escalates. After they give you whatever they give you, they feel like, okay, the coast is clear now, and now I can escalate, or I could do whatever, or I could cheat, or I could do whatever. And I could just buy you.
Lakeisha might know this one since she's the person. You remember Real Housewives of Beverly Hills season 1 when old girl was getting knocked around. I'm trying to think of the words to say on YouTube.
Did you say Beverly Hills?
Yeah.
I don't watch
And
that.
remember he ended up hanging himself. I can't think of her name.
I don't watch Beverly.
Oh, okay.
I don't watch that show.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
wow.
watch that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I watch Housewives, Potomac.
Oh, I know which one you saw. I know you saw. So, because I watched a bunch of your videos on it. Basketball Wives, back when it was in Miami, when Evelyn and Ocho
Oh
Cinco.
yeah, I remember that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
sure do.
Well, see,
Well,
Evelyn is so shady that I
yeah,
don't really
yeah,
like. I'm not gonna say that she wasn't, but the
right,
things that she's done to the other women, like with Tammy and other
right.
stuff like that, I don't think that she's very. And then her daughter having a baby with the guy who had the baby with the
Keisha
girl that
put
she knew and
videos
stuff,
on
and she
there.
was trying to be like, "Oh, I didn't know her like that." So with Evelyn, you don't know, and that's the thing I don't like about like victimhood. Like, not saying that she didn't, because I wasn't there. But there's people that I question because if you're moving funny in other ways, you know what I'm saying?
Right, right,
So she did an interview. She did 2 interviews with Ayanya.
right,
What is Alanya Save My Life? Fix My Life. And the
right,
first one, she hid the DV. Although Ayanya already saw the signs. That's what she
right,
did. Then
right.
she came back after the season opener for Ayanya's, I think it was her second season. It came back and said that he had been putting his hands on her.
So I believe he did, but I also believe that um I think they were fighting each other. And Tammy Roman
Yeah,
said that, not to make
I
it
agree.
any better, but I think she went along with it as long as it was beneficial to her. Because keep in mind, it was a situation where he had been cheating, if y'all remember.
Mm-hmm.
So he
Yeah,
had
and
been
they found
cheating.
the condoms. I ain't gonna say the
Yes,
word, the condoms.
yes. But he definitely was. But if
Wait,
y'all remember, Jennifer alluded to that they had a little crazy relationship a long time ago. And that is why her and Jennifer had fell out. So I believe he was, but for some reason she found it acceptable because I guess they was fighting each
but
other.
she said out of her own mouth that she said out of her own mouth on Basketball Wives, if he's going to do it, he needs to use a condom.
She
And
did
that's
say
what
that.
he did. Then
She
she
He
did.
needs
said
to
it. So
use a
how you
what?
getting mad?
A
Oh,
condom.
oh,
Oh yeah. I'm not, you can't say it with YouTube.
oh yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, because I don't ever want to like discount when people say, you know what I mean, that somebody actually put their hands on them. And he never said that he didn't. I just think that she blew it up bigger than it really was. But I
You
But
know
don't.
what?
also
You
at the
made the
same
right
time, I
comment.
feel
You
like the
said
way,
she was, wait, y'all. She said she was in it as long as it was beneficial. Remember at that time he was on
yeah,
Hard
but
Knocks and he was playing for Bill Belichick team, but he was like only making 8,400. I mean, $845,000. He was getting old veteran money. He wasn't making any money anymore. So I
right.
think
But
you're
I feel
right.
like Evelyn is like, I don't want to say this. I'd never want to discount anybody's abuse. I think Evelyn is a provoker because if
Right.
you notice her behavior on the show where she's throwing
Yeah.
glasses at people and doing all this crazy stuff, like Evelyn is just like, it's just hard to like believe her like
Right. Oh,
100%
I agree.
with how she treats the other women on that show.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to listen to her abuse when you are abusing people. You literally abusing people. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, throwing
And that's when
glasses
she
at
came on
people.
on Alanya crying, said people think just because of how I act on TV that I deserved it and I did something wrong. Come on now. And I'm
Right.
not trying to sound racist, but she's Latin. I heard they get rowdy.
I just
Yeah, but
believe that.
oh yeah, go ahead. Mhm.
No, I was gonna say I just believe that there are some women that'll do practically anything for money, and I just think she one of them. I just think that whenever it's money involved, she'll do a lot of stuff. She'll
Well,
do
remember she
strange
got
things
mad
for
at Wendy
change.
Williams for calling her baby a cash register.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
She got real bad because
That
she was
was
hopping
hilarious.
from one guy to another and getting into the same situation in every relationship. Then she tried to get her daughter to do the same, to grandfather her into like the HOE life. And then her daughter ended up having a baby with somebody who owes all this money for the SA
Well, like you
allegations.
wait 32 years to go
And
around and have a baby for him?
and guess
Right.
what?
Not
She
knowing
just
that
did an
he's
interview.
broke.
She just did an interview talking about that.
I saw that talking about she didn't know her, man. I think you posted a bunch of stuff um showing that she knew that they were actually friends.
Yeah, they all. So let me tell you, Evelyn went to this lady's. I think it was her
They,
baby shower or something, or they
yeah.
were at something. It was
So,
real crazy, and Evelyn was like, "Oh, we weren't best friends like that." So it's like she plays convenience, just like when she did with Tammy, when she was like, "Oh, I didn't know anything." I'm sorry, you dating a famous basketball player. You're not going to do your little due diligence and find out if he's married.
oh
Like,
yeah, I know.
how does that even make sense?
She just
Like
went from person to
Evelyn likes to
person.
play dumb, but then she wants to be self-righteous and you were HO. No, girl, you the grandmother of all the HOEs. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. So I'm like I said, I don't want to diminish her or whatever, but as a person who's experienced it, I'm not going around. If I'm on a reality show, I'm not gonna be throwing glasses at people and doing all this crazy stuff.
Well,
Right.
she got, you get karma because with Carl, they like her first season coming back to Basketball Wives was a whole lie about them trying to do IVF and all that. He was having all kind of women in their house. He was doing
Yeah.
all kind of crazy stuff, but she stepped into his relationship because him and his first baby mama, like their kids months apart.
Yeah. Well, you know how you get them is how you
It's how
lose
you
them.
lose them. And
And
now she's
secondly,
almost 50 and has nothing.
and also on top of it, except for that show. But the crazy part about it is if you date an athlete or rapper or anything like that, you always got to know that you're only going to be the main one. There's always going to be other ones. I'm sorry. You're not looking for a investment banker or a guy in IT or an engineer. You going for these athletes. You know they got women throwing themselves at them every single stop they go to.
Right. That's why
Lakeisha, what's a
Christie was with her
relationship?
man.
Since you're the celebrity blogger, what's a relationship that you were surprised? Like what celebrity relationship when you found out the truth behind closed door were you actually surprised about?
Oh, that's a good one. What celebrity relationship?
You thought it was one thing, and
Oh,
then you after your
got
research
it.
and stuff come out, what was the best one for you?
Jada Pinkett and Will Smith, honey. That one.
Oh, good
Jada
one.
Pinkett and Will
Good
Smith.
one.
That one.
Put your headphones on.
Wait, you talking about when she was messing with August Alsina?
Well, I'm just talking about their relationship and their dynamic. Like for me, when I saw Will and Jada, I'm like,
your
they
headphones
got
on.
it. You know, you found out about Jada messing around with Alcina, which was her son's friend, and then you hear about all the other craziness in their marriage.
Well, yeah, because they were separated for 7 years, but playing like they were still married, right?
Right.
Yeah, for Hollywood. But I found that
Mhm.
to be quite predatory because if that's your son's
Oh,
friend, that's a little
very.
weird to me.
Very. And he was like 18 or
Like,
9. I mean, he was an adult, but still, he's still a kid, 18, 9. Come on now, old lady. You know you shouldn't be sleeping with that little boy. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. So that
Wait,
was the
how
one.
did it come out, Lakeisha? How did it come out? I remember the
oh, August
entanglement part.
Alsina,
Was it the
didn't he
red?
talk about it?
I think he alluded to it. Eventually, he talked about it, but it was always speculation. Will and Jada's relationship, there has always been speculation that they were swingers. And then it was stated that, Will is, he goes both ways. And then
Right.
they said that Jada was messing around with Mark Anthony and that Will had caught them. So it had always been some stuff, But
Right.
learning that the old lady slept with her son's friend was just too much for me. She
And then
needed
the
to be
red
at the
table
red
didn't make
table,
it any better either. I
right?
felt like
She
she should have
needed to
kept
be
that to
there,
herself.
right? Right. She should have just not told anybody about that. And let me tell you the part that I said I don't even like Jada no more. When
Mm-mm.
Will slapped what's his name, Chris Rock.
Yeah.
And she was just making light of it. I'm like, girl, your husband has humiliated himself. And you
Right.
acting like it's just, I'm like, Jada, do you even like your husband? So yeah, those two was, yeah. What happened to Mimi? Oh, wait a
Yeah,
minute.
or maybe she got clicked out again. But I'm saying like, yeah, like I was on the same wave with you. I felt like certain things we didn't need to know, but I think that was the rise and fall of them because of the internet. People in these podcasts sharing too much about themselves that we
Right,
don't need to know. And
right.
if you do have an open relationship, like so, it's just like the speaking of this, they were talking about Yandy and Mendices recently
Oh,
and their whole mess and how Yandy
yes.
kept defending him. Now she's with somebody else. But I'm like, yo, like y'all are a hot mess too. Like, just keep it all to yourself.
I think I expect that with them because again, I feel like you lose them how you get them. When Yandy got with Mendices, he already has another son that's like a couple of months older. So it's just like Yandy, what did you expect? I'm not surprised by the Yandy and
Well,
Mendices stuff.
the whole relationship was a lie. Like everything they came on TV when he was first introduced and they had been together all them years and all that stuff was a complete lie. All that came out after he went to jail and then the baby mamas all came to the show. So she lied so much, but at the end of the day, they ain't married.
Mm-hmm.
You can keep
Yeah.
calling him your husband all you want, you look crazy. They ain't married.
Well, but even though it was embarrassing, Yandy's reasoning for it did make sense in the long run because she had so much money and he had the restitution situation. And I think that was why she didn't go forward and
That was
turn in
her
the
thing, but there's
license.
something that's called prenup and postnuptial, where your finances are not commingled.
No, I know, but Mendices is such a narcissist. Remember, he was telling her that he wasn't going to wear his ring because he didn't feel like she was showing up. Meanwhile, she held him down while he was in prison.
Yeah, but that was also her choice. She
No,
knew
I
what she
know,
was
but
signing up
Mendices
for. It
was a
wasn't
hot
a
mess.
surprise. She knew he was out there slinging, you know what? She knew exactly what he was doing. And because Erica, I was watching like old little clips, VH1 had played something, and the first baby mama said he had been fighting this case for 4 or 5 years before he even went down. So she knew what she was getting into. She knew when she got pregnant, he was eventually going to have to go and do time. She knew all these things. Now, I get what you're saying. She held him down for all those years, and then he should turn around and be grateful. I get that.
Right.
He made a valid point, though. Yandy is more worried about what people think than her actual relationship.
Yeah, but
Right.
I feel like his nose ain't clean either because of the things that he has said publicly. Like he doesn't wear his ring. And then he also said he had the audacity to get on a podcast and he was asked if she was to go to prison, would he hold her down? He said,
said
I'm not
no.
sure.
He
Right.
said that
He
on a
said no.
VH1
It's
show,
just
that
like
couples
no.
retreat. He said that on the couples
Yeah,
retreat.
something like, and I was like, you are like, Mendices is just embarrassing.
Mm.
Like you, Andy, you are a multi-millionaire. You didn't need, I don't know what's up with all these women on Love and Hip Hop. If Stevie J, him have dinglings of gold or what, but I don't know why they allow these men to play them publicly on TV like this. But
Wait,
like,
but Stevie J was caught in Diddy house when they did the raid. What you
no, I
doing in Diddy
know.
house?
But I'm just saying, all these women on Love and Hip Hop, the common denominator is them all sharing these men that embarrass them. Even Amina, she had to move back to Germany because she don't have no more money. And
Oh, she in Germany?
yeah, she's from there.
Well, I know she's from there, but I didn't know. I knew she moved to California because they did marriage boot camp. And she
Yeah.
was staying in California at that time. Now she made herself look like a complete ASS. Lakeisha, did you report on any of those?
So I don't really talk about loving, the people from Love and Hip Hop New York. You were speaking of Amina. Is that what you were?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know she has stated that the reason why she ended up moving back because of the fires in Cali, and she had lost property or something like that. That's what I heard, but I don't really talk about them in New York. She ain't been on the show. The show don't even come on. So I usually only talk about celebrities, like reality TV stars or huge celebrities.
Oh, I know one we could talk about because I watched a lot of your videos on it recently. Basketball wise, Jackie Christie and her daughter.
Oh my
my!
God.
Now we all know Jackie Christie was probably not a great mom, and everything was about Doug. But she pushed her. We black. You know, one thing you don't do is put your hand on your mama.
Right.
But I saw this I forgot this vlog where there was the other girl that she has like a dark skinned daughter too. The girl was airing out how she wasn't treated properly, and the girl that got into a fight with is that Chantel? She got into the fight. She was saying she wasn't treated as well, and she didn't even live with them. It was a mess.
Yeah, she
I
did a
was
whole
like,
book
Jackie should
saying
have
that,
just
but
kept her
she
daughters
came
off
out
that
saying
show.
that like season 2, season 3, that story came out because they had went to counseling about that and stuff like that. But we over talking. I see MG is on the panel. I wanted to give that person an opportunity to speak.
Hey everybody, can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I'm sorry, I am super late, so I'm just listening and trying to catch up with what's going on. But I heard about Basketball Wives, Jackie and what's her daughter?
Oh yeah, we're just talking mess now. We done talked about the T Hood situation of death, so we just jumping from topic to topic, just
Okay.
random conversation.
Oh, I got you. Okay, and stuff. Yeah, but that Jackie, I stopped watching Love. Basketball Wives.
Basketball Wives.
They need to change the title, but yeah, yeah, I stopped watching them, and I don't know, it ain't a hot mess. And with the mother and daughter, I already knew that was gonna turn left. It was.
But here's the thing about it. She had Jackie sit down 2 times, and Jackie was like, okay, tell me what's wrong. And each time she won't talk about what Jackie said to Brandy or X, Y, Z. She never said what her issue is. Then she go to her room and says, well, I just came to tell you we're not going forward. Okay. Then she turned around like it didn't even make any sense. Like she had no storyline, and that seemed like that was her storyline.
Mimi, I think that was the producers, to be honest with you, because a lot of times we're only seeing the conversations that they had. The producers put these little bugs in these reality stars' ears, and they like tell them to fight with different people and to do.
Oh, I agree.
So apparently, Gloria or somebody read this book that one of the daughters wrote a long time ago, and that's how they pushed her into all of that. The producers were actually being messy, and I guess they had a bone to pick with Jackie, and that's how all of that started. Because from the viewer's eyes, it doesn't make sense, but from the inner workings, it had to be the producers, because it's like, why is your daughter just coming in? Why is she befriending all these women that don't even like Jackie? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Befriending. She went to her mama job and told her mama co-workers to either meet or her. Like, are we in elementary?
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's the producers, like Carlos King on The Housewives. He talks about a lot of that stuff too. Like even with Cynthia on The Housewives and the Cookie Lady and all that other stuff. Like the producers instigate stuff between people because Chantel has no linking to Evelyn or any of these women. So it doesn't even make sense.
Chantel sat down with Evelyn, I'm going to say season 2 or 3 when this whole thing surfaced, like years and years and years ago.
No, I know, but I'm saying that's the producers, because what relationship would Chantel have with Evelyn?
I get it's the producers, but you have to be grown enough and understand the lane you're going into to not be manipulated. That's the producer's job.
Yeah, but her daughter's impressionable, and airtime is airtime for some 30s. People. No, I know, but if you see, for instance, if you've never been on reality TV before, right, and you're walking into this machine, I call it the devil. You don't know what's going on. So people are putting bugs in your ear. And I've done interviews and I've done regular TV, right?
But gotta
they do this stuff behind the scenes.
Grown. Ain't nobody put a GU into her head
I'm telling you,
join this
I'm around the same age as her. I'm telling you, people behind the scenes do this type of stuff and they instigate things. And that's why I'm just saying that it's a mess.
I'm saying you're 100% right.
Yeah.
I'm saying you 100% right, but I'm also saying she is grown with 2 kids and
no,
been married
what I'm trying to tell
twice.
you is, if you're not used to being on TV, you would not know that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm 100% with you. But if you're not used to the TV dynamic and the stuff that they do, you can easily fall into it because they play with your mind.
Yeah, but she grown. She signed up for it.
You know what? That's an interesting concept that you said, Kyle, because Evelyn just did an interview, and that is exactly what she said. She said that the difference between Jackie and her daughter is Jackie knows how to play, and the daughter don't know how to play.
Yeah,
right.
No, I agree. I agree with him 100%.
Yeah, but I'm trying to
their
tell
job
you
that to make it messy.
No, I know, and you're wise, but a lot of people coming into the TV game, they come into it thinking one thing, and they don't realize that they're already in the trap. And I'm saying this as a person that I've been on regular actual TV shows and worked with actors and stuff like that, and they literally, the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, you'll be shocked. And I've kept my calm, and I didn't fall into the negative stuff that happened. And luckily I was shown and given cameos on the shows I was on. But had I reacted, I could have been kicked off a set. You know what I'm saying? So they do a lot of stuff like that. And I just think it's unfortunate that they divided Jackie and her daughter. But I think one of the producers probably doesn't even like Jackie. Because you know how Jackie will tell you off.
Well, most of the producers probably don't like Jackie, but it came out. I remember from, I think it was Real Housewives of Atlanta. It came out that, oh no, it was Love and Hip Hop. It was Love and Hip Hop that they liquored them up behind us before they even push them out for their scene. So they're already tipsy when they get onto the scene to make it more interesting.
Yeah, they do that with every reality show. They're always drinking.
I didn't know K. Michelle was joining our Real Housewives of Atlanta. Did you know that, Lakeisha?
Yeah, so they've been hinting that it's K. Michelle and what's her name, Pinky Cole from Slutty Vegan. Now K. Michelle was seen filming with Portia and Kelly.
Yeah, that's some tea thing.
Right. So yeah, they've said that it's K. Michelle, and I've also been hearing that she's married. So who is her husband?
Yeah, who married K. Michelle?
Well, she probably met somebody, those country singers in Nashville, or like a producer. Because remember, she was in Nashville for all that time.
But she was with a doctor because they did she had her own TV show after Love and Hip Hop. She had 3 seasons of her own show, and she was with the doctor.
No, but this guy.
They broke up. Okay.
This guy is somebody different.
Okay.
Like she's been hinting at him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does K. Michelle fit in with the RO? Like they gonna bring her for like the drama? She's supposed to be like the new Nene.
Well, see, I was going to get to that. There's this particular vlogger, I won't mention her name because I don't plug other people on other people's channels, that is like a big Nene fan, but she swears that Nene's going to come back. I don't think that Nene's going to come back due to that lawsuit.
She filed, she's done.
What lawsuit?
Yeah, they was going to bring her back. They was going to bring her back for Sweet 16.
Yeah,
Nene got too big-headed.
I don't think she's gonna come back. I think Nene was in a spot that a lot of the girls wanted to be in, and she let them play her right up out her spot. And I don't think she's coming back. She's not.
But you know what? And I'm glad she's like, I like Nene, but Nene thought she was bigger and better than everybody. I remember during COVID when they did one of the reunions, and everybody was on computers.
Yeah, she closed it. Slammed the computer down.
She closed that door. I'm not coming back.
Well, I think honestly she had a habit. I'm going to say allegedly, because do you remember her behavior on that Pillow Talk conversation where she was pacing back and forth?
Yes, pacing back and forth.
And she was going off on Kenya.
She act like she bipolar.
No, it's the stuff. We won't say what it is, but y'all know where I'm going with that. The Hollywood stuff.
But you know what she said? But they did say that. They did say she acted like she was on something that night. But this is what she did say. She did say, and I can kind of understand where she's coming from. She said she basically was an overnight sensation. She blew up. She said she never had any media training. She never had any of that, which I can kind of understand. But I believe that, she had been that #1 girl for so long that she allowed her attitude to
she thought she was irreplaceable,
interfere, and what she failed to realize that she had a really good thing that other people wanted.
Right.
So,
but
you're making $1 million a year.
Like that reunion, she would walk off and not come back.
Right.
Yeah, she was original.
But also the thing is, you never mess up your bag. I don't care how much I have an attitude. Like certain people, and you're probably right. She doesn't have media training, or she just doesn't have couth. But once you sue somebody or whatever, that door is closed. Like I'm never looking back. Right. So I would never try to be in the good graces of Andy. And even whatever she was alleging was maybe true, like I think the lawsuit was a bit much. And I feel like she's right. The black girls, they can't do the things that the white girls do. So like you suing them, like Andy's never gonna, take you back and stuff like that.
I think it's bigger than Andy because she sued all the way up to the top. She sued
No, she did.
NBC
But
Universal.
Andy
She
is
sued
the one
everybody.
that hires them.
Yep.
Andy's the one that gives the green light to the girls and stuff like that.
Wait, where's
So
Nene's man? Remember, Nene's man was married to another woman that sued her for, I forgot what it, Lakeisha, what did she sue her for?
What is that called?
I can't think of it.
I had it on the tip of my tongue. It's kind of like you suing. She sued her for like
Stepping into her marriage. I just can't think of what it was called.
So basically, stealing is what is it called? I can't remember, but basically, what it is she sued her saying that you stole the affection that I should have been sharing with my husband. It's really weird, but in some states, people
North
can
Carolina, I think she sued out of North Carolina.
I think
Yes.
Vintage had something like that.
She did. She did.
Yeah.
So what, did they give her a lien or something? They put a lien on her property?
I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened after the lawsuit. I just remember it being filed.
Or maybe she settled outside of court.
Well, here's the deal. Nene talks about this man and then she's back with him.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
But what happens to close your legs to married men?
I guess
exactly.
Oh, she said, okay, because she said that
Right,
they
she
were
did it
not
she did it for
together.
Kim.
Oh, wait, Lakeisha, is it true that Kim's coming back to Real Housewives? Y'all, I got a little cold, so that's why my voice is messed up. I'm sorry.
Now,
Well,
I
that was-
did hear that she was possibly going to come as a friend. Now, I'm not sure.
Oh,
but I did
okay.
hear that.
Don't be
Well,
I would like to see Sheree back.
She broke and washed. We don't want to see Kim. We want to see riches. We don't want to see washed up. Kim is washed with all them kids. Now her and her husband is separated. She broke, stealing from her daughter. I don't want to see Kim.
Yeah,
So
her
wait,
daughter
so-
admitting that was embarrassing.
So,
I'd like to
Lakeisha,
see
why did
Sheree.
Shamise do the apology? Like, what lies did Shamia, I said Shamise, what lies did Shamia come out with? Because they were saying she was lying about a lot of stuff. Do you know?
Well, I stopped following that story, but what I
Okay.
can say, I don't believe that Shamia lied. I believe that Shamia is not as confrontational as the others are, so
Yeah.
what I do
No, yeah,
know-
you're right about that part. She's non-confrontational.
No.
You're right about that.
What I will say, and I'm gonna say allege. Now, remember when they were at the reunion and Portia kept pushing her, saying, "Okay, why did our mother fall out?" And everybody was like, "Don't, let's leave that alone. Don't leave it alone." You know why they said leave it alone?
Why?
Because they're saying allegedly Portia's mama was trying to mess with Shamia's father. So that's why they kept saying, "Leave it alone."
Wow.
So what I was told is Portia's mother, obviously she talked about losing a daycare. Portia's mother was going through whatever hard time. They said Shamia's mother and father, because Shamia's parents are still married, was helping them out. And Portia's mama allegedly was trying to get with the girl daddy.
Wow.
That's why they were saying, leave it alone, leave it alone, leave it alone. So I guess that's what Portia got it from, her mama. I've been said that.
I was
but
about to say that too. Maybe she get it from her mama.
Yeah. So I don't
Well,
believe.
Portia is just broken.
Wait, I want to get Lakeisha's thoughts on the Simon Guobadia and Portia situation. I know you have. I know you got something to say
But oh my God,
I'm sorry. What was the question? I'm sorry.
about
the
Simon and
Guobadia and Portia thing.
from the beginning. What are your thoughts from the beginning of the
Portia is
relationship to the
so
end?
foolish.
Well,
She thought anybody got money.
Here are my thoughts. Okay, and this is totally honest. So Simon is not stupid. Let's just cut. He's not.
Oh
he's not
no,
stupid at all.
no, he ain't.
He's a very well-established businessman. People can say he's a scammer. If he's a scammer, he's a good scammer.
He's a good one.
So this is what I believe. He could have been, feeling like, okay, I love this woman. I want to do all of this extra stuff. I believe he did do that because with the house, he knew that he was giving her more and he wasn't really receiving anything. So I feel like, maybe he was like, okay, I love this woman. I want to do all these things. But the simple fact is, it is what it is. She wanted to use him for money and he wanted to use her for her celebrity. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
he wanted something from her just like she wanted some from him. But the thing with them two that didn't work is Portia tried to outsmart him by filing for divorce, because I don't think she realized that he was gonna get deported, and now he can, not pay, because now he's not he's not a United States citizen. He doesn't have any assets. What they gonna do? Go over there and arrest him? It's over. So I don't think she thought out, because they said she is the one that called ICE. Now I don't know if she
I was about to ask you about that.
But here's the deal. If she did, here's the deal. Who else would have did it? Who else cares?
All of a sudden, the day that she filed for divorce, the ICE store come out.
Actually, Lakeisha, I heard that he was on his way back to the country on a trip, and he was questioned. You know how, like, when you come back, I travel all over the world. Sometimes they send you to the other line to be interviewed. So I was told that he got in trouble when he was on a trip, and he was coming back through customs, and they realized his paperwork wasn't right.
No. So he wasn't on the trip. That's not true. So he was not on the trip. So they picked him up. So he was picked up. But here's the deal. Who else? Simon been moving about. Nobody cares. Like, I think
for 30 years.
I believe that Portia did call him on him. I believe she probably thought that would help her, but she didn't think through it.
But she's a dingbat. She's a dingbat.
Absolutely.
Because it's like, girl, if he's getting deported, how you gonna get your alimony?
Because she's a dingbat, just like you said, because she didn't think about that. I mean, Portia feels like, I got the paperwork. It says he has to pay me this, but he ain't paying it. He ain't paying it. So I believe they definitely used each other. I don't believe that Simon is that dumb that Portia could have pulled one over on him. I believe that he wanted to use her celebrity, because, I mean, hey, her celebrity can be beneficial for him as well. But I believe when she filed for divorce, it pissed him off, because keep in mind, this man had been giving this woman X, Y, and Z amount of money. She was living in the house free, don't have to pay nothing. Maybe in his mind, he's like, look, I'm paying for everything. Even if our relationship ain't going as good, why would you want to divorce me?
Right. And she's probably manipulative. She probably wanted more.
Lakeisha, was it true that he was supposed to have like this $40 million deal that fell through, and that's what the prenup was based off of? Why she put she would get $5 million?
So I don't know anything about that. The prenup that they put together, they kind of said what their assets was in the beginning, and he said what his assets was. I don't know what they used to verify it. I don't know what the man's assets is, but I feel like he does have significant assets. I feel like he just don't want to pay, because here's the deal. They've been saying that Portia allegedly has been messing around with a lot of different men. And he said when he filed whatever documentation or whatever he was filing, but I believe also too, he is aware that she has been messing around with these different people. Because if you look at Simon's background and all the women that he's been married to, he paid them all. So this is not like he just don't want to pay her. I believe he feel like he really got played, and at this point, he like, I'm not paying this whole shit.
And
well, she was
her
going to
whole
Lagos,
thing with
Nigeria.
Shamir is she's jealous of Shamir's life. She wants Shamir's life.
But
Shamir
I
got
also
a $9
want to
million
add to
house.
that.
You want
They
that?
said she's messing with the president of Nigeria's allegedly.
Okay, guys,
She's messing with.
Let's answer this one question, because these people keep saying, I don't think Simon has money. So how the heck does he buy a $7 million house with no money? I just how do you do that? Because I want to know, because I would like to try it. Okay,
right?
Because
he have money hidden somewhere.
He
No,
definitely got money.
he has
Yeah, he have
money.
money
I
hidden
think that
somewhere.
what people were saying was he was over exaggerating how much he
Oh,
was worth.
probably. Oh, probably. Now that
Oh,
Yeah.
he
that.
probably
Okay.
did. He
Because
probably
he had a
did.
website saying he was worth 100 million or something like that.
300 million is what he said he was worth.
Yeah, it was on some
And
Google,
Portia
but they
believed
were
him.
saying
That's
that you
what it
could
was.
pay people to put that
Oh,
online for you or something like
absolutely.
that.
Oh, absolutely. He probably did inflate because when I went to court, they were like 300 million. I'm just like, what? And the judge was like, well, wait a minute. How did you just lose all of the 300 million? I don't believe that. So, yeah, he could
Right.
have. Yeah, he could have said more, but he definitely has, people with no money, they don't buy $7 million home. So he definitely
Yeah.
got some
Well,
money
she
somewhere.
got what she deserved. She went to want to play like she didn't know this man before. She met him when he did that scene with Fallon. She went into that girl marriage, and hey,
And then she said the same thing to Angela. She said, "Oh, I should go sleep with her husband or something like that."
Yeah, that's what she do. I mean, hey, that's been Portia's running track record. I mean, Fallon said herself that she found out from Dennis that Portia had been messing with Simon. I mean, she said that. Dennis never came out and said Fallon lied. So
Right. And also, they said that Portia's allegedly messing with some politicians' sons in Nigeria. So she's been going back and forth. That allegation about her messing with a lot of men is probably true.
oh yeah, because
well, that's how she got
they
that first
contacted
Roy
me.
for. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying that they done contacted me and told me, yeah, she definitely, she been doing some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She need to chill out before she actually messed with the wrong person.
Yes, Portia
She
gets
gonna mess with the wrong woman's husband. That's what that's gonna happen.
Yeah,
But when you have that Jezebel spirit, you don't care.
got to get that money by any means necessary.
All she
Yeah,
says,
allegedly,
green.
the word on the streets is she has people flying her to Nigeria and they're wiring her money, allegedly.
Well, that first Rolls Royce she got, I'm gonna say season maybe 7, 8, 9 or something. That white Rolls Royce she got from out of Nigeria.
Allegedly.
Well, that's what Kenya said. So So wait, Lakeisha, how do you feel about Phaedra coming back to the show after those allegations that she put out about Candy?
So here's the I like Phaedra, but Phaedra lied too damn much. Like, when does she keep it real? When does Phaedra keep it real? I mean, I like Phaedra, but Phaedra coming back to the show, what did we learn about her? I mean, nothing.
Yeah, her first season she lied about everything.
Yeah.
Well, remember Angela Stanton, so
Yeah, yes. Y'all know who
she
Angela
throws
Stanton is?
everybody under the bus.
They may not know who Angela Stanton is. I know who Angela Stanton
Yeah,
is.
and do you know,
Oh, I
Mimi, you know
remember
about
that
Angela
book. She was the
Stanton?
one with the book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
she's the one
but
with the
her
book.
Apollo and Apollo's brother, they were all in some type of crime ring.
Yeah.
And
yes.
Yeah, with
yeah,
the cars or something. With the car
wait a minute.
dealership.
It was supposed
yeah,
to be.
they were doing car stuff. They were doing fraud, a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, they would go to
And
the car
Phaedra
dealership
was
and see
supposed to
certain
get them
cars.
all off the hook.
Phaedra
Yep.
was, wait a minute though. Phaedra was allegedly in on the scheme.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. They sure did.
So
They said they was getting cars, retagging them, some stuff. I believe what
something like that,
Angela
yeah.
said. I believe Angela.
yeah, she threw all of them under the bus, then married Apollo because it was convenient. And she wanted to have some whatever. And whenever she doesn't have use for somebody anymore, they're done. So it's a mess. But I
Yeah,
think
that's
that
what
I
happened with
always
her
say
on
that
Married to
Kenya,
Medicine. She thought she was gonna go there and play all those doctors and thought she was gonna be Queen Bee.
no, she
And
went over there just for a check and she was waiting
Yeah.
for the right time to go back to Real Housewives of Atlanta. But I feel
Definitely.
like Kenya should have threw her right under the bus when Phaedra did that long read about the sperm cup. Kenya should have said, "You married an ex-convict, so you should know." Like Kenya would have cleared her so quick, but Kenya was trying to play nice with Phaedra. I'm like, girl, Phaedra is a liar. She's fake. She's always throwing people under the bus. I personally don't like her. I think she's great for TV, but yeah, I don't understand how she could go that far. And then with Candy, I'm surprised Candy didn't knock her upside her head.
Yeah,
Is
she
she still
definitely went over there
loyal?
for a check. Definitely for a check only.
Yeah,
Because she
Stacey's
didn't even
still
like them
loyal.
girls on Married to Medicine.
Mm-mm.
No, it wasn't that she didn't like them. See, it's a different ball game. On Real Housewives of Atlanta, she's the only one with 5 degrees. So she thought she's the big wig in her mind, but she went on a
No, no,
show
no, no,
with
no,
women that
no.
have
Those
more
ladies are
degrees than she
doctors
do.
and dentists.
Yeah, and she didn't realize that she tried to. That's why she called them. What did she call them? A bunch of B's, a bunch of H's, and like
I don't
you
remember.
No,
whatever. She met her match
but
when
they're
she went on
accredited
that
just like
show.
her. If anything, she's more educated than the ladies on the Housewives. But on
Yeah,
Married
that's
to
what I'm
Medicine, they
saying.
all
That's
like
what she
doctors and
thought. She
dentists.
thought she was gonna be the big boss when she went to Married to
Yeah,
Medicine, but she met her match. All those have initials before their name and after their name.
yeah.
Right. Yeah, they work for real. Well, I
Hmm.
don't think that was a good fit for her. She's not married to medicine. Nobody cares
Mm-mm.
about some fake Reiki or whatever shit she lying about she doing. Like, come on, girl. Yeah, that
Oh,
was
wait, but ain't she dating Apollo's best friend when they did the night thing? And remember the last episode, Apollo came on.
You know what? To be honest, I think that that's just for the show. I don't think that she really dating him. Do y'all? I don't. Do y'all think it's real?
Well, I didn't
I
think
think
it was
that
real
I never
until
seen
it
the
was
show.
brought on the Real Housewives. I'm like, okay, so now it's leading this long.
no. So you got to understand the dynamic. Her and Apollo are both Scorpios, and they was just both trying to get back at each other. So Apollo was dating his side piece and married her, and then Phaedra was like, "Oh, let me go onto my little Rolodex and see somebody in his little whatever." And they both still have some type of feelings or something towards each other. So I think she did that just for the show and was pretending like she was unbothered and dating this guy, but I don't think they're really together either, Lakeisha.
Yeah, I don't think. I just don't think that they're together.
Okay.
Because
And that's the
he
thing
doesn't
I
even
don't.
seem like her type.
Right, and that's the thing I don't like about Phaedra. She lies too much. Like she'll come up with a whole fake storyline. Like
Yeah,
it's the girl. Yeah, she's
yeah, she was.
She wants to see Apollo sweat.
right. This is why I don't think it's real. All of the kissing and the affection. I'm like, this is so fake. I don't believe it's real. I think they have an
Right.
agreement that he's going to come on and pretend to be her fake boyfriend. Y'all know Kenya did that a lot of times.
Oh my God.
Kenya was
Kenya has the
popping for
worst
Mm.
that.
history with men.
Well, it's her upbringing. Kenya had a lot of trauma, so she doesn't treat other women right, and she gets the wrath of it in her relationships.
Yeah, because of how her
Right,
mother treated her.
right,
So
right.
yeah.
That
Yeah, because
affects
Mark
her.
treated her like dirt.
Yeah.
But
But then
she
again,
admitted she saw all those signs in the beginning. She was so desperate for love. She wanted to marry every man that she brought on the show, but they didn't want to marry her.
Yeah, and wanted a
well,
child
Kenya is
too.
a
So
lot. Kenya is a lot. As a like, I'm not. I'm not saying this to be disrespectful. If you are a woman her age and you're struggling to have a man impregnate you, when men are shooting up the club with
Right.
everybody,
Everybody.
that says something.
But I
Like
think
men
Kenya,
don't.
though, and we talked about this, it's that therapy. Think about you feeling like your mother don't like you. You see what I'm saying? Like,
mhm.
I don't know
Mhm.
Grew up like
yeah,
exactly like that. I
as
grew up
that
exactly. My
therapy.
mother gave me up at birth in the hospital. She left me there. She
Okay.
literally got up and left me there. My father, they found out three weeks later, my father found out I was born and he came to get me because
Oh,
the hospital refused to put me in. They was like, this baby is too beautiful. Somebody wanted this child. So they didn't put me in foster care. My mother did the same thing. And I had to
Wow.
work through that. And when I was 27, I put that to rest. I put it to bed. I went to therapy. King is still holding on to that.
did you
And
ever
she
meet
hasn't
her
dealt
though?
with that.
Did you ever meet your mom, Mimi?
No, yeah, I mean, and here's
Oh,
the
you
crazy
did.
part, y'all. I am her identical twin.
Wow. Okay.
Mm.
Identical twin.
Wow.
So
Do y'all remember the show when Kenya was filming and she was going to meet her mother and her mother would not open the door for her. Do y'all remember that?
I
Yes,
remember
I
bet.
that.
remember that. That was like her first or second season, but
Right. That
Kenya
was
does stuff
sad.
for the dramatics. You
No, but
already
I
knew
think
your entire. She already said she used to be in the same room with her mother, and her mother would not acknowledge her.
Yep, she sure
yeah, but
Yeah,
I think Kenya's mother, a lot of those situations where mothers are jealous of their daughters or whatever like that. Because if you think about it, Kenya was that woman in the 90s. Like she was Miss America
She
USA. Then
was,
she
but
was
her mother left her at birth, so it wasn't
no,
even
I
about her
know.
being
But
anybody.
imagine your daughter, you leaving her at birth and she becomes this big pageant queen. Then she's in all these TV shows, music videos, she's in Hollywood. Like, I think her mother, like some women are jealous of their daughters.
But I think with her though, because her mother left her since
Mhm.
At birth.
she
hmm
left
yeah,
her.
yeah, I
So
think because of their religion, the parents was Christian, something like that. And mom got her pregnant at a young age.
Yeah, at a young age. But
And the parent didn't accept it, or so something like that.
the
Oh
dad's
wow.
mom didn't
I
accept
can
it, I
remember.
believe.
Yeah, the dad mom jumped on board and
Yeah.
took care of her. I know the father took care of her, but the mom
Okay.
due
Yeah.
to I think her family background and if I can remember, it's been a long time ago. Her parents disapprove of it, and because the mom had a young age, you can
Yeah,
say
but
she
the
gave her
family
up.
didn't believe in abortions,
Yeah,
so
yes,
she
yes,
had her.
something. But the
Yeah.
aunt
Oh
still
wow.
kept in touch with her because the aunt told her let it
right,
go. But how can you tell somebody
right,
let it go when they want the
right,
love of their
Exactly.
parent?
right.
She
But the
keeps
aunt,
going there for the rejection, but she
right,
still hasn't accepted. I had to accept that I would never get the mother's love that I was craving because it was holding me back, and
right.
it's still holding her back.
It is, yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's a hard
You
feeling.
want
Like
that love.
I have what is it called? I forgot.
Abandonment
I'll think
issues.
about it. Um,
PTSD.
no,
Trauma.
no, no. What is it called when you have fear of being left? I can't think of the
Oh,
word.
Abandonment. Abandonment.
Abandonment
Abandonment
issues. Yeah,
issues.
PTSD.
I still have that, and so I don't. I'm still working on letting. I don't let people get close to me.
Okay.
It's hard for me to celebrate holidays or to be excited about something because can you imagine graduating high school and college and nobody's in the thing cheering for you?
Oh,
That
Mm.
has your blood. It's my boyfriend's family that's there,
oh
and,
yeah.
and my boyfriend's family threw me my first birthday party when I was 17.
Oh
Mm.
wow.
When they found out I had never had a birthday party.
Oh,
So but I had to like what I did initially, I took that hurt and pain and I said, okay, it's not bothering me. I pushed it down, I ignored it, and I became something in spite of, and I
Mm.
pretended like I was over it. But then it hit me one day and I had to deal with it.
yeah.
And
It will
she
come.
hasn't dealt with it.
It will hit you. It definitely will hit you. And I think Kenya is very beautiful person. It's her attitude. It,
Mhm.
Kenya, yeah, her attitude is a mess.
Well,
Because she's
it's a
still
defense
searching for that
mechanism.
love from her mother. I had to accept that I will never get a mother's love.
Well, a
She
lot of
hasn't
people,
accepted that
like
yet.
for instance, I dated a guy, or off and on. He wanted me to move in with him, but he claimed he had abandonment issues. He told me he had a superiority complex. And what I've realized is some people
What's
with
the
abandonment issues,
superiority complex? I'm confused.
they
What's that?
create this shell around them where nobody's ever gonna hurt them or beat us. So they become this whatever to lash out at people. And I think that's what she displays. Because if you notice how bad she treated Portia her first season, I think she was threatened by Portia because Portia is very beautiful.
Who are we talking about? Oh, but Kenya
Kenya.
treats
Kenya, how Kenya used to treat Portia.
anybody
Her
bad that
first
comes
season
on.
it was crazy how she used to talk to Portia.
Yeah, but Kenya, boy, I ain't gonna lie, she deserved what Portia did on that stage. Because if you point something in my face, I would have been did that.
Well, Kenya thought that Portia was an easy target because Portia's not book smart. Kenya is
Oh no,
very
she is not.
intellectual. Kenya
You know,
is
I
like,
think Portia was like an easy target for them.
mhm.
hmm
She come off as
Kenya
But
is
if you think
sharp.
about it, Kenya's like that with everybody. Anybody that comes on new, she's
No, but she was
territorial.
extra with Portia because Portia is not that book smart.
Oh
So
no, I
Kenya,
agree with that. She kept calling Portia
Kenya
out.
being intellectual and sharp. She was like, "Oh, I could," because Kenya wanted to be besties with Nene, and Nene was like, "Nah, girl, you stay over there." So Kenya needed somebody else to pick on,
Yep.
and then Portia finally dragged her.
Do y'all remember that episode? What's the actress name? She was a childhood actress, and she was on that show for I think one season.
Oh, Kim
I can't remember.
Richards.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
that's
saw
what
how her Kim and Kenya was to do something, but somehow it didn't follow through. And when Kim said she had to step down, how she treated Kim, like she went around and tried to remove the chair from Kim.
Yeah.
Oh, you know
So
what happened? So it was Cynthia wanted to work with like some type of production company, and
okay.
Cynthia decided to work with Kim, and then it caused some type of dissension because Kenya was like, "Well, I got this. I've been in Hollywood, blah 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 blah." But I'm like, "Girl, that's Kim Richards. She's way higher than you. Like in terms of like she was a lead on several different shows. So
Yeah.
yeah, so she was mad that Cynthia picked her production company for her. Remember she was doing a Cynthia Bailey
I
eyewear or
think she
something
was
like
doing a
that?
commercial out there.
Yeah, it was some type of
Yeah.
commercial show. Yeah, something like that. Okay.
Mhm.
I knew it was something, but I couldn't put my finger on why they had a disagreement. And Kenya really kind of like dissed Kim for was a business type of wise, and she got mad at Kim or so forth.
Yeah.
Wait, so
Kenya,
Lakeisha, do you think she's coming back?
Yeah,
Kenya,
Kenya.
Yeah.
Well,
she
they
said
said she's
no.
not coming back next season. So they said, well, you know, they can now got this alleged lawsuit thing going on. No, she's not coming
Yeah,
back.
with Britt Eady.
Right. Yeah, she's confirmed that. She's not. But here's the deal, though, y'all. Let's just be honest. As long as Kenya has been on this show, do y'all really think that her doing that got her kicked off? They didn't want her. They wanted her off this show because guess why? If they really wanted her back, they could have just been like, okay, Britt is gone. We'll bring her back next. You know, she ain't coming back. I believe the
Well,
producers was tired of Kenya. That's what I
well,
think.
no, Lakeisha, it's her and Andy. Andy doesn't like her for some reason. And remember she did the Carlos King interview?
I remember. I sure
That's
do.
why I think put the nail in the coffin for Kenya with Andy because
Wait, tell me
Carlos
about
was
the
like,
interview. I didn't
"Oh,
know she
you
did
don't
a
get your
Carlos King interview. What
flowers,"
did
and
she
blah blah
say?
blah blah blah.
She
And
complained.
Kenya fell into the trap,
Right.
and Andy wasn't feeling that interview, in my personal opinion.
Right. Kenya did an interview and she pretty much complained about a lot of stuff with regards to, you know, things that brought. It was about, what was it, maybe like a year or two? Go to Carlos King and just look the interview up. It's the only one he has with Kenya. But I
Okay.
just feel like the network wanted Kenya gone. I mean, think about it. She was on there, you know, since, you know, Candy is gone and the other ladies was gone. She was the, you know, the last running one. So, you know, she was making all the money. I think that, you know, and then think about it. Just think about it, y'all. Britt threatens Kenya, but Kenya has to go. Why didn't they both go?
Well, you
Yeah,
know,
but
Lakeisha, I
didn't it
think
come
with
out that
that,
wasn't even her on the pictures?
Right.
no, but allegedly, but I think it really was her. But the thing is, this is the thing about corporate America, and Lakeisha, I'm sure you know about this. When you're working in corporate spaces or around white people in certain spaces, right? When you carry yourself like Kenya, they find you to be threatening. So her and Andy, I don't think got on for a long time because her and Andy have always had some type of dissension. But Kenya is great TV. But that network, but when she started doing those interviews or talking to certain people, I think that was the segue for them trying to get rid of her because it was like, how dare you? We kept you on for, like, this is how white people feel. It's like, we kept you on this long and you got the audacity to be doing interviews about this. And that's why I say about Nene, you got to be careful with that bag. Like, you got to pick and choose who you do interviews with and stuff like that.
That's
because you're making $1 million a year, girl. Your life is not that hard. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you're doing 16-hour days and you can complain about how you're the black sheep, but how many people, and now you're doing $100 specials at the Kenya Moore hair spa.
I
It's
thought
like,
it got
girl.
closed down.
No, it's still open, but she has some type of lawsuit going on because of back rent or something like that.
Oh, okay,
And
yeah, okay. I know I
she
read
was
something.
she's doing like specials. She's always promoting like $100 quick weaves, and I'm like, girl, she was trying to sell her old what do you call it? Her old gowns from the reunions inside the store, and I'm like, you got to
Oh,
think with
she
your
did.
brain.
Well, she
The
lost
first
because
night,
it
no,
came out in her
hold on.
divorce
The
that she was
first
getting paid $100,000 a month.
the first night that you're opening your establishment, you're going to have a burn book party about some other woman.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Like, are you using your brain?
no.
Clearly not.
Like, girl, you already got your stuff. CVS took her stuff off of the shelves because of that episode and that whole
A lot
controversy.
of people did. But
About
wait,
somebody
speaking of
that we didn't even
clothing,
know of.
Lakeisha, what about old lady gang clothing?
I don't really have. I mean, I didn't really
Because
follow it. I honestly, I had been to the old lady gang like twice, but I think one time I went in and left, and then the other time it was like I couldn't even tell you about the food because I never ever had a
I've
chance
been
to
to one.
experience it. The line was long as heck.
Yep.
I didn't even keep up with their reviews, so I really don't even know. I feel like maybe they had the restaurant for a good amount of time. Maybe they was like, look, we done with it. So I really don't have
It
a
was
problem.
because of back rent. It is something of the story. They're being sued for like $140,000 in back rent.
No,
I'm not
I thought that was
surprised.
another one though. I thought
Oh,
that was
I think they
Blaze.
have 2 locations.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
okay.
Blaze and the
Yeah.
old lady gang.
Oh, both of them.
No, I'm saying they had two different scandals. So, like, for
Right.
instance, old lady gang, I forgot why it closed, but I think Blaze was the one with the back rent
Right.
issue.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah, it was Blaze with the back rent. I don't know what the issue was. I can look it up with old lady. I just didn't keep up with it because I've never really ate the food, but I heard
Yeah.
about it.
But
mean,
and
it
then they
could be.
also had that scandal with the shooting.
There was a shooting?
Yeah. Remember
Yeah.
Oh
Marlo's
yeah, her
cousin or
cousin
something?
got pow by
Oh,
one of the
yeah,
other
yeah.
employees.
Oh, dang, yeah. That was a while back. Wow.
Yeah, I remember that. Here's the
Yeah,
thing
it
about
says
Candy was on TV. Candy was only her parts were only good when Mama Joyce was going at it with Todd's mama. I can't think of her name.
Oh
oh,
yeah,
she
the one
passed away.
that died.
That passed
What's her
away.
name?
After that, she just became a dud. And I didn't understand why she was on there because she didn't bring anything on there. It was always Mama Joyce
Yeah,
bringing the
well,
drama.
the black community just kept saying, well, Candy's paid. I was like, well, being paid doesn't bring you a personality. And my whole thing with Candy is her mother was embarrassing. Like, I agreed with Nene
She was.
about Candy's mother.
Candy called her mom for everything.
No, but Nene was right. She said, your mother wants to throw a shoe at somebody. And then her mother came right on the reunion and proved Nene right. She was embarrassing.
Don't say nothing about Candy Mama now.
I would
You
say
ain't lying
everything.
about
I don't
that.
give a damn. If I lived in Atlanta, I'd be like, Candy, I love you down, but your mother is embarrassing. That's the New York in me, because there's no way you can enable your mother to be doing all of that all the
I
time.
think on that same reunion, she let it out that her mama opened up a bunch of credit cards in her name she didn't know about and
Yeah.
all kind of stuff.
Yeah, and then she was like, her mother was like, oh, Mama Joyce is paid or something, like she was drunk. Did y'all see that?
Wait, what
She was
happened?
drunk talking about Mama Joyce is paid. I got the money. I had the money before Candy or something. And it was, and Andy was eating it all up because she was drunk. And I was like, there comes to a point in time where you got to sit down with your mother and say, hey, like, your behavior is embarrassing and this is not cool.
Do y'all remember the show when they was trying to bring Escape back and they had like a tour and they had like a
Oh
rehearsal?
yeah, I saw
And they
that. That was
doing
actually really
dances,
good.
and Candy wasn't getting it. So the next day her mom came and mom was talking to them about y'all singers, y'all not dancers and stuff. I'm like, Candy, you run to your mom and tell her everything?
Yeah.
You remember this episode they was trying to dance and Candy couldn't get it? And
Well, her mother's embarrassing.
Yeah, and she came trying to talk to them, and I'm like, "Why are you here?"
You know what? I was done with her mother with the Carmen situation with the shoe, and she
Mhm.
was
Now
just
that right
like,
there, try to fight.
she was like, who was telling? Who's the streets? Who's telling you? Because her mother tried to insinuate her assistant was messing with Todd.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
remember
That
the
was
mom was
low
trying to
down.
fight her. Yeah.
They said Mama Joyce didn't want Candy to marry Todd because she don't want Todd to get her money.
Yeah.
I'm sure because her mother is one of those type of mothers that has to be centered. So
Yeah.
anybody else that comes into Candy's world is a threat. And
Right.
it's crazy that
I don't know how
Candy
Todd
doesn't.
lasts this long.
Yeah, but Candy needs to stop enable. But Candy has a prenup with Todd, so Todd can't go nowhere.
I'm sure. I mean, why would she? You know, that's
Oh yeah, that was a part of the whole thing. Yeah, they do have a prenup. They almost didn't get married the night
Yeah, so
before it
Todd ain't
became.
going nowhere.
It was more about him being disrespected. Like her mother was. I don't know how he lasted through all that because ain't no way I would have dealt with that.
right.
Yeah, but his mother showed right on time. His mother let her have it.
If Todd
Yeah.
wasn't playing. Todd
Yeah,
mama used to be going off.
his mother's from New York. She
New
didn't play
York. I was
that.
about to say that. She's from New York. She wasn't playing. And that's her son. You know how we are about our boy.
Please.
Yeah,
Todd
and
mama
that's
was
what I'm
ready to
saying.
fight.
Like Todd took so much disrespect from her, and I'm like, it was the way Candy's mother used to. Even when the way she talked to Phaedra at the table, he said he was going to go over to your office and blow you the f up or something like that. Remember
Oh
that
yeah, I
episode? She
remember
was.
the Phaedra at her office. Somehow, one of her clients came and said blow something up, and it was some type of lockdown they had.
And
You
then
talking about
she
that
just kept
episode?
repeating it.
Okay.
I think Candy just allows her mother to do whatever. I think for her it's easier to just let her loose. I mean, 'cause Mama Joyce be please. Mama Joyce
Right.
be acting a fool.
Yeah,
I think
she's
a
a
part
train
of her
wreck.
being protective and letting her mom do that is because her brother died at an early age, so she
Right.
feels
Right.
responsible.
Right. Yeah, that definitely could be it.
But
That definitely could be it.
but therapy is important because
Oh,
even in the black community, we feel like, oh, you got to love your mother and your father, but if they're doing toxic things, you got to still hold them accountable.
right. And gotta cut their ass off. Now, don't disrespect them, but you most definitely can put their ass on the block list. My mama been on there so long, baby. Bye. Stay on it, girl.
Lakeisha, I'm with you. I cut off my family because I was like, you know how
Sometimes
you
you
get
have to.
older and you go to therapy and you're like, wow, there's so many different characters in my
Get
family.
off of them.
Baby, listen, you get a good therapist, depending on what family you was a part of. You be like, did them motherfuckers even like me? Stuff they was doing. Oh, serious. Because think about it. When you're young, you are doing what everybody is telling you to do. Then when you get to
Right.
be a young adult, you just still doing what you were taught to do. Then when you get to a certain age, you like, wait a minute, all this shit they was telling me to do, that wasn't necessarily right, so now you're unpacking all of this, and now you're trying to create a better life for yourself, and then you're realizing all of this shit that they was doing to you and that they taught you to do was wrong.
Wait, that's like when I
Exactly.
found out my grandfather had a whole nother family at his funeral. I was like, all these morals and values, you talking about our name and trying this, that, and the other, and you got a whole nother family?
Mm-hmm.
Child, listen, when you think
Just
about
like the
that,
pastors in the church.
that family trauma is
Mm-hmm.
serious, and it's something that we have to come to terms with, because if we don't, let me just kind of share something with y'all. Like, my mother, I love my mother, but when I tell you the lady is toxic, that's why I had to block her, because she is toxic. Now, I'm not gonna cuss her out, I'm not gonna disrespect her, but blocking, she will get blocked. Now, let me just tell y'all why therapy is so important, because we can say, oh, I'm not gonna be like this person. If this person raised you, you
Exactly like
will
them.
be just like them, unless
Hmm.
figure out in your mind the stuff that they do that you don't want to do, and then look at yourself, and then you see yourself start doing. You need to get you some therapy so you can help, so you don't become something that you don't want to become. Because
Right.
say it all day. Oh, I'm not gonna be like this, because I slowly was like, okay, I love my mom, but I don't want to be like her. And I'm like, oh shit, I see some characteristics. Oh no, I don't want it. So
Right.
you gotta work hard, because it's really easy to be something that you don't want to be, but it's hard work to become something that you don't want to be. But if you don't want to be
Right.
that, you just put in the work. And I had went on TikTok and I was talking about my experience with therapists. And I'm gonna tell y'all this. When you get you a therapist, first of all, you got to make sure that it's somebody that's going to help you to get you to where you want to be. Now, I done had a therapist that wanted to be my friend. I done had a therapist that wanted to gossip. I said, these women don't work for me. I need somebody to hold me
Right.
accountable, to give me assignments to
Exactly.
do.
I still haven't found a therapist.
I did, but it was a lot of hard work. And guess who she is? A white lady. At this point, I wouldn't give a damn what color you is, because I
Yeah.
started with Black women and none of them worked for me. Like none of them.
Wow.
Well,
But you know
I'm
what
a
I started
Libra, so if
thinking?
I can mentally mind F you, and that's the whole thing. If you don't hold me accountable, like I get, that's why I haven't found a therapist yet. I get it. So maybe I need to go white.
Well, what I learned is we Black people we got a lot of similarities. So me telling another Black person about my trauma, which may not be trauma to them, like keep in mind, like my trauma to me is emotional stuff that I didn't like. Somebody else may, been getting their tail whooped. Now they may see their trauma worse than mine, where I'm talking about my emotional trauma, and they might not see that as something that's a huge problem. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
that's going to become a problem if I have a therapist that doesn't respond to the things that I'm saying, because they like, girl, that ain't nothing.
Right.
Do you mind sharing when you say you had emotional, you had to have a therapist because emotional? Can you give like an
Right. Yeah.
example?
Well,
So I'm
that's
gonna give you an
crazy if your
example.
therapist is telling you that ain't nothing. That's so unprofessional.
Well, they don't say that it ain't nothing, but if you are a therapist and I share with you some things that I'm working on, and all you want to do all the time is just talk about it, but you went to school for this and you can't give me we ain't finna keep talking now. Come on
Right.
now, you got to give me some assignments. This therapist that I had, she said, listen, she emailed me some stuff. I got to look at it. She said, you're going to take this stuff and you're going to ask your mother these series of questions, and we're going to come back and talk about it. That's the type of therapist that I need. Now, Mimi,
Right.
to answer your question, when I say emotional stuff, so this is what I learned about myself. When I grew up, I was not a fighter. I was a peacemaker. Okay. So when I grew up, I was made to fight. Okay. I was made to fight. That was never something that I wanted to do. So it changed my personality. You see what I'm saying? When I say, let me give you an example. I don't know if y'all mom ever told y'all this, but you go home and tell your mother, somebody is doing something to you at school. Your mama say, you better beat they. That was too
Hmm.
much for me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was a
Okay.
lot for me. So, me telling somebody that, they may be like, what? Girl, that ain't nothing. It was a lot for me, because I quite naturally, when I was younger, I wasn't a fighter, but
It was
my
forced on
mother
you.
said, you better beat. So imagine me not being a fighter, having to now go to school. And I beat their ass, but it changed who I was. You see what I'm saying? Because that wasn't who
Yeah.
I was. That was very dramatic for me. Another thing that was a lot of like real dramatic for me, emotional. And see, this may not be nothing for some people, but it was a lot for me. When I would go to family gatherings and see everybody gossiping about each other, you know what that did for me? It made me
Mm.
not trust none of them. Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
don't be just gossiping about everybody. But somebody else would be like, girl, what? You see what I'm saying? But those are things that bother me, because it made me not trust. I don't trust you. Y'all be gossiping about everybody business.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it really, it was hard for me, because I'm like, I stopped bringing my kids around. I'm like, I don't trust you niggas. Y'all be talking about everybody. Like,
Everybody. You be talking about me.
right. But it affected me in different ways, where somebody else would be like, oh, that ain't nothing. It was something for me.
But Lakeisha, like you've empowered me with this because, I tell other people, I was telling a friend, a guy I was talking to about this, I cut off my family as well because I realized the same thing that you expressed is like when I was in a hot seat, when a situation happened, I saw the true colors and I advised my mom when she went
Mm-hmm.
through something similar with somebody else. So, in the group chat, I aired everybody out because I was sick and tired of being the level headed. I'm the baby. And I was always expected to be emotionally level headed in a midst of everybody that's fiery and hot headed and crazy. So I aired everybody out because
You said you
in a
aired it.
moment where I gave you an actual spreadsheet, it was a financial thing. This is another thing that tears people apart. I gave them a spreadsheet and my mom refused to read it. And I said, this is a layout of everything that is to happen. And you're still just, and I realized my mom was like manipulative and she had boyfriends that just gave her the world. So she developed this complex where she could be centered. And she started doing that with her sons. And I had to like cut that off because I'm like, other people like Mama Joyce, they enable her. And I was like, nah, like I'm a person that A plus B must equal C. Like everything has to make sense. And like you said, after I went to therapy, I was like, oh my God. You know what my therapist told me when I was very young? Because I was going to give her some money in a situation. My therapist said, you have to learn how to be selfish. I said, what does that mean?
Right, you
He
do.
said, you give to so many other people and you don't think about yourself. And
I
in that
used to be like
situation, I was
that.
moving to my very first apartment and she asked me for some money. My brother was making a lot of money and something told me to call him and ask him. And he gave her a whole lot of money and it hurt my feelings. So it was just like I'm just agreeing with everything you're saying. It's like you're the first Black person I've also heard to say that they've cut off their family. And we have to stop that generational trauma in terms of like allowing, oh, we're supposed to love our parents, even though they're present in our life, but they being dickheads. Like, no, like,
So let me kind of make a correction because this is what I do. So, because sometimes the word cut off mean that you mad or you don't talk to them. I don't want to say that. So I'm not mad or nothing. I just feel like I'm in a very different place in my life. And frankly, I live in Georgia. So I don't really have, I got people that, from where I'm from that live here, but my mother lives in Georgia, but she's in Savannah. So
mm,
I kind of left where I was from because for one, my grandmother had died. My father had died. Actually, both of my grandmothers had died. And in all honesty, my grandmother's was really my mother. So I really felt like everybody was gone anyways. Of course, we have our
mm,
cousins and, my brother had passed away. So it was just so many people dying. So I was like, I got to get the hell out of here. So I really
yeah,
left because it was time for me to really live my own life. Like I said, my grandmother, everybody had passed away. And I was tired of being on the hamster wheel of, not saying I didn't want to be around my family, but don't say you're my family if you don't support the things that I like. You see what I'm saying? I don't want
right,
the fake love. If you don't support me 100%, then hey, we just friends anyways. So
yeah,
I felt like it's time for me to really do me and not trying to, be there for everybody else graduation and doing this and that. But then when it's me, shit, I graduated too, and if I
right,
felt like I was begging people to come. So it's just like I'm not going to um, you know, keep being in that type of environment when I can get the exact thing that I'm giving out. And I'm not mad at anybody, but I felt like it's time for me to live my life and embrace me and not be so caught up in everybody else's life, being there for everybody else. And then when it's, time for you, you don't get the same.
They're
So
nowhere
I
to be
just
found.
nowhere to
right.
be found. So I was
And
just like,
Lakeisha, for me, it's like the girl put in the comments, it's about boundaries. My therapist told me that I didn't have clear boundaries.
right.
And that was the thing. And like I was saying back to like what we're saying, it's always love your mother, love your father. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. You can hold them accountable. But what I realize is because they're older, they don't want to change. And when I'm working around people that don't want to change themselves, like we were talking
Mm.
about relationships,
Mhm.
if you don't want to go to counseling or you don't want to, if I'm talking about the same thing with you 5 years later, I'm
Right.
getting drained. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I will always help them out, give them solutions. But I noticed that my mother talked about everybody the same way. And then I got in the hot seat. So I 100% agree with you. It wasn't like a abrasive cutoff, but it was more like, hey, I seen you do this to my brother and his wife. You're not doing this to me. And if I have a partner in the future, you're not going to take over our relationship. You're just not going to do that.
Right. Because you got to live for yourself. Like at the end of the day, it's your life, you know. You got to live for yourself and setting boundaries. And that's something too that I never did, you know, because it's like not even thinking about boundaries and always trying to, you know, help other people. And I'm like, these motherfuckers is draining me. You know what I mean? Like, why do I feel so, you know, without energy? I'm just like, no, I'm living my life and, you know, it is what it is. You know, don't, this is how I live my life. And this may be whatever, however y'all want to say it. Do not call me and tell me about nothing in which you want me to send you a gift when my daughter has you know, she done went to college. You know, certain people sent gifts. I start keeping track of the shit because guess what? When your stuff come up, you gonna want a gift and I'm not sending it because I am to the point in my life where I'm sick of supporting people who do not support me. And that's just that. If you support me, we support each other. That's how they go.
I agree with you.
And that word is boundaries because some people energy, because they still have so much stuff going in their life. And people don't realize their energy is the biggest thing. And some people you be around them, it's like, why is my energy draining? But it's like, this person got so much going on. It's like, I'm not trying to be mean, but I gotta keep far from you because the energy you bring in is draining my energy.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, yeah, boundaries. That's the word.
Like my family is very fiery and I'm very calm. I like peace. So my father's love language was arguing, and I just couldn't do that. So I had to write him a letter and say, hey, I'm not visiting you like that because I can get on the phone and have good news and he'll turn it into like something negative. So I've had to learn, even with your family and stuff like that, like some people thrive off of chaos and drama. And I'm
That's
just
true.
not in the headspace of like,
That is very true. It's a lot of people that thrive off of that. And I'm one of those people. I can't. Like some people love chaos and crazy. And
You love it like how? Like how can you focus and love that? Like that's a tone. But people love it. They love drama. And drama
I'm 100.
follows people.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. So like my mother and my father, I've cut them off not because I want to, it's just because I know that they're not going to change, and they expect me to just coddle whatever behaviors they do. And in the Black dynamic, we just get this, oh, that's your family, that's your cousin. Even I had like a long conversation with one of my cousins about my sister, and they was like, no, I don't believe this. And I'm like, no, I think she's unbalanced. And I'm saying this as her brother, you know what I'm saying? Because you have to step back and look at your family members from an objective point of view of like you don't even know them. Like you are their therapist. What's changing? What's improving? What's this? What's that? I don't see no growth from nobody. I moved and I've been away from New York for like 5 years. Came back, same stuff.
Same
So I'm
thing.
like,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I don't even look for people to change because I feel like, look, here's the deal, and just call it what it is. People really don't change. Changing is hard. So I don't hold nobody to nothing. Live your life, and I'm gonna live mine. I feel like for me, whatever I need to do to make myself happy, that's what I'm going to do. And like somebody put in the chat, setting boundaries. I'm not going to allow you, or I'm not going to allow your emergency to be my emergency. And that's just that.
right. And also, what I want to say, Lakeisha, is from my experience, like I said, with the DV thing and experiencing the legal system, after you experience the legal system, you realize there's bigger things to worry about, and there's things that are so trivial. Like there's people locked up for life.
For life.
And they have no control of that. But you're talking about somebody who argued with you last week.
Right.
So my threshold is just different. And I'm very like, if you're not trying to see the bigger picture, or you're not trying to get a solution, I don't have time for it.
Oh, I'm with you. Like I love my family, but hey, I got a life to live. I done lost a lot of family members, a lot of loved ones. You don't know when your number gonna be called. You have to live your life, enjoy your life, And that's that. Whatever gonna make you happy, do it. Because one thing is for certain, they gonna do what they like to do, and they don't care if you like it or not.
Right. Yeah. And I saw the signs of it one time. I was having a conversation with my mother, and she had the audacity to say that my brother's wife was jealous of her. And I was like, this is insane. I was like, where did you get to this? And I'm a very objective thinker. So I'm like, where would you get to this narrative? Like, how did you get from A to B? You know what I'm saying?
One
Like,
thing, how old is your mother?
my mother is 70
So
something.
this is what you got to learn. So your mother is, so my mother is just turned 70. So when you talk about that age group, you got to understand they're not really into therapy and stuff like that. You have to understand that it really is what it is. So, you know, at that point, you got to kind of give your mama some grace and just know it is what it is. Like, I don't expect my mother to change. I just have to block her when she starts to become too much. Now, when I can talk to her again, she'll get unblocked. And then she'll probably get blocked again, but hey, that's just how it goes.
No, but
That block button be
we're on the
working.
same wave. Like, I
Right.
block people too, even in my family. I'm like, it's crazy. But other people I talk to about this, they try to make it frame like, oh wow. And I'm like, no. If you're taking on energy that's not changing, it's not trying to improve, it's not trying to whatever, and you're still coming to me with the same topics over and over and over again.
And see, I even had a conversation with my mother. I was like, look, girl, you need to stop. She don't listen. After that, I mean, she went on the whole, and I'm like, okay, she don't, she don't get it. I'm not trying to change nobody's mind, but hey,
No, but it got to the point where I was put in a hot seat. I saw the behavior she did to somebody else. I was put in a hot seat, and I aired it out because I was like,
you said I aired it out.
yeah, because I saw you do this to somebody else, and I advised you. Now you turning on me? Oh, so now everybody's stuff is going to be on the table now. And she was like, I don't deserve this. And my father too. He's a firecracker, but I'm like, he lives all the way in Vegas. I'm like, this distance. His wife can deal with that every day. But
Now,
I'm
what
just
city
in
are
this.
you in?
I'm in New York.
Oh, so you are in New York. Okay.
Yeah. So all my family on my mother's side is here.
Okay.
But it got to the point where my mother was getting too involved with my brother and his wife's situations. And I was like, listen, my brother gets into toxic relationships. He's not going to leave unless he wants to.
Right.
You're just going to drive yourself crazy, getting involved.
Right.
That's their business. Let them go to counseling, but stop just inserting yourself too much into it, because I told her, once I get married, you're not going to be doing that with me and my partner. Like, there's going to be a force field. Like,
Boundaries.
yeah, I don't play that. Like, you're not going to be hating my partner or being buddy. Like, it's just, there's a space. We're going to show up to the stuff, and that's it. But like, it got to the point where she kept calling me about my brother's relationship, and I was like, I don't need to know this. I don't care. You
That's
know,
so
like,
crazy because my mother and my sister fell out, and it's been about 7 years. So I finally asked my mother, I said, how long is this going to go on? I said, at the end of the day, I was telling her, I said, my daughter get on my nerves sometime. I said, but as her mother, I have to sit with myself and say, okay, I am the adult. Now she's an adult too, but it's not going to be 7 days, let alone 7 years that I not talk to my daughter, because what if I asked my mother, I said, so what happens if something happened to her? How, like, I'm just like, this is crazy. There's no reason that you should be so mad at your daughter over a car that, my mother had, I guess, co-signed for her a car and she didn't pay for. I'm like, can we like move past this? Like, I'm sick of it. Like, can we, my mother
yeah.
like, no,
Yeah, like the trigger
no.
things come and go.
Right.
No, and that's the thing too. But these things divide. So like, my brother and his wife apparently had some investment, and there was some money involved. She wanted her money back. This turned into like a 7-month thing. I advised her on what to do. I said, if it gets that bad, go to small claims court. I just don't want to hear this anymore. And then it got to the point where I got into an emergency. I had to evacuate a certain country, and I was put in a hot seat. I gave them a spreadsheet of everything that was to be done. I think my brother took the money low key because I never owed anybody anything. I'm just one of them type of people. So I flipped out because she turned on me the same way she was acting towards him. And you see how people act when there's any little amount of money.
Oh yeah.
Like she would have got it back regardless, but it was just the way she reacted and she didn't read this spreadsheet. So I aired her ass out about my brother and his wife because the same thing happened. But I was in a hot seat, and you see how people act when you get an emergency or something happens to you. So I had to cut them all off because I was like, y'all just want to be toxic just to be toxic. Like I gave y'all.
Was it stuff they were supposed to pay? Like, did you tell them like
No.
pay certain stuff?
So I was in another country where I wasn't able to access my finances because you know how there's foreign VPNs?
Right.
So my brother had to do something for me. The flights got canceled because there was like a war zone. So I gave him the proof to get the money back for the flight. I got the money back for my flight from Saudi Arabia. I got it all back. So I think my brother either took it or he didn't submit the claim. And on top of that, he got one of the refunds back and didn't give her the right amount. And in the spreadsheet, it mapped out everything. But she still tried to continue coming for me. So the group chat went left because I was like, listen, you did this to him about this. I was like, since you want to come for me like this, let's talk about those conversations we had months ago about him. And it became a mess. And I'm like, don't play this with me. Like, you're always going to get your money back, but don't try to make it seem like I didn't pay you. And I low-key think my brother took the money.
Gotcha. Yeah, family can be scandalous.
Yeah.
Family.
They was like, who needs enemies?
Yeah, it can be. Like how you get refunds back and then don't even give my mom back the right amount of money. And my brother kept ghosting in the group chat, so it was a mess. But that was the final nail on the coffin of like, no, you keep expecting change and you're expecting growth from people that don't want to grow up.
They're not. And what you have to do is learn to love them for whoever they are, because
you have to love them from a distance.
Change, yes, but you just, and then with no, you know what I learned is not to have expectations on people. I promise you, it's so easy to love people when you don't have no expectations because you don't expect shit.
Yeah.
So if they don't do nothing, it's like, okay. And then if they do something, it's like, oh, okay, but don't have no expectations because then they can't let you down because you don't expect shit anyways.
No, but Lakeisha, and that's the thing. Me, I am like that too. But when you get an actual spreadsheet, like a contract, and you're choosing not to read it, that's when I'm looking out. Because you got the whole map of what's going to happen. And you know what I'm saying? But family, well, my family, they just want to be fiery. They want something to argue about. And that's just what they thrive in. Me, I'm like about solutions. Let's solve the problem. Let's get to the root of it. How are we getting paid? That's it. I don't have time for all the other stuff.
I think family take you for granted. I really do. I think a lot of times family take you for granted because you they family. You're not going nowhere.
You blood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it was just the fact of like how one of you was talking about throwing other people under the bus and talking about them. I was like, I was noticing how my mom talked about other people like dogs.
Sound like my mama. I told her one day, I said, you toxic. When I tell you her feelings was hurt, she was like, what you mean? Girl.
Let me tell you, my mom was talking about her best friend and her best friend's husband. And I was like, well, that's their dynamic. They've been together for 1 million years. That's their business. That's the way I am. If you ain't gonna leave somebody, that's your business.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But she would call me and talk about other people and their love lives. And I'm like, Mom, but you single. Like, what's going like?
Leave your mother. Did you say your mom's 70? Leave her alone.
No, but I'm very introspective. So before I talk about other people or I like mention things,
Listen,
I have
she
to.
can talk about people. She's 70. Let her talk. Listen, just let her talk.
Yeah, when you was
Nah,
70,
me,
you earn that
I gotta
right.
look within before I talk about other people. If my shit ain't together, I ain't talking about nobody.
That is hilarious. So hilarious.
And for me, I grew up with more. I had an identity. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm cutting you
I
off.
was gonna say I have more expectations for my friends. I don't have any really for my family because family, I don't have much. Well, I have expectations for my, my adult children. Now they're adults, but when it comes to like regular family, I
Wait, you
don't have
got
no
adult
expectation for
children?
them. Yes, my son is 24. My daughter just turned 21,
Oh,
and then my
geez, you
son
look like a
turned 18.
little young whippersnapper.
I am 50 years old, ma'am.
No, man, you don't. Hey, I gave you early 40s, so go, girl.
Yeah, 50. Yes, ma'am.
And for
Yeah, but
me, so I grew up, that's all I'm saying. I identify with Kenya. Yes, I did meet my biological mother to answer the questions in the chat. My dad felt like I needed to know who she was, and that was the worst thing possible. I grew up with her telling me I should have had a misfortune, that I wasn't going to be anything. I was going to do X, Y, and Z. So I became who I am in spite of her. But what happened was when I got to 27, I realized that all of the degrees and all the accolades and everything that I did it to prove her wrong. And I remember being accepted into Georgia Tech for my doctorate. And I was like, I was 27, and I was like, I was going to be a doctor before I turned 30. And I had to sit and think about, am I doing this for me because that's what I want, or am I doing this to prove her wrong?
Right.
And I realized everything, and that's when as I said, when I was 27, I had to sit with it and find myself because me being her identical twin, people would say, I do hair. Oh my God, your mother does hair. Oh my, everything I did, and they didn't understand how that made me feel. You telling me I'm just like a woman who don't want me?
Right.
Right.
So
that reminds me of Doja Cat's story. She had this famous South African father or something like that, and she never met him. So she went on Whoopi Goldberg's show, or it was The View or something. And Whoopi Goldberg was like, "Oh, yeah, I met your father, and he was fabulous." And Doja was like, "I never met him," and I was like, "Damn!" Like,
Yeah, when she
and
said,
he,
I was like, "Oh my!" And
yeah,
we
you saw
called
that
him bad
episode.
boy. He's a nice guy. And she was like, "I never met him." I'm like,
putting the picture, is that
Yeah.
a mugshot?
What is this? You know, did you put it up earlier? I was
I said earlier he looked like he's on crystal meth.
I'm telling you, he look just like
wait,
Smokey
is this
did on
Ratchet
Friday.
TV?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He looks like he's on crystal meth.
You so wrong.
He does. He looks like he's tweaking.
Oh, he's definitely tweaking.
What happened here? Was who? I think
He was abusing that lady. You didn't see the video? Her face was, and that's not funny, but her face was all
Wait,
swollen.
play it a little bit so we get to the swollen face.
She looked like the Michelin Man.
And I took a nap, and I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I remember this picture. I was like, "What is Ratchet TV?"
Wait a minute, you took a nap in the middle of the live?
I'm sorry, I had a long.
She looked like the Michelin Man after she got beat up. Oh my god! Show the video of her swollen up. I'm sorry, it's not funny.
Look, go to the swollen part for us. You don't pull it up. You might as well go to the swollen part.
That you wanted to beat till that kid came out.
Damn, Greg, that's what we doing, cuz.
She was the same calling my kid's father, talking about how
Then her eyes still ain't right. Look at it.
how my baby was not gonna be born. He had me call my kid's father
Lakeisha, you wrong for this. You are dead wrong.
But I'm confused. Why are you calling your kid's father about a baby that ain't
Play
yours?
with her faces all swallowed up. Play with us all swallowed up.
Oh my
And
God!
turn
You know
around
what?
and tell
We're gonna be
him
the
that
topic
I
of
was
his live
pregnant
tomorrow.
and that the kid was not gonna be born. When he turned around and told my kid's father that,
Lay down.
Her, but this is too much.
That's her.
She looked like the Michelin Man.
You can't laugh at the victim.
Ratchet TV did this.
Allegedly.
The lady said.
Hold up,
Allegedly.
That's what that lady
Allegedly.
said.
Okay. I was like, wait, what? Is Ratchet TV the king of abuse?
Oh my God!
I guess
We are going to be the topic of his live tomorrow.
She looked like the Michelin Man. Oh my God.
But what's this?
Don't say one of my supporters
Lakeisha,
went
Google the
over there and
Michelin Man.
turned on me. He gonna say one of my supporters went over there and turned on me. No, that wasn't it. That was my first time catching his live.
What is wrong with his picture? Oh my God.
I said, come, you gonna try it? Come lay down.
Why did she post that video of her all swollen like that?
Oh my God, you so wrong.
Wait,
Ratchet
who
should
YouTube
never
is this?
say nothing about abuse. He should never.
She looked like the Michelin Man.
And turn around and tell him that I was pregnant and that the kid was not gonna be born. When he turned around and told my kid's father that, he also stated he was gonna actually go and have me taken to New Mexico to get an abortion.
What?
But I'm confused on why you calling your baby daddy.
How old is this video?
It say a year old.
Why they have the sign for the
Lakeisha, you are messy.
Well, how long ago was this?
I don't know.
So let me explain why that came up. Okay, so we was originally talking about T Hood, right? So we started talking about the live. Now, if y'all was on his live, he did an interview with the family, right? Now, for some reason, it seemed as if he was with the abuse.
Oh, we're gonna be the topic of this live, baby, tomorrow. I am not with the abuse.
No, they was telling me, they were saying, you know what? He has his own case. Go look it up. That's what they kept telling me. So I said, let me look it up. And that was you know, it's more of those out there.
You trying to tell me he got a rap sheet like T Hood?
I don't know. They posting mug shots. I mean, that's what they say.
Well, he gave it away on the live. We didn't even have to find no
I'm
video.
sorry, my
He gave it
connection
away
was
on the
acting
live.
funny.
He gave it away the way his responses, the way he was trying to protect the family. And I mean, and that was like the day when the videos actually had just came out earlier that day of what happened. And if you are still on this man's side after seeing those videos, then we understand why.
Well, look, I told y'all it's a lot of them out there. Listen, I'm about to show y'all this one right here. Like
Which
the
one?
videos is out there. This is another one. Y'all see this one? Wait, let me make it bigger. Y'all see the title?
I'm sorry,
of
what
the
video we talking about? I'm sorry, my connection was going in and out. It is Ratchet
Y'all
TV.
see that?
No, the lady that looked like the Michelin Man.
No, this is a different one. This is a whole nother video. This is a whole nother one. Look at this one.
What is going on here? He's a woman beater. What? What the hell is this?
Damn, I'm probably gonna be blocked.
So there's a lot. I mean, it's a lot of videos on here. So they told me, they was like, he got his own case. Go look it up. I was like, huh? It was like he all over, he all on YouTube.
So he here having an interview with T Hood family, and he got a case of his own.
That's what they said.
Mhm.
Hell.
That's crazy.
They did he have an interview with them. He was talking about I'm talking to them behind the scenes and I'm gonna help them do this. And this was after the videos of this dude beating Kelsey came out.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well, this
listen
one
to
of the
this,
sisters
though.
called him a B word.
They said that I don't know if this is true because I wasn't on there, but they said the family or the sisters was like, "Don't you got your own case?" I was like, "Oh
Yeah,
my god!"
Yeah, I
actually
think that was
tuned
on the
in.
kick. I think that
That's
part came on the
embarrassing.
kick.
Yeah, I tuned in because he had what it is. He had the he talked about it. He said everybody hop on my kit. I'm like, why can't you just do it now? But he did a recording and played it. That one of his sisters called him the B word. And same thing as in, like, you have cases of your own and stuff. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
But I want to ask y'all a question. How did y'all feel at that panel? Like, that must have been insane.
Oh, I was the first one up. I was the one that asked the first questions. The moment he did that, I felt like he was a woman beater, being point blank, because the way he was trying to protect them, and he was letting them get wild out. And then while we're trying to talk on the panel, he kept bringing them back up to argue against us. Yeah, they must have came back up 2-3 times as we're trying to talk.
What is on
But like,
the
why would they
YouTube
do
or the
this?
pic?
Why would they do this right after that happened? Like, I'm confused
And they
why there
said
was a panel.
the whole interview, all they said was, "Oh, we can't talk about it." Because my first question was, didn't he get pow back in April doing the same thing to a woman? Oh, we can't talk about it. I said, so okay, we're gonna have to go with the narrative. He was out there beating on another woman with a pow. He pistol.
Yeah, they didn't want to talk about it.
They didn't want to talk
They
about
said we not
nothing.
on that. We on the one that's going on now. We like to know what
Yeah.
happened.
But
That's
why
what
would you have a panel about a current, like, a situation that's going on currently? Like, I'm so confused.
No, so here's the thing. The family did the interview and it was we sat there for 2 hours and listened to the family's BS. And they kept contradicting themselves. So after their part of the interview was over, he dropped the link so we could come up and talk about what we heard. I was
Oh, I
up
thought this was
first.
like an actual panel in person. Wow.
Yeah, so I was up first. So I got halfway through my stuff before he started bringing the family back. So it probably was like 3 of us on the panel, just like now.
Oh,
And
okay.
every time they didn't hear something that we said that they didn't like, he kept bringing them up. And it just became an argument back and forth. It was just wild. They was cursing. They was threatening. One of the girls on the panel said they gonna beat her here and meet her there. It was crazy.
She knew them?
Which, no.
Oh, wow.
Just offer us on the panel saying, okay, the stuff you saying not making sense. I hit them with, okay. I kept going, but they kept saying she said that he was just breaking stuff, that he wasn't touching her. And I was like, no, her first message said that he's putting his hands on me. And I was like, we're not gonna sit here and rewrite history.
Right.
And I told them what y'all did. I told the family, I said, she sent that message at 3:00. He got pow at 7:00. What y'all did in them 4
Y'all wasn't
hours?
there.
Oh, she wouldn't give us the address. She wouldn't give us the address. Why are we putting everything on Kelsey? Why you couldn't get the address from him? And you had the address because when she said send me an Uber, so send an Uber so he can get his stuff, all you said was okay. And at no point in that text message did you say, what is your address? Because that's the first common sense thing. If somebody
Send me
says
the
send an Uber,
location.
exactly. How am I sending you the? So you already had this girl address. Let's not even play the game. Y'all knew exactly
Yeah.
who this man was. He was
I
a
want to.
terror. He was a beast. He
Yeah,
was
that
a
whole
monster, and he got
interview.
put down. He
It's
played
like
with
we can't
He
do this. We
played
can't
with
talk.
the right woman. He played with the right woman who brother ain't played at. Because if any of my brothers would have saw that pow would have happened on day one. So,
But I'm happy that the brother got off because that was sort of crazy.
Yeah, the
And
whole
he would
thing was.
say, and you gotta think about how much abuse he done seen toward his sister. So maybe he did hold the trigger a little bit longer. Yeah, he was angry. Yeah, he was mad. He done watched his sister be abused for months and months and months. Then you got the audacity to break in my house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh
I didn't
yeah.
see when the news first broke. I didn't know that it was a break-in first too. They just announced it. I got it from another vlog. I don't want to say his name, but they were just talking about how Rashida's son was going against all these charges. Now I'm happy that it was a break-in because if it would have been any other situation, Rashida's son would be away. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's so much stores. There was like a break-in, then something took place at an event that Kelsey was in, and he followed her home and stuff. So it was kind of like it
Candyland.
was there we go, Candy
Candyland.
Lane. So I'm not quite with that
Mm-hmm.
was the break-in, or they said it wasn't together, but
So that's two
somehow
incidents in one. At Candyland, he followed her home, and that was like March when he stole her bin.
okay,
And they was
gotcha.
looking here from him. But apparently he broke into, I'm gonna say allegedly since we're on here, into the garage to get into the house.
What was he
And
on?
He must have been
they
on
claim he
something.
was on something new, some new rugs, some new substances. Let's call it that.
Yeah, because I'm like, that's extreme to like, but we was just talking about narcissism and domestic violence and stuff like that. When they really are out to get you or whatever like that, they really become determined. Because I'm like, to break into somebody's house?
Act
He
like he
was
was on
determined.
whatever the new Angel Rust would be in
Yeah,
2025. Whatever the
let's
new
just call it
Angel Rust
wet.
would be. Yeah. He was, because that wasn't pills, that wasn't powder, that wasn't snow. Snow, that's like, I don't do drugs, but you know exactly how somebody acts on one, right?
Yeah,
His erotic behavior, whatever the new Angel Rust is these days, was what he
yeah.
was on, because he was, even when the girl did the video about him pistol whooping Vanessa, she was like, he was out there tweaking for hours before they even pow-powed him. He wouldn't stop.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I heard that video. Yeah, I was kind of confused because the
Do
friend
you have
I
that
thought
video?
Vanessa was the friend that got the
Do you have
I
that video, Lakeisha? Can you play that video for us?
Which one?
The one with the friend explaining what happened to Vanessa.
Yep, I
not
got it.
Kelsey friend, but I think Vanessa friend.
Not the Vanessa friend.
Friend.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah,
was
I
the
got that
one.
one.
Cause I got confused. I was like, did Vanessa was the one that got injured, or was it somebody else that got injured that was in a hospital along with T
You
Hood?
talking about the girl? I know the girl that kept cussing that had me cracking up. Like, she was so hilarious.
Yeah, that's the one I
But
was
was they,
like. Do you have
they
that
thought
video?
Vanessa was the main chick, but kind of found she was just a
Yeah.
side chick.
I said,
I'm about to play that one.
That's so sad.
everybody telling him get well. What you mean get well? He wouldn't be in here.
Right. What you mean? She was snapping.
But that's crazy. Like, how do you get pew pew in April, then get your life taken this way? And it was two different situation with two different chicks.
No, but that lets you know that he's an aggressor because how do you end up in two different situations?
It's definitely,
same
y'all,
situation.
something to do with the rugs, because I saw a video of him and he didn't seem, so you could just imagine the video I saw, he seemed like a normal person. So I was like, just imagine then how would he be on, the stuff. So you can tell whatever he was on, it must have took him to a whole nother level.
But you
Yeah,
know,
the family kept saying, "Oh, how Kelsey was on rugs too. I bet you can't pass a rug test." And she ain't the one out here beating on people.
Exactly. And they keep bringing up Kelsey as if she's the one out here committing crime. So they don't take responsibility for anything.
No.
Anything that you
but
say they
it sounds sort of mental too, and I think that that's another thing that's ignored. Like a lot of people are using rugs because they're self-medicating these other things that they got going on. Because to actually, I've experimented with rugs, but I've never told myself I want to break into somebody's house.
right. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't
Like,
yeah, it seemed like he didn't, I don't know, because if who knows, was he on it that night? I don't know. I
I mean,
just
I've
Well,
text people.
he was beating on her for 4 hours straight from when she sent that text message at 3 to when he got popped at 7. They said she called him 50 times. So that during the 4 hours, she was calling it. And then they're gonna say, well, if he doing it, then why she didn't call the police? But in one of your text messages that you posted, you said, well, we don't condone DV, but we told her to call anytime it happened. Okay, so which one is it?
I
She
never get
called
that. Like,
them.
y'all want her to call for y'all, but y'all some superheroes. Y'all can get there that fast to stop him, or like
No, the mother had her call her to prevent her from calling the police. You know what I mean? Like,
that's
oh,
how
if
I
he
think that. Yeah,
just call me, and she, I mean, yeah,
I kind of think that was
Then
like,
they
yeah, she probably
said,
knew that.
oh, we didn't know he had any type of past, but then they turned around and said, oh, but we told her to call anytime he did it. Which one is it?
Yeah, when Ratchet TV asked his sis, like, wait, you didn't know that he had a charge against him and stuff. She said, no, what are you talking about? Like, some of y'all do know what's going on.
Yeah, then he tried to make it seem like, oh, that's his little sisters. Nobody don't talk about it. That's a lie.
Yeah, that's a
They
lie.
knew exactly who this dude was. He probably was putting his hands on them, to be honest.
Yeah,
Somebody on them
well, I
type
could
of
believe
rugs
that.
that he on. He wasn't just beating on the women that he was messing with. He probably was just wilding out with everybody.
No, but Mimi, what I'm trying to say is, and I'm not trying to expose myself, I've experimented with different substances, and that sounds mental, like to break into somebody's house or to follow them home.
Okay,
Like you
so wait, but
drunk
what
text
type?
people or
You
you
brought it out. What
whatever.
type of substances are you talking about? Let's just keep it real, because you know there's
Yeah, I
different
mean
levels.
the powdery substances and
Okay,
the stuff you smoke. But I've never gotten to the
okay.
point where I'm like, oh, I'm in love with somebody so much that I'm gonna break into their house.
Yeah, but so the
That's like
pottery
a
stuff wasn't
pre-existing
the
mental.
anger rush, right? Because whatever he owned was it had his mental so messed up.
Oh, so you're saying it's to the point of like K2 or something?
Yes, he wasn't on
Oh,
regular cocaine or whatever stuff like that. No, he was on the way he was bugging out at every little turn. He was on something real powerful.
Yeah, he was on that fight. Okay, y'all found it.
Off the sake of
I'm gonna need you to
my
spell what
friends.
that fight is.
Okay, y'all found it. I found the video. Y'all talking about this?
I actually let people know
Yeah.
her business, but they done took his family.
No,
Has
it's the other
embarrassed him.
It's
one.
inside of this one though.
Wait a minute.
This is something that before I start this video, I was like, his back. So y'all know
Where was the homies when this nigga was crashing out? I'm confused because the bitches was taking all the grunt for it. That nigga
That
beat
one.
every bitch he came in contact.
This one?
Yeah.
We thinking, whole time Vanessa the main bitch,
that's
this
the
nigga
one.
crashing out. She ain't even the main bitch. This nigga getting shit shot up. So that's
She
how
the
my
side
friend
chick.
got shot. Trying to help. So she out there trying to help. Next thing you know, nigga, whatever the fuck he did, flinch, twitch, move wrong after the whole time he was out there tweaking with them niggas. They finally shot him. He didn't get shot off real. They spared that nigga. Like, what is wrong with you? What you got going on out here, bro? We not finna do that. You tripping by the bitch. Go ahead. You got help. So what do you mean? Like, I'm trying to figure out where the sympathy part came in. Like, what the fuck was out here being told? Because everybody, oh, get better, get better. That nigga wouldn't have got shot had he not. What? Like, this is shit that motherfuckers be talking about. That social media. Where was the homies when this nigga was crashing out? It's not real life. That shit is not.
this is something that before I start. So y'all,
where was the? It's not real life. That shit is not real life at the fuck all. So now I'm hospital next day because my friend, I check her location. She at Grady. She calling me from motherfucking Grady. Guess where the fuck this? Guess where he was at Grady. Come on. So all in all, I feel like This shit happened late April. It's now August. All this time went by for motherfuckers to try to speak some sense into this nigga. And from what I know from people close, real close by, only the women was trying to get that man healed. Why is it always the women? Always. Homie still popping pills, going out, drinking lean. That nigga drowning, crying for help. Y'all still going out, kicking it, doing y'all thing. Till some shit happened. I was like, oh my God, like I would have never known you was a bald-faced motherfucking bitch ass, po ass lie. Yes, it's not real life.
He said a bald face. This lady was funny. But yeah, that's
it's not real life.
That's so sad to me.
Yeah, it's very sad.
It's like your brother or whoever got pow-powed, and your first thing is to get on live. Like, what is going on with people?
Now, their first thing to get on live is they were trying to control the narrative and get sympathy money, and it worked. It worked for 7 days.
How much did they raise?
About $5,000.
5,000, something
Oh
like that.
boy!
Everybody go on GoFundMe and put that this was all that they put on there was a lie. Wait, can you go to the GoFundMe? What does it actually say?
I'm going now. I'm gonna go for me.
I hope that the money cleared in their account, because if that thing was shut down before the money cleared, oh my God.
I sure reported it. I hope everybody go and report it. I sure reported it. I was pissed. They gonna play with me on that live. I went right on there the next.
She said she reported them. How do
sure
you
did.
find one? Like, is there a way you can? Let me see.
Okay, with that search, just go to the
you
search
should be able
and
to Google
go
their
to the
names.
search on the left hand side and put T Hood.
Oh, okay.
Not
At
T
the top.
Hood.
No, go back to where you were on the actual website, and at the top, go back. Yeah, click on it.
Oh, and put
And
T
on the
Hood.
left at the top where it says donate, you see that circle?
Oh yeah. Go back to
Wait, go back
GoFundMe.
to the GoFundMe. Go back. You was in the
Found it. It's
right
right
area.
here. I found it. Look, I found
Oh.
it.
Oh, they get some money. Right. Oh.
5,480.
Oh
And
yeah.
that number ain't moved since that
They
stuff dropped.
they almost.
They've been at that. It's been like that for about a week now. Wait, what did they write? Can you read it? Because I can't see it on the
It
phone. I'm
says
on my
donation
phone.
protected.
It says Tevin Hood. Tevin Hood, known as T Hood, was fatally shot 7 times in the back on Friday evening. Justice has yet to be served. They took his life as he was walking away, robbing his young daughter of her father, her protector, and her biggest supporter. Tevin loved his little girl more than anything in this world. Now she must grow up without the guidance, love, and presence he gave so selfishly every single day. They didn't just take a father, they took away a future of daddy-daughter moments.
Or they use a daughter.
Milestones and memories. They also took a son from his mother, a brother from her sisters, a grandson from his grandmother, and a loyal friend from those who loved him most. His absence has left a hole in the hearts of the family and close friends that can never be filled. The story surrounding his death has been twisted, oh boy, multiple times, and the Gwinnett County Police Department has not done enough to track down his killer. We won't stop until justice is served, not just for Tevin, but for his daughter, his mother, his sisters, his grandmother, and every person whose life was changed forever the moment he was taken. We are raising funds to cover funeral expenses, provide for Tevin's young daughter, and seek legal aid to ensure justice is served. His passing was sudden, tragic, and has left our family devastated. Any support will help us honor his memory, care for his little girl, and fight for justice he deserves. I am
Who wrote that?
Alicia.
Because they didn't write that. I was on a panel with them. They don't speak that eloquently, so they didn't
They
write
could
that.
use Chat GPT.
They must have.
It says I'm Alicia Tevin's sister and will be in charge of withdrawing. Yeah, that's pretty much it. This is let's see who been donating here.
But they only got 65 donations.
So who did the most? Look, let's see all. Let's see who did the most.
You said
Jakima Haynes.
I mean, Classic Mom is 200. Haynes is 100. Anonymous 100.
Yeah, they stay anonymous. It's like
They don't even want their damn name on there.
Oh.
I mean, they got 100. So I think it's all like a 200.
But that's pretty low for people that are famous.
Hmm.
Well, if they supposed she the one claim on the panel that she had all this money that she ain't need money, but you just clearly need money. You gotta go fund me.
Right.
Right. Somebody
Because
said
I
the
made
liquor store about
4,000
to
on
get
my
all that.
GoFundMe.
This whole
That's not a
Facebook
lot
is
for somebody
sad.
that's famous.
Somebody said the liquor store finna get all of that.
Mhm.
Daddy
Y'all
said,
better-
look, so get all of that.
That's if they get it, to be honest, because I know I'm not the only person that reported it. So after seeing that video, I sure told GoFundMe, if you do this, you support DV.
No, but remember, what's his name? XXX Tentacion or something like that, the rapper.
Yeah.
People was going off on him because when he died, everybody was calling him a domestic violence, whatever, too. So a lot of these rappers,
I'm trying to
pretty
figure
much
out how he's famous with no house and no car. I'm just like,
Well, listen, they done told y'all he was the biggest star. I don't know why y'all trying to act like y'all don't know.
no, but you know what be happening? These rappers are like 23 years old. They have like 1 year of fame, and then they end up getting pow. That's crazy. They are dying younger and younger.
How
Yeah,
long
this
he
is
been in
really
this
sad.
game?
Has he been
Probably like
married
2
yet?
years.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I've heard Percolator, but honestly, I never knew who was. I guess that was a song he had, wrote. I don't.
Because
I
I didn't
don't
know
think
who
so.
he was, except for that video with the actress when they're at the gas station.
And everybody.
I didn't know he was an artist.
I didn't know about him either, but I'm saying they're passing away younger and younger. Look at Pop Smoke. He was like only 23, 24 years old or something.
Oh yeah.
Situation. Pop Smoke was set up.
Oh,
I think Pop
yeah.
Smoke put his address in a social media. That's how they got hold
Yeah,
to
that's
him.
what happened.
No,
He had like a
if I'm
gift
not
and the address was on
mistaken.
it.
Yeah, his
No,
ad,
if I'm not mistaken, he had withdrew some cash and he was followed.
No. He had a gift and he posted it on Instagram, and the address was on it. So where he was staying at in LA.
That's how they got
Okay.
him.
Yeah, same thing. Remember that person, PNB Rock? He was out with his girlfriend and she posted that she was at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles,
Mhm.
and they all came and ran up in there.
Yep.
Yes.
They said you
That's
careful with
sad.
your location. I think with T Hill was like 33.
Yeah.
It was PNB Rock.
T Hood was 33 with nothing.
33. Oh, okay.
Yep, 33 with nothing.
That's
Wait a
sad.
minute. What about when the
Who got an Uber
He had
all around?
33 and nothing.
they said that he was unalived in his house? That wasn't even that man's house.
Oh, right.
even
I
live
know. I know. That was so crazy. He didn't have a house. He
She
got an
said
Uber
33 with
everywhere.
nothing.
He didn't have a damn car.
But you're a rapper. I'm confused.
But I would know how you live in Atlanta and not have a car. Like, what's going on with that?
He just got with a whole bunch of women who had cars and took their cars. That's
they
why
do
he
that.
took
Stevie
her
J was
band.
doing the same thing.
He said Stevie J.
Yeah, sure.
He said
Remember,
he didn't have a
Love and
car.
Hip Hop season 1, he was driving Jocelyn car. You
Y'all
ain't
know
lying.
Stevie J get alimony now from Faith.
And that's probably why
Damn.
he kept
He
on
played
staying
his
with
cards right.
Kelsey. Yeah. That's probably why him and Kelsey broke up, and he didn't want it to take the no for an answer because Kelsey had everything. He didn't. So
Yeah.
He was like, man.
Faith Evans was wrong for that. Like, how did she not see that coming?
Desperate, just desperate.
No, that
Well,
was trust. Though. You got to remember they had been knowing each other for 20 years, so maybe she felt like he wasn't going to do that. Like, I can't believe she
well,
ain't protect herself.
no, I think it's
But she's
Stevie be
been married a few
slinging
times.
some
Yes,
stuff downstairs, and all them girls be getting mesmerized. I don't know how. You just got
all
to
them
use your
girls
brain.
and guys. Don't forget girls and guys. He was found at Diddy house. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
When they went and raided the house in Miami, he was there. So
Speaking of which, so Diddy's waiting for his sentencing.
Oh yeah, what is the update on that?
Yeah, because
He's
he
trying
didn't get
to.
bail, so he's just waiting for his sentencing, right?
yeah,
He is waiting for sentencing, but he is also trying to appeal that particular conviction. Here's the deal.
he crazy. He got off without getting life. I would have taken a few years and keep it moving.
Yeah, but I think the feds thought that they had a closed case and they didn't really have any evidence to go off of.
Right. They were
They reached too
yeah.
far.
Yeah, they kind of
Well,
they
when
needed
that
to try to
lawsuit first came out with Cassie, that was crazy. And that's what started this whole thing, right, Lakeisha?
yeah, the other lawsuits too, it wasn't just her, it was a bunch of lawsuits, but with the lawsuits, y'all, all of them people ain't being honest now. All
Yeah,
them
of
No.
course.
being
Wait,
honest.
wasn't she the only one that got paid though so far, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
She was the only one that got paid. That is
But
so
I
true.
feel like Cassie was a little shady too because did you hear her testimony about how she was with her new man or whatever, and then
Right.
she just kept going back to Diddy?
Oh yeah,
Right.
she was setting up her own
With her
freak off without
husband.
him.
Right. The thing that got him with her is the tape. The tape where, he clearly was, whooping on
In the
her.
hallway. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
the
that
thing
was
with that
dumb.
is though, it showed him being abusive. It didn't show all of the other stuff, but I mean, he didn't get convicted of that, but he did get convicted of transporting. But the only thing with the transporting, then it seemed like they should have got convicted too, because he wasn't the one that was partaking in it. It was them. So it's just like I don't know.
I felt like the jury had to convict him of something. They
Yeah,
had to
but
come back with something.
Or they
but
felt
did
like,
you?
but with that
Did,
though, they did have evidence
Go to
because
sleep.
they had the receipts for the
Go to
hotel. They
sleep.
had all of the other stuff, but
but did y'all see that video with that girl? She went to one of his parties and she had like evidence that she was there, and she said she was with some prince, and they were trying to take her to Cuba.
I did.
No, I didn't see that video.
Yeah, there was this girl. She was like, she did an interview, and she said, "Oh, I posted the Snapchats because people wouldn't believe it was real
Wait,
otherwise." So he had like handlers, and she was hanging out with some prince from the Middle East, and apparently
wait.
they went to a party. She was describing the party about how Justin gives you some slippers if you get invited inside the house, and
Mm-hmm.
she was all down with everything. She said there was some wild stuff going on inside. It was like a free for all, men and women, whatever. And
Wait,
then
I got one for
she
us,
said,
y'all.
but hold on.
Uh,
She said that the prince was trying to get her to go to Cuba. So apparently they were like handlers or people that were like trying to get girls to go down to, and once your ass is down in Cuba, you're not coming back. So
yeah. Wait,
that
I
was
got
like
one for us, y'all.
crazy.
Jeffrey Epstein. What y'all think
Oh,
they hiding?
Oh, we're on his island?
Yeah, well, we already know the prince was there because the queen paid off at Prince Andrews. We already know Prince Andrews. There was a lawsuit that the queen paid off before she died. That's why Prince Andrews all his stuff was taken away. He was The king took his property away. Yeah, Prince Andrews had to pay off one of the Epstein victims. It was
Oh
like
wow.
seven. It was
Oh,
like
I didn't know
7
about
million.
that.
You Google it. It was
So,
like $7 million. You Google it, Lakeisha.
but wait, did Epstein's accomplice? She got immunity. What's the Ghislaine lady?
Oh my
Oh,
God.
Maxie.
Yeah,
Yeah, what is
Ghislaine or
update?
something.
I forgot what they
Use immunity is what it's called. They gave her use immunity to talk about Trump. So one of her cellmates said that she was trying to sell her information to Joe Biden to take down Trump. Like she got the goods on Trump. Why you think they transferred her to that camp? Like all that happened right after.
Yeah,
and they want that list.
but that's why they don't want. A lot of people don't want it to be released because all the who's who was related. You know,
It's all
they
the
were,
one.
they were all going down there. They was even mentioning allegedly Naomi Campbell was down there too.
Oh Lord.
Damn, yeah,
Yeah,
everybody.
because I don't think that all these people were associated with it per se, but it was just like, you know, back in the day when Nene was talking about the Trump checks, it was like Epstein was the man
Oh
where you
yeah,
was the
yeah.
elite, you went to that island. I'm not saying because I've been in the industry, I used to be like a fashion model, like literally you go to stuff, but like everybody that goes to his stuff is not necessarily in it, but like he had some type of book where people sign their name on his book or something like that.
Mhm.
So everybody
Yeah.
that's been to his house or something.
Well, Trump trying too hard to not release these things. The more he try, the more we know he all over it, in it, and through it. Like he's trying too hard.
Yeah, but then it makes you think when you go to these after parties at these houses and stuff like that, maybe they were all involved in it because it was a damn house. Like you're not far away. It's not like you're in a club and there's like a back room. You know what I'm saying? Like
There
you're
was
in a
a
house, you clearly know there's something going down.
So when Jeffrey Epstein was about to be, when he got that sweetheart deal where he was able to leave jail and then come back, so they interviewed him on tape. And on tape, they asked him point blank, period, did you ever witness Trump with girls under 18? And he pled the fifth, the sixth, and the fourth, every amendment he could think of. So that gave me the answer to that because all you had to do was say no. I had never heard somebody plead the sixth. Like,
But maybe I don't know. But maybe he was advised by counsel because your lawyer is going to tell you not to talk.
yeah, but I ain't never seen somebody plead the fifth, the sixth, and the 14th on a question. Like every amendment.
Yeah, because with me, I said I'll call my lawyer. I said I got to talk to my lawyer when I would answer stuff. Like
It's like I plead the fifth, the sixth, and
you
the
plead the
14th
fifth in court,
amendment.
not in the interview.
He said, I'm not saying no, but I'm just saying. Nah, I plead.
But how you plead the fifth in an interview? Like that's in court.
Wait, but I'm not even tripping off the fifth. I'm tripping off the sixth and the 14th. Like, would you plead every amendment that we have?
Shoot, he did.
Trump
He was
is
like,
an
oh,
idiot.
I ain't gonna
and
say
we are
no
in
or yes, but I'm gonna plead all this.
So do y'all think he committed ruicide? Y'all know I can't say the word on YouTube. So ruicide, or do you
I
think
think
he
he
was?
did.
I
Okay.
think they
Personally think he
also.
did.
What you think, Lakeisha?
I think they
I
are.
think he did because he was going to face so much time.
I think they got rid of him.
You know why I think they got rid of him? Because they have no. Did y'all ever see the videos that they showed? The videos look sketchy.
Which video?
I've never seen the video.
So
Are you
they
able to
show,
play it?
They show. I don't know if I can find it, but they show a video where because it was video there because they want to see who went in his room. But
that video. Oh,
yeah, the video that they show. It don't really show
Oh.
you really can't tell. Like they're showing a video as if nobody went in his room or they had this clear shot, but really it wasn't because it was another interest and they were saying that I think they did something to him.
Wait, let me talk about. I know what video you're talking about. I didn't see the video, but I know about the topic. So initially, like a forensic place came out and said a minute's missing, and then
Right.
maybe a month or a half, maybe 2 months ago, they came out and said 3 minutes are missing.
Right. Now you see what I'm saying? It was some stuff that was going on, but what they did is they try to play a video saying, "Oh, you know, this is it," and they was like, "It's this
Oh
video."
wait, yeah, too. They
So he
said
was
that it
under
was. Wait,
surveillance.
no, but
Right.
they said it was the videos that they showed. They said it was 2 different videos that they stitched together as well.
Right. So you see what I'm saying? A cover up. So I guess in the jail they got surveillance, right? So they wanted to see the surveillance of his room during the time that he passed away.
He was
Now,
on roadside watch. They supposed to be watching him.
right, but when they
Wow.
watched the video, like she's saying, they kind of put together a video, but they were saying that
Right.
it wasn't the whole video. So it's just that's why I believe that they had to do something. And like you just said, he was on watch. So how did this happen?
Yeah. So maybe some people that were aligned with the powers that be wanted to take him out of there because they knew that they would get exposed. But that would be crazy if it's somebody high up
Right.
in the prison system.
Okay, I'm about to show you. I found the video. I found it. I think wait up. Hold
But I
on.
thought he would have, just because of how much time he was going to get. People be getting short sentences and they be ready to take themselves out.
Right.
Yeah, but if it's true about powerful people being in there, I think they brought him something and then
Right.
staged the
Because
whole thing.
right, because they don't want him to go down and tell on them. But here it is, y'all. I found it. Here it is, right
Which
here.
is what he was gonna do to get less time.
Yeah, you have powerful people. They make ways to get rid of you.
With the CBS News investigation raising some new questions about this video. You will recall Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his jail cell in 2019, and it was ruled a suicide. Recently, the Justice Department released security video from the jail. One official called it raw footage, but we looked into it. Scott McFarland reports from Washington on what we found.
This was the nearly 11-hour video agents reviewed when they investigated the death of convicted child predator Jeffrey Epstein. Government officials say it's proof that no one entered his cell tier. Malfunctioning equipment meant only one camera recorded the general area, and that camera captured part of the common area, including the officer's station and a sliver of the staircase leading to Epstein's cell. Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino.
There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
CBS News has reviewed the tape, and this is what it shows. The primary entrance is here. The pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera, leaving ample room for someone to enter unseen.
So
This is the last time Epstein is believed to have been seen on camera.
So that's the part I was saying, y'all. You see, it's another way that they can enter, but it's not going to be caught on camera.
But we don't see him walking up the stairs to his cell. Bongino
And that's
also
probably
said
a
none
special
of this
cell.
video was doctored. It was the original raw footage from the camera.
We're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
But a review by multiple video forensic experts found several indications this may not be raw footage. For example, at 11:21 p.m., a cursor appears briefly, indicating the video may have actually been a recording of a computer screen. Experts told CBS News the video's metadata, which tracks how a file is created and changed, shows it's made from 2 clips edited together. Then, at 11:58 p.m., the video suddenly jumps to midnight, and the aspect ratio shifts. Here's U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
There was a minute that was off the counter, and what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing.
Girl, shut up. She's lying.
That
But,
didn't make no sense.
right.
So they reuse the same thing.
It's just crazy how white people in every administration just lie so seamlessly.
Okay. And make shit up. Just, it's, every minute at the end of it. Girl, what? So so here's the deal. So why did they have to edit and do all of this stuff to do it? Like, why did they have to do that? So that's why I feel like they did do that to him.
And I feel like they put him in a special cell that they knew would be off camera to do what they needed to do.
Right.
Because the prison people know where they're going to plot to put you in.
Right.
I just find that to be weird how y'all put him in the one cell that's not an advantage of the camera.
Right. But you can go there another way and you won't be on the, you know what I mean? You wouldn't be.
Right. Because I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something, Lakeisha. When I was in jail, they put me in a cell in a unit where the guards didn't like me. Why did my door pop open? And we had 2 different classifications. And the guys in the other classification was outside as the cleaners when my door opened. You know, I called the emergency so quick.
Right.
He was
was
called
like-
emergency.
Yeah, because them
No, I'm
guys could have
saying
came in my
how
cell.
how do you call it emergency in a jail? Like, I'm
They
curious.
got an intercom in each cell.
Oh,
And
okay.
then he
you
was
call
out of the
that-
country. It's probably a little bit different than here, you know.
Yeah, but you call the intercom and you could tell them that you feel like you want to commit suicide. If you want to get out of any type of situation, that's what you got to tell them. They got to take you to the special quarters, whatever. But they popped my door open. You know, I pressed that intercom so quick because you know what could have happened to me?
Right. Right. You was
They
there.
had guys of a different classification outside while my door popped open.
Right.
That would have been a mess. Because we're always supposed to be separated. You got regular population from protective custody or whatever like that. And they're not supposed to mix. So if you're part of one classification, say I'm in general, and the other people's in protective, and they fight between each other, it's crazy. So
wow.
From my experience, when that door popped open, I'm telling y'all, they put him in that cell for a specific reason.
Right.
And-
And it be dirty police officers, whatever you call them, they be dirty. Because I know people who had all type of cell phones in jail, and they was like, shoot, the police, like, we paying them.
Yeah. But now they all getting locked up for that, being stupid, because they all getting caught. Because those prisoners, they take videos of themselves. And why you would do that doesn't even make no sense, because they're going to trace it back to you. So you're going to get more charges after doing that. So now they're catching all those guards for having contraband.
Yeah,
And-
my cousin was doing 40 for 25 to 40 for unaliving. And he was messing with one of the guards, and she got pregnant, and then turned around and told him that he, what's the word, ate her.
R word, yeah.
Yeah, R word.
But she would still get in trouble and still get charged
Yeah,
for
she
messing
did.
with him in the first place.
She did. She came up with that lie because she was getting charged.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
But she would still get charged, because if that happened, she would have to report it immediately.
Right. Yeah, you got to report it.
No, exactly. But I'm just saying that's a story she came up with. But it was her.
Right after it happened. Oh, okay.
Yeah. But she was the one. She
No,
was
but what I'm
mad
saying
because he didn't want
is-
to be with her, and she was pregnant.
No.
So
But what I'm saying is, after she found out she was pregnant, like, for instance, if you're a guard or you're a prisoner, you have to report that right after it happened, because there's no way for her to be like, oh, like, she would still get charged for that.
I'm telling you, she got charged. But I'm telling you, the
Oh.
reason why she said it was because she was getting charged.
Oh
But
no,
it's
so
her
we're in agreement, because I thought it was a situation where she got off, or I was like, there's no way.
No, she didn't get off. She had mental issues, and she got mad because he didn't want to be with her. Like, he kept saying, that ain't my baby, that ain't my baby. So then she went and actually told him that they had X, and that they was doing this, and that he R-worded her. Like, she set her own stuff in motion.
Yeah, she's stupid. She should have just
Oh, yeah,
went and got an abortion and called it a day.
That's what he told her.
Because how you gonna report it later? If you're a guard, you gotta report it instantaneously.
Well,
number
you know
one.
how you a man, so you know how men talk. Like, he was talking about, I want to be with you and this, that, and the other. She got caught up in
No,
it.
let me tell you something from my jail days, baby. Them they got certain guards that was not so pleasant looking, and the guys in there be like, "Don't you think she's fine?" And I'm like, "Y'all never seen no fine women in your life?" Because some of them guards in there was just playing. But
But
you're
if
right. They
the
get in
only
there.
woman you've
They
seen in 20 years, that she gonna be fine
no,
as
no,
wine, no
no,
matter how
no.
she look.
This was in jail. This like
Oh,
that's not even sentencing yet. Number
Oh,
oh,
one.
jail,
yeah,
not
they
So
did jail.
yeah,
Right,
they just men will just f anything.
right.
oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Like I'm just telling you, but you're right. They get in their heads and tell them they whatever, and I'm like, yo, I'm from New York City. You see gorgeous women here. I'm like them guards that was in there, like, but it just shows you there's somebody for everybody. But they
Right.
would get in their heads, like you said, and then some of them women never got attention before, and they end up getting pregnant by the prisoners
That's crazy. Who would? That's
Mm-hmm.
because
crazy.
they don't
Yeah.
get attention outside the prison, and I'm like, that's crazy. Like, why would
And
you
you
want
gonna
to risk
go
your
to
job? You
jail,
got a pension.
and you gonna go to jail. Don't forget
So,
that part.
like,
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you
so
want to get.
when I was inside, I saw some things that I was like, wow, like
Wow.
that environment makes people carnal. Like you take
Wow.
men away from the presence of women, any type of woman is just, oh my God, to them. And I'm like, that's insane.
I see Real C says one thing about BOP, they keep up with their inmates. What's BOP?
It's the Bureau of Prisons. That's
Oh,
BO.
what are we talking about? What Epstein
Oh,
was?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Bureau of Prisons. That's where Epstein. Yeah, that's where he was.
Okay.
what? So they didn't have him in the detention center in New York?
I don't know where he was, to be honest. I couldn't even tell you where he was.
I
I
thought he
think
was
they
in
had,
the one in New York.
yeah,
When did
they
he
had
in?
him in that real awful one.
Yeah, I think they had him in the one in New York.
Yeah, it was the one I think downtown on Center Street, the Manhattan facility of corrections or something. They didn't have him at Rikers. They had him at
No, he
the
wasn't at
Tombs.
Rikers. He wasn't at
They had him
Rikers.
at the Tombs.
Isn't Rikers a state jail? He was in
No,
federal
Rikers is a
custody.
city jail, but Rikers
That's
and
what I
they
mean.
had him in. They had. I didn't know they had so many detention centers, but they had him at the one downtown near Canal Street. I don't know if y'all familiar with New York. Rikers is like an
Well, I know
island.
what Canal Street is. That's where they sell all the fake stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah, but they said they had him there, and they had Diddy in the one in Brooklyn.
Yeah, Diddy is the
Okay.
one in Brooklyn. Yep, that's true.
Well,
I don't want to be in no type of NYC jail. Oh my God.
the more they're trying to cover up and not release the files, the more they got some powerful people in there.
Yep. And one of them being Donald Trump. Y'all know
Yep.
that Donald Trump had paid him $1 billion, 4,007. Did y'all see that video?
No.
Mm-mm.
What you talking about? You telling me new information.
Child, let me find it. Donald Trump paid Epstein $1 billion in 4,715 separate wire transfers. Let me find
Oh,
the
I
video.
Oh
remember
my
that. I
God.
did hear about that, and they're trying to figure out why that wasn't investigated.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do remember hearing about that.
Damn, $1 billion.
4,700, and I said, oh, wait a minute, it's 4,725.
And
I
that's
know.
why Donald Trump had all those pageants with those young girls. They brought all that out.
Oh, you talking about Miss Universe?
Yeah.
Here it
He
goes.
owned all the pageants.
25 wire transfers, adding up 4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts. If you ask me, that is more than 4,000 potential lines of investigation right there.
They didn't think that wiring this money would have been a problem.
He did it 4,725 times.
You cannot wire me that much money. No. Like, that's insane. Like, you need to, if he was smart, he would have had briefcases. Why would you wire that much money and not think that the feds are gonna like investigate at some point?
So he didn't wire him 1 billion. Keep in mind it was over.
No, I know, but
Okay.
I'm saying even if you break it down to that, whatever, there's still when you're getting wired money or like in banks, there's algorithms. They see where you're making money from what. They're automatically going to flag your account
Well, that's
when they just see too much
they already
activity.
did that. Nobody will take his money, even as president. He said all the banks are biased against him. They even as president, they still won't take his deposit. He said that about a month ago. Bank of America and Wells Fargo and all the major banks are against him. They're all Democrats.
No, he's just an idiot. Like, I mean, like it's gonna be a long.
He just thought he was invincible.
Long.
Well,
No, the feds.
yeah. So how you try to steal the election and you still don't go to jail?
No, he's actually not going to go to jail because they said they never had a situation like this with a president, and they had to just make him not do any type of sentences because of his upcoming term.
Well,
it's real effed up.
Well, here's the thing. The fact is the Democrats are always playing behind the line. Like Merrick Garland was afraid to prosecute him because he should have been the first one prosecuted. They waited 2 years because they knew that it was going to bleed into the election. Period. They did that on purpose.
Oh wow.
Yeah, how you gonna stay here and prosecute 1,500 people that broke into it, but not prosecute the person who sent the bomb there first?
Yeah, he should have been the first one.
First, yes. They
waited too late.
prolonged that on purpose because they did not want to prosecute a president because it was something that had never been done.
Right, exactly. So that's why he didn't.
But what
he's
ended up
pretty much gonna be
happening,
fine.
it was all a part of the plan, though. What they did was they prolonged it, which allowed them to pass legislation that said that a sitting president cannot go to jail. So they prolonged it for that they can pass that legislation. So they passed legislation. If you are a president, you can literally KILL somebody and not go to jail. Because you can't. It says that you
that was with the Supreme. That was with the Supreme Court. They knew he was going to what is it called? I lost my train of thought. When you appeal, he was going to appeal all the way up. They purposely waited till a year before it was time for. They were praying for him to win the election. To be honest, that's how I felt. So they have to deal with it.
So he just kept adjourning his case.
He kept appealing.
So, but for his case, they did not. Pretty much. He prolonged it. Yeah. So they just drawed it out. He didn't appeal it until he got to be president, but they just waited too late.
No, you can't.
No,
you can't appeal until you've been.
I'm a political buff. He appealed the whole thing all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is the one that said that a president can't go to jail for anything that he did within office. They gave some type of caveats for a few things, but the Supreme Court is what got him out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and those are all of the people he appointed. Like, those are the people that he appointed.
He's a smart cookie.
A criminal.
And see, if this was in reverse, the Republicans would have added some more Supreme Court justices by now. But Democrats sit back and let whatever happen. That we go high when they go low, that was 12 years ago. Y'all need to play a different game.
Yeah. What do y'all feel about that lady Collier that was in the house? Nicole Collier or something like that from Texas?
She spent
the one that they're locking in the house, in the chambers. The one they locked in the chambers. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this about to be a mess. And he's talking about he's going to get a bunch of states to try to gerrymander. Oh, this is about to be a mess.
Well, if I'm correct, I saw that they were able now to pass the law to do.
Yeah, they did. You're correct. Yep, they did.
And
well, they They were always able to change districts. Apparently, I was watching Amanda Seals talk about this. She said they've been doing this for quite some time.
Yeah, they did it in New York and North Carolina. That's how we lost the house.
But so this is the thing, y'all. They do it, but they do it based on the census. Donald Trump is
Yeah.
in another way. Like, for instance, y'all know when y'all fill out those census things, I think it's every 10
Every
years.
10 years.
They fill it out, it's so important. So they do redistrict based on that. But Donald Trump is doing it strictly to benefit the Republican Party. So
Right.
he's doing, he's illegal. He's a freaking 34, 36 time felon. He's just, Donald Trump is a thug. Like,
And the way he's done to the economy, that should be that should be an offense for him to go to jail. But I do love the fact that Gavin Newsom is giving him a run for his money, though.
And yeah, it's oof.
Yeah, talking about the economy, how things have doubled. Rent has doubled in New York in like 5 years.
Shit is so high. Like, motherfucker, listen, you barely can afford food. Like, it's high. Listen, food is high. Like,
Yeah.
I know.
I saw juice for like $7. I was like, what the hell is this?
Well, you notice that everything is going up some sense that stuff adds up. So now he's fired all of the statisticians. Like, so when he got a bad jobs report, right, it said that they only did 73,000 jobs last month. Let me tell you why he fired the person that does the numbers. Because when Doge came in, they paid everybody up until September 30th, when the new Congress comes in, when the money rolls in. So the truth about the unemployment was about to come out. It was probably going to come out at 400,000. So he fired the person that does the counting. So we ain't gonna never know. I'm trying to figure out. Wait, I'm trying to figure out who took a shot at him and missed.
That fake. That was. They said that shit was fake. They said that was not. That wasn't real.
I said I was there, but he's unalive now though.
Yeah, Donald Trump is an idiot. Like, I mean, to me, it doesn't even have anything to do with Democrats and Republicans. Like, Donald Trump is a freaking scam artist.
He's not even a Republican. He tried to be president like 3 or 4 times, but he could never get the nomination or even go any far. So he's not even a Republican, because a Republican don't add $5 trillion to the debt. He's not a Republican.
And apparently, like, did you see who he appointed as the health minister? The guy who used to use rugs through his veins.
Oh my God!
Yeah, somebody who was using rugs through their veins. Kennedy.
He sounded like he was doing it.
I'm not surprised. Like, Donald,
somebody who supports conspiracy theories is the minister of our health system now.
The reason why he's trying to get to the Democrats, because he knows if the Democrats take office, they're going to find a way for him not to get that plane.
But I love living in the state of New York because Letitia James keeps suing them.
Oh, Lord.
She is amazing.
But here's the deal, though. They overturned her. I'm just like, I want Trump to just go somewhere and just die. Like, go away. Like, seriously.
Agree.
He's just the economy is not getting fixed. Only thing he's doing is causing freaking problems. He's not. He hasn't did anything. Stole our Social Security numbers.
We have 3 branches of government for a reason. So when one is acting up like him, they're supposed to. So when the House says, "Oh, there's no daylight between us and the White House," that's the point of having Congress, to keep the president in check.
But they scared, ain't they?
Yeah, but you know what's gonna happen? Remember when like 68 Democratic seats, when all the women first came to Congress, I'm gonna say about 4 years ago, when AOC finally came, they could gerrymander all they want. They done took away their own people food stamps. They don't realize it's more the white people on public benefits than black people.
Yeah, people seem to people seem to always want to make it seem like Black people are the sole beneficiaries of public assistance. How?
Yeah.
When we're not even the largest population of people. It's always the white people because it's way more of them. So absolutely.
They all on TikTok.
Right. It is. I mean, it's always them. We are the minority.
So they're like, I ain't vote for this. Oh, yes, you did. No, you know what's the funniest part? When they talking about they ain't vote for this, but all the farms are going bankrupt because ain't nobody, they thought the Black people was going back on the farm. Y'all don't realize we are educated?
Right. Or like, did you see the CNN report when they went to Tennessee and all the coal miners, they voted against Obamacare, and then they lost all their benefits.
Yep. And they lost black lung screening. So now they're crying about it.
they said we're gonna call on Jesus, and I was like, yo, this was back in 2017. It was embarrassing. How do you vote against your own rights, then get on national television?
Jesus, let me call it on me.
Or say
FAFO. Oh, that season going around.
Right. But they're the only party that's dumb enough to get on TV too. After
and then crying, I voted for Trump. I supported Trump, and now I don't have a job.
Wait. I got one for y'all. The Cubans for Trump. The Cubans for Trump.
The lady,
that lady husband got deported, and she on TV crying.
Right.
I will vote for Donald Trump. She was sitting on the TV crying, looking stupid.
I got something to say because somebody put this in the chat. The reason you vote Democrat is because Biden's 94 crime bill is responsible for the mass incarceration of Black people. You know what? I'm so sick of this shit that people, the mass incarceration of Black people. Stay your ass out and stop committing crimes. I mean, and listen, let's talk about it. Black people put Black people in jail just as long or longer than white people.
Yeah.
Like what is this? Mass incarceration of Black people. Stop committing motherfucking crimes. Okay. Like, okay. Before that, you felt it was in your best interest. I don't feel like, to be honest, I vote for to be honest, I really can't say I'm a Democrat. I vote. I agree. Yeah. But I could never vote for Trump. I just couldn't.
There are certain things I'm liberal about and certain things I'm
I'm more of an independent person.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But I'm just laughing at all the people that just voted against their own interests. Like, really? You knew who you were voting for.
Right.
I can't believe you saw the same CNN clip. That shit was so funny.
So, okay, I got one for y'all. When the floods happened, and when the floods in Texas happened,
that lady
was the one talking about get all the illegals out there. She was doing all the videos, and now she was always CNN crying. Oh my God!
Yeah, because they ain't got no more FEMA. And she had a TikTok, and she was trolling. She was like, I don't want people to be on Section 8. Go to work.
Mm-hmm.
She was going off, and then her house got flooded.
Yeah.
Oh.
And guess what? You're not getting FEMA because you voted for this goofy ass dude.
All your FEMA money is going to that plane.
Right. And they took forever to get their money anyways. Now y'all don't have it, period. And y'all are in the compromised states. And they saying hurricane season is coming for Florida. So it's like...
Yeah, I'm from New Orleans. So I know all about hurricane season. Oh, one gonna hit. I don't know if he's gonna be alive his whole time. He's so old. But one's gonna hit somewhere. And matter of fact, all the wildfires like in Missouri and all them that's not getting FEMA, they on TV crying. Nebraska crying.
How you gonna like what I don't understand about these people is that we have these systems in place for security. That's why we have all these things, these programs. You just think that, everybody's going to go to work. Do y'all understand that Roosevelt and all these prior presidents created these systems so people don't bug out. Like, there's a reason why there's Section 8 and all these other programs. If you have all these people homeless, you think crime is going to be bad now?
No, their problem was they thought if they took all this stuff away, we would come big, and not realizing we were born in oppression. We know how to
No, but
survive.
also,
We
but
know how to
also,
survive. They don't. We know how
We
to make
don't.
gumbo.
Ain't that the
right?
truth?
That's the
We know
whole
how to
That's
thing.
true.
stretch a dollar. We
Thank
know how
you,
to
thank
stretch
you.
food. Yeah.
We know how to
Yeah.
make
Trump is
gravy
talking
on
about he wants to lower
everything.
Section 8 to 2 years and have a
Right.
cap off.
What
So
what about this person that I know that voted for Donald Trump, right? So this person gets rent assistance, food stamps, everything that the government gives, they get it. So
that white man.
I said, well, what you gonna do now that rent assistance, you got 2 years. I said, this is how you know Donald Trump supporters are just as delusional as him. That person was like, oh, well, no, I'm not going to lose my rent assistance. I said, well, if they say that they giving everybody 2 years, why in the hell would you not lose yours? If it say that they
Yeah,
giving
you're gonna have to
And
prove that you have a
that's
disability.
right.
that's for the blue states. The red states, as soon as that went into effect, they start cutting everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
No, see,
that's
the
the
blue
blue
states, they hold on as long as they can.
Yeah, but they can't.
And the thing about New York is self-funding.
Well,
So
wait
a
a
lot
minute.
of
This
the
person lives in Georgia. So you're saying the people in Georgia, they start cutting them off?
yeah, because
Cut
you didn't
everything. They
hear about
start cutting
that.
food
New
stamps.
York and California does most of the contribution for the federal funding.
Oh yeah, they are giver states while all the red states combine or taker states. You're
Yeah,
absolutely
New
right
York,
about that.
New York could become its own country and California could be its own country.
Mhm.
All those programs and different things is coming from New York and California, funding wise.
And that's what they don't realize. The people who you're going against is the one who's paying, making sure you eat.
And New York
It's
lawmakers is
stupid.
going to keep protections in place up here. That's the
Well,
thing.
what they gonna do is eventually because California already said they're thinking about keeping their money. They're gonna stop giving the money to the government.
Yeah, and also you got to think about the education systems. If all the federal funding comes from these bigger states, and Trump is talking about he wants to get rid of the Department of Education, which is
He got
insane.
rid of the department, and that's it. I have a special needs son, and one of the things that the Department of Education did was ensure that my child, there was no kid left behind. There were federal programs so none of those protections are there.
Yeah, because I
Mhm.
work in a special education department too. So a lot of
So you can speak
stuff.
on that. Hmm.
So, but
It's
different states are
insane.
different. But yeah,
But pretty
I know
much each
special
state is going to like
education
run
is one of
itself.
them.
Well, that's what he said. He put everything on the states, and the states can't handle it, just like they can't handle natural disasters.
Yeah, but those are the southern states.
Mhm.
The blue, like Massachusetts, New York, California can fund themselves. So it's crazy. Like we was talking about the Trump voters. A lot of Trump voters come from these weird states where they can't fund themselves. So it's crazy.
I think the reason why this Epstein thing blew up as far as it did, because normally he could just tell them to shut up and go about their business and they'll do it. It's because now he done cut all their stuff, so they're mad.
Yeah.
So this is what, yep.
But it reminds me of Brexit because England was trying to be like, oh, we're gonna be our own because we put so much money into
Yeah.
whatever. And they saw what really happened to them after they cut off themselves from the European Union. That shit was crazy. So it's gonna be crazy
Yeah.
to see states like Arkansas and Missouri, what they're gonna do.
Well, if Texas couldn't fund themselves in the flood, then you know, and nobody got any possibility, to be honest. They're all the states are big, and Missouri big, and now they had those tornadoes.
Well, global warming is a thing.
Yeah, it
Climate
is.
change is happening. Like
Mhm.
more hurricanes is going to hit, more floods is going to happen. What you going to do if you ain't got FEMA or federal money to create systems in place to protect against? Because New York, they're talking about the sea levels going up. They're going to put these barriers up to protect.
Remember
Yeah,
they had Hurricane Sandy in New York, and they flooded
yeah,
the
because
train station.
I found out New
Mhm.
York gets a big hurricane every 100 years. So Sandy was that. But they're saying because of global warming, the sea level is getting higher. And they got to
Wait,
put all
Sandy,
these.
Sandy wasn't even a hurricane. It was a superstorm. It didn't even rise to a category 1 hurricane. It was a superstorm.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was called
Oh, wow.
Superstorm Sandy. Yeah, I'm from New Orleans. Trust me. That's what made me move to Georgia. I've been here 20 years, but I got tired of running from
Mhm.
the hurricane every year. You don't know if your house is gonna be there, and I was like, I can't deal with it. And I live
And
in
that's what
North
I'm
Carolina.
saying. All them
Yeah,
people in Texas that live in Houston, you saw how bad that hurricane back in 2017 was.
you would have thought they would have. Remember last winter when all the electricity went out and it was all freezing?
That's not funny, but yeah, like
You think would
in
have
us
learned
states like
then?
New York, we look at stuff like how y'all not like this is snow. This is not like a big deal. But states like Texas, they don't know what to do.
No. Lakeisha, were you here in 2008 when we got that snowstorm and everybody was stuck on the interstate for 24 hours? Oh, she stepped away.
Yeah. I don't remember that. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
2008 we had, and I remember I was working at Sprint. I've been in telecom and IT for like 20 years. I was working at Sprint. We worked from home. And this was back, I've been working from home for 20 years, almost 20 years. I was telling my coworkers, if y'all don't leave now, y'all better go because they were at my house. I said, y'all better stay here. They ain't listen. When I said
Mhm.
the Atlanta shut down completely because they didn't have any salt trucks. They didn't have anything because they
Yeah.
never had. Oh, it was a mess. The children were stuck on school buses with freezing. Everybody ran out of gas. They just left their cars on the interstate. It was a
That's
mess.
insane.
It was a mess.
No, I saw that when Boston we had a really bad snowstorm in like 2015. Boston didn't even have enough snow trucks, so we had to send them from New York. That's just shocking to me how there's states that are not prepared at all for like snow. So a
Especially in
hurricane
the
comes. Yeah, but Atlanta used to have snow
Not like
like
that. No,
occasion.
I've been here 20 years. I could tell you how many times it snowed.
No, I'm
2007.
talking about back in the day in like the
Oh,
90s.
You can't use that. I gave you 2 no buttons. I
Yeah.
gave
'Cause
already.
I'm from Maryland. I remember it was one year that they used all the salt for the snow. And also, we had a big snowstorm and we had no salt to help out, and people had to be stuck in the house. I forgot what
what
year
did they
that
use the
was.
salt for? What did they use the salt on?
The salt is so you can walk through the snow or like
No,
your
no, I'm
vehicle.
asking. She's saying that they use all the salt. So I'm asking, what did they use it on? Were they just ill prepared for the amount of salt they needed?
Yeah, they had a certain amount, and what it was due to, I guess, we felt like winter's about to end. It's okay. There we know about snow. Let's go ahead and use the rest of the salt, something like that. But then
Oh,
we
okay.
received a storm out the blue, and every supply that was needed, they went ahead and used it because they thought we was going to receive no more snowstorm.
That's crazy.
When
That's
we used to
crazy.
have snowstorms.
Yeah, that's crazy being up north and not being prepared for the snow. I could see the southern states for being up north. And the crazy part is New Orleans had the same type of storm. My family was trapped in the house last winter. Like the storm it snowed in Georgia, I want to say 2 or 3 times. But the last one, it passed through and it went to New Orleans and they couldn't it took them almost 2 weeks. They was trapped in the house.
That's crazy.
They had to wait for it to
New
melt.
York, that snow was off the floor the next day.
I don't drive in the snow. I had an incident back in '99, so I moved here in '99, and on Interstate 85 back in the day, there were no lights past a certain part of the city, and I hit this black ice, and I remember
Yeah,
it was
I was gonna say Black Ice.
yeah, me, my aunt, and my cousin was coming from a comedy show, from Ricky Smiley comedy show, and we just sitting there cracking jokes, talking about, oh, we're going to the Waffle House, and I'm driving my aunt's truck, and good thing she did 20 years in St. Louis, so she was a customer, so I'm driving, and all of a sudden I said, I can't feel a truck. I can't feel a truck. And then I said, I can't feel a effing truck. and she guided. We was on black ice for a whole mile. She guided me through it, and it was crazy because people were slamming on their brakes and spitting into the wall. Bam,
Yeah,
bam.
that's the thing you're not supposed to do.
She got, man, I was dodging this, dodging that, but had she not been in the car with me, I would have been one of them people slamming into the wall because I didn't know that you're not supposed to hit the brake. You're supposed to use your gas to
Yeah.
go up and down. Yeah.
The only reason why I know is because I'm a commercial driver too, and they tell you if you slam on the brakes, you're gonna skid.
So when you say commercial driver, so I dated somebody that had like 25,
Like a truck.
18-wheelers. And I
Yeah, like
remember,
truck.
yeah, so my question is, why do they put chains on the back of trucks when they go up north to drive? What do the chains do?
I'm not sure because I've never. They don't teach you about that.
Oh, okay.
That's probably just a thing that certain people do. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I learned something. This has
Yeah,
been
but
one interesting live, boy. I tell you.
the black ice, that shit ain't no joke.
I don't drive in
black
snow. And the minute they say they're forecasting snow, I get my kit together, make sure, and think I've never lost power. But ever since that incident, I don't care. I don't drive. As soon as they say snow coming, I'm inside.
Yeah, because that ice don't play.
Yeah, being on black
Growing up
ice
as
for a
kids, we
whole
had to
mile.
walk through that shit.
Yeah,
That shit was awful. Yeah, like when the snow used to really come down in New York, and we used to we knew how to walk on ice. You had to jump on it because you would fall every winter.
Jump on it. So you
Yeah,
jump
you gotta jump on it firmly. You can't walk through ice. You'll like fall. You gotta jump and like jump from spot to spot to spot. It's like I can't explain it. And then like when I was a little kid, my dad used to have to like blow on my hands because it used to get that cold. It used to get down to like 0 degrees every winter in New York. But because of global warming, we had like 1 or 2 bad winters, but we've been having like mild winters ever since like the 2010s.
I don't want anybody to get hurt, but I do want a hurricane to blow through Florida, through Miami. I just want one of these red states to feel it. Y'all want to do away with FEMA? I want y'all to need FEMA. Remember, what was that? Was it Hawaii? No, it's Puerto Rico when Donald Trump was president the first time. They had that big
He
storm.
was
And
throwing paper towels at them.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Where was
Yes,
Like
he
that was
did. He threw
gone.
paper towels at the audience after they had a hurricane.
And this was after like 2 weeks of the people not having nothing.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that was a real bad hurricane. It took them
He was throwing paper towels at them.
to
Like,
give them no money then. Oh yeah, I'm waiting on one of these red states to get hit by a good hurricane. We got all the way to Labor Day. Labor Day is when it go down.
did you see after the election there was some hurricane coming towards Florida? They had on TikTok all the comments was like, "Who is this diva? Does whatever the hurricane's name, did she need some help? Send their prayers to hurricane whatever because it was headed towards Florida." They was like, "Please hit it." And I was
Oh
like,
my
"Oh my
God,
god!"
bro, they feel like me. I just needed to hit one of these red states. I need one of them to get a Hurricane Katrina on them and not
Yes.
get no money.
This was right after the election, so there was a hurricane coming towards Florida, and all the people was like, "Who is this diva? That's sending prayers for hurricanes." It was praying for the hurricane, not the actual Florida. That shit was so funny.
Yeah, I know.
It was like God is a good God.
Who is this diva?
Yeah. So what hurricane was? I gotta look it up. It was
There
like
was a
Hurricane
hurricane
Flora or
supposed to be
something.
coming out toward them recently. Well, here's the thing about the flood that happened in Texas. Biden under the Inflation Reduction Act, Biden gave that county money to get a new warning system, but Texas decided to use that money on something else. And that came out.
What is it?
So.
Oh yeah, it was Hurricane Beryl. That's what it was.
Oh, that is a diva name.
It was like right after Kamala lost, they was on TikTok talking about
Oh,
sending love and prayers for Beryl.
I'm trying to figure out why JD Vance wearing eyeliner. What it is about him and his eyeliner? Like he get up in the morning and be like, "I gotta put this on for my eyes." I'm so confused.
JD, so but didn't he get up in drags? Like he
Yes,
they
they
had,
got drag pictures of him. Yep, they do. Yep. But all of a sudden now he against drag.
I remember that there was there was a Republican politician from Brazil. His name was like Santos or something. And
Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about him. Yep, he sure
he got
did.
caught up
He
in
was in
drags.
drag too. He was in drag too.
That shit was awful. He was a former drag queen in Brazil, so the Brazilians exposed him.
He had
'Cause
charges. Remember, he had charges in Brazil too. He was running from. I forgot what they were.
Yeah, he owed some money,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
that was the time where they was talking about the drag queens reading books to the kids, and come to find out he was a drag queen.
Now,
Only the
I gotta
Republicans.
give him credit though. He did win the election kind of smooth. Now he was undercover for real. Like he got money from who knows who he got them $700,000 from. But the fact that he was able to make all of these identities, he had like 7 identities.
Yeah, the Brazilian government was coming after that guy. His name was Santos.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm sorry. And he got exposed because it was about a dog. He was supposed to help a veteran with a sick dog, and the dog passed away. And that's how he got exposed.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that's how the whole thing snowballed. Once that dude did I don't know if it
Yeah,
was on. I don't think TikTok was. I don't think it was on
yeah.
TikTok. But
No,
he
the
did a big.
Brazilians exposed him on Twitter. They said, "Oh, that was such and such." They exposed his drag name. They had pictures of him as a
Yeah.
drag queen. How like? This is what I want to understand. How you become a Republican politician and like you were a former drag queen? Like this is insane.
Well, I mean, JD Vance is the vice president, so we could say that all over again.
And they were saying this this dating app crashed at their conventions.
Oh, I remember that. Now, I think it was
Grindr,
Grindr. I remember that. I remember at the Republican convention. Wait, I think we talking over MG. MG, you there?
No, I'm still here. My connection's going in and out, so I can hear y'all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, there was
It's
they were having
going in and out and stuff.
they had the Republican National Conventions and the gay app crashed, is what we were
Yeah,
saying.
that was crazy.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
that was
Okay.
crazy.
So the Republican Party, they're just hypocrites. They
hypocrites and undercover.
Because I'm like, how does a gay app crash?
Yeah, that was
Because they don't
crazy.
think their secret's gonna come out until something happens.
Yeah.
They the ones hiring gay escorts.
And everything that they said the Democrats are doing is exactly who they are.
Right.
Oh
And
yeah,
that's
they
just the
think
truth.
their information is not going to be broadcast until something
Yeah,
happens.
did you hear about the lady that in Kentucky? She's trying to go to the Supreme Court to get gay marriage overturned because
Yes.
she was getting in trouble because she wasn't officiating the gay marriage licenses in
Yes.
Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
How insane do you have to be?
Curious on how they gonna rule on that, to be honest, because you would have never thought they would have overturned Roe versus Wade, but they did.
Yeah, but like
And gay marriage is not in the Constitution. It was just something. It was something Obama passed, but it's not in the Constitution. I don't believe.
right. But how insane do you have to be that you're saying, "Oh, I don't want to officiate marriages because of my own beliefs"? Like that's insane. So she
But
got in
that's
trouble
what
for that.
happened when Obama first signed it in law. They had like I don't want to say half the country, but all the red states it was a time. I remember that. They had so many people being sued. They didn't want to make cakes for gay weddings and all kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah, that was crazy. But I was reading what might happen. They were saying if the worst comes to worst, it would be a state thing. So the states that want to continue, because you know what I found out? I didn't know this. I used to live in Hawaii. Gay marriage has been legal in Hawaii since 1995. Ain't that crazy?
Hmm.
So they had something on their bill where you signed a pass. They was like, "Do y'all want to continue keeping this?" So they were saying the states might individualize if it is overturned. You know how New York and
Or
Massachusetts made it legal,
that's kind of just like the small motions when they overturned Roe versus Wade. Every state now comes up with their own laws.
right?
Yeah, yeah. No, that's definitely what's gonna happen if that happens. This Supreme Court is gonna push it so far that somebody's gonna be assassinated. You know what I'm trying to say.
Hmm.
A few of
I
them
hope it
because they
happens,
going. I ain't gonna lie, me too.
or I hope he has like a massive heart attack.
Well, what happened was, you remember RBG? I don't remember her name, but the one that died. So Obama went to her when she was like maybe a year before she died, like his last year. He begged her to retire so that he could put somebody in her position. She refused. She sat on that Supreme Court until the day before she died,
Mm.
and then did it. And so that's how the Republicans got that seat because Trump was in office. Then there was a seat that was vacant at the Democrats. The Democrats just never fought, but I'm actually kind of proud of the Texas Democrats for standing up. And then finally somebody's doing something. So we'll
Hmm.
see what California doing. They gonna draw these districts to 5 seats. What's gonna end up happening is all red states and all blue states are going to gerrymander. But the Republicans have messed up so much that none of that matters. They still gonna vote blue. It's gonna be a big
Hmm.
sea change.
Are you talking about in the House?
Yeah, I'm talking about in the House. No matter what they do, the
That's gonna be a
Democrats gonna take
blessing.
up about 40 seats. They done took some people food stamps away. Oh no.
Well, no, they not. So
Oh,
what they're not taking. They're not taking
they're
it
not taking it
away.
away.
What they're
They
gonna
can't do
do
that.
is
Well,
they're gonna force
when
you.
I say
They're
taking
gonna
away,
force you to work 20 hours.
I mean reduce it, yeah, but if you don't work 20 hours, then you don't get it. So when I say take it away, I mean reduction. All the
Yeah,
reductions have
yeah.
already started in Georgia.
But what I find messed up about the big bold and beautiful bill is that you got people who are disabled. So if they're not able bodied, like what are they gonna do?
Did you see that man on TikTok? He said, I got 5 kids. I don't want to work. What do you mean? They took his food stamps from $2,800 to $300. I don't remember what state he in.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait, he didn't want to work?
No, he
Yeah,
said, I don't want to work. I want to be with my kids. What do you mean I have to work 20 hours? So they got every benefit in the world. And he was like, this is not what I voted for.
that's crazy. And he voted for it. He's an idiot.
Look, it's
See, that's the thing.
Lakeisha
People
back.
gotta read it and understand what they actually voting for. Because like
No, but the conservatives don't like policy. They go with their emotions.
They were voting against the Democrats to own the libs. They didn't read none of that stuff. They ain't think none of that stuff was going to affect them. They didn't know what they were doing. And then, remember to get it passed in the Senate. I forgot that white lady name. She
And
carved
Nancy
out.
Pelosi.
No, I'm talking about to get the bullshit that bill passed in the Senate. The Lisa Murkowski carved out some stuff for Alaska, right? And then when they did the reconciliation, they took all her stuff out. So she be talking about they played me just to give. I regret voting for this bill now.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
And what's crazy to me is the white women that are like gun ho about this.
Yeah, wait
Like
till
that's
it take effect.
okay. Because all these women is dying because they can't get those reproductive surgeries in the South. That shit is
Yeah.
crazy.
There are a lot of women dying that because of they're pregnant and they're carrying these babies to term that's not supposed to be carried to term. There was a reason why abortions happened medically. So now that in Texas, they took it to where, I mean, when you want to criminalize a woman for doing that, like, here's the thing. You want to make everybody have all these babies, but then you want to take all the benefits away to help them.
Right.
The one,
And did you? This girl, New York Nay, shared this. She said that women are having babies at the all-time lowest in history.
yeah,
And I don't blame
that's
them.
the thing. Yeah, and women scared to get pregnant. You don't know what's gonna happen.
Right. And in this economy,
Yo, this economy.
these kids is going to have, they're going to be on bunk beds by the time they move out. They're going to have 4 bunk beds in one room. And they talking about they sharing. They got co-living spaces now. Like back when I first turned 21, you was able to get your own apartment. Now these young kids is like, oh no, I'm just going to have roommates. Like this shit is getting bad.
Yeah, it's finding a place and stuff. Like the rent is high.
Rent has doubled since COVID. Everything has doubled since COVID.
Right.
Literally. That's when the rent hike happened, when COVID happened, when everybody had all that money. That's when everything, that's when everything started changing, the prices started changing. But the economy was stable when he came into office. Like, we were the envy of the world. And now these tariffs, they keep changing the dates that they go in effect. But when they finally do go in effect and you got to pay them pocket and them grocery stores empty,
And you know, certain countries, they already started getting their meat from elsewhere. Well, I saw this country on TV. I forget which one it was. They switched. They just was like, "Oh, we're just gonna start sourcing our stuff from other places."
Now, what was crazy is when Canada took all their stuff and stopped getting stuff from the United States. So
Yeah, they took all the liquor off the shelves.
Yep, and so Kentucky was affected because you know they have Kentucky bourbon. That's where bourbon comes from. Oh yeah.
Yep. They were saying Canadians, y'all gonna drink whiskey from Canada.
Well, it's gonna be interesting. And
He's an idiot. He don't realize the tariffs affect us too.
He ain't did a deal yet.
But it's insane because you look at countries like Venezuela and all them other places where inflation has affected their dollar so badly. I hope that doesn't happen. But America's still number one because of the military. But like, if we really get to a point where the value of the dollar goes down.
But he embarrassed us even with the military, with that strike in Iran. First, he pretty much broadcast to them that the strike was coming. Let's be clear. And then the generals went in there with a plan to do what he wanted. No, he told the generals, no, I want to do this. His own plan, like he knew what he was doing. And it failed.
And remember when he decided to go on Twitter saying that Israel and Iran had a ceasefire and that never happened?
12-day war. Yeah, he ended the 12-day war. That was like,
and then he came
you
on.
started the war, but now you want to take credit for ending it? That makes sense.
And then on top of that, he got on TV and started cursing. He said, "This is a fucking problem."
Yeah,
Like,
because our own intelligence came back and said, and then every time somebody come out and tell the truth, they get fired. So our own intelligence came back and said, "Nah, bro, you ain't do shit."
You can't handle the truth.
They had him on the lawn in front of the White House. He said, "This is a fucking problem." Like, that's the first time I've ever seen a president curse on the news.
Yeah, because the news started reporting that, nah, bro, nothing was obliterated.
And he said, so his ego was hurt because he thought he came and created a ceasefire between the two countries. He thought he was going to get credit. Then they started bombing each other again.
Yeah, that was, wait, yeah, he was saying, I told y'all the ceasefire at 12, and then Israel, I'm mad at Israel because just because I said 12 don't mean you to take and put everything you got, because I think Israel loaded them down. It was too funny. And they wouldn't stop.
Right.
They would not stop.
Right. They were
Who
still
need a
bombing each
reality
other. He was
show?
like,
We got this going on. Y'all
what was
saying,
that?
oh no, I'm saying who need a reality show where you could go onto the news and hear these podcasts talk about what's going on in the world.
I know. Yeah, that was too funny. That was too
hilarious
funny.
because he really cursed on the news. That was
That was
crazy.
He said, yeah. This was yeah. They wouldn't stop. He is trying to get that Nobel Peace Prize. How you want credit for a war you started?
Then he made the announcement on Twitter. Like he's the first president to ever make every single announcement on Twitter.
Oh my God.
Like,
That's why
like, he's
I
such a
love that
toddler.
Gavin Newsom is trolling him. And he is trolling the hell out of him.
You know who
my
I used to like? You know who I used to like? Who used to get him? Nancy Pelosi. Remember?
That's the
Remember?
problem. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Hakeem Jeffries is up to the job. She did not pick her successor right.
Right, because Nancy Pelosi didn't play. Remember, he
Get
shut
his
down the
ass.
government. He shut down the government, and then he had to do the State of the Union address. And Nancy Pelosi said, "Well, you can't hold your address in this hall because it's a security breach. So you have to reopen the government." That was hilarious. She was so funny. She used to counter everything he did.
Yeah, she was a veteran in the game. I ain't gonna lie, she was a veteran. I said she picked wrong because old dude don't know what he's doing, and that's the reason why we don't have a leader. He wants to act like Obama so badly instead of just being himself.
Right.
There always will only be one Obama. He is not. We need a stronger leader.
And remember
Period.
all the stupid people that thought that we got the check from Trump?
Oh my God. Talking about that $2,000 that check from COVID.
Oh yeah,
that
the
we got
COVID
the
thing.
check from
And
Trump.
another amount to it.
And it was from Nancy Pelosi. Trump just endorsed it.
He didn't even endorse it because so the checks was being held up for like 2 weeks or a week or something because
Because he didn't
all
agree
that
with
stuff
it.
is but they put his name in a memo line because by law, whoever the person at the Federal Reserve, their name has to be on the endorsement line. It couldn't be him. So they had to change the code. So they put his name on the memo. I don't know why he won't put his name on everything, but when this Jeffrey Epstein thing came out where he doodled his name on a naked woman. Oh, I didn't do that. I don't put my names on things, really.
What?
So there was a book that came out,
Yeah,
a 50th, like all the people wrote, it was a 50th year birthday book. So they had, Ghislaine Maxwell had all his friends write him all kind of whatever, and she put it in a binder, gave it to him for his 50 years. So on his, he kept talking about some secret. He kept talking about their secret life on the entire thing. And then he claimed, oh, I didn't write that. He tried to sue the Wall Street Journal. And I'm like, dude, do you know what discovery means? You want us to see it?
No, he didn't realize. No.
You know that discovery goes both ways. So then he tried to get then he filed a motion to get a deposition and put on there because Rupert Murdoch was 94 years old, so he wants a deposition in 2 weeks. So he turned around and filed and said, "Nigga, you 70, if you could die, we want yours the next day." And then we ain't heard nothing about the lawsuit since then. He withdrew.
That's so dumb. It's so dumb. When you investigate, they investigate everybody, stupid.
And he don't even understand that. No matter the harder he fights, the more we know he's in there. Eventually, the House is going to get those documents. Now they done threw stuff away, but the House is going to be they're going to be all kind of leaked.
But you know what? What was crazier is how Trump had all those papers at Mar-a-Lago and never destroyed it.
Oh my God. He had every secret. You know he was going to sell that mess. Yeah, every secret in the world we had.
But he would have been fine if he would have just never became president. I feel like he would have been an amazing business person.
He didn't think the FBI was gonna come up in there because he was too laxy daisy with it, right? Like he was baiting them. He didn't think the FBI, but you know he went back and fired every FBI agent that was a part of that raid.
Right. How do you keep the evidence? How do you like keep the evidence in your house?
He didn't think they was coming in there. He didn't think they was coming in there. He got away with so much. Remember, he got away with so much.
But you think that's like narcissism or something? Because it's like, if you got away with stuff, why would you keep the stuff in your, like, I'm very confused. That's like that's like unaliving a bunch of people and keeping the bodies in your house.
Oh my God. And then he had some idiot.
Like,
He lucky he got
He's
alien cannon.
untouchable. That's why.
He think
that's
that
insane.
oh wait,
He had,
first term it leaked out that I remember that he ran into the bunker 3 times because there was protests outside. Oh, you play all them games that you want, but you ran your ass into the bunker 3 different times because you was afraid of civil protests outside.
right. He had boxes of paperwork in his house.
It wasn't even
All over the
in his house. He had it in a bathroom. Like it wasn't even in the
like
house.
a bunch of boxes. Like what?
Wait, they found stuff in Melania's
Yes. Yes. He had boxes of papers in the bathroom.
And no, it wasn't the papers. Call it what it was. This was
I would never think the
past
bathroom.
top secret. Past top. He had military war plans in his bathroom against other countries.
Like he probably had people come over to his house as guests, and he was just using that like a showpiece. Like, yeah, this is what I did.
He did. That's how he got busted because he was going around showing people. And he gave them a little bit back and said, here's everything. But they had an inside source and said, nah, they ain't everything, bro. But the mess they got out of that man's house when they raided his house, he literally had our military attack plans. You know, we have an attack plan on every country. If something happened, how we going to attack them. He literally had those plans in his bathroom. This is stuff that is locked inside of a locked.
Right, like a safe.
Yeah.
Like a vault.
I can't think of what it's called. A skiff.
A vault.
Yeah, they can only even view these documents inside of a skiff. And he had this mess in his bathroom in the ballroom.
Yeah, why would we have that type of document?
Because he was gonna sell them.
You know, well,
but I feel like it's crazy if he would have tried to sell them. It's self-incriminating.
Think about if he has our military attack plans to China. Who do you think would benefit?
Because he was leaking stuff to Putin.
Yeah. Oh, he had our attack plans to Russia there too. FYI.
They said he leaked. Yeah, it was confirmed that, and that's something I'm not understanding how he didn't get kicked out or be put in prison for treason because it was proved. He gave military intelligence to Russia.
Well, it's because of the judge he got. She what is it called? There was a motion to dismiss, and she dismissed the case based on the fact that that Jack Smith wasn't appointed by Congress. However, they're using the same thing. It's crazy. It's crazy.
He's paid some people in some high places.
Every dog have their day. Something gonna happen. Something gonna get them. I think this.
Well, he's 80 years old.
Thing is gonna be here. I think
he's 80 years old and he eats McDonald's, so I'm hoping he just passes away.
Yeah, them swollen ankles.
Yeah, he has some vein disease.
Yeah, I heard about the swollen ankles and stuff.
The ankles.
JD Vance is waiting on a day for him to croak. We all know that. I think that's his prayer every night. Is it today? Is it today?
You're right. But but do you think he would be reelected? JD Vance?
No, he's not gonna get reelected. The country is going to be, you have to, if you think about history, the Republicans always mess the country up and it takes a Democrat to come and fix it. I.e., remember
Right.
how bad Bush messed the
Mimi,
country
we
up,
think the
and then,
same. I always
yeah,
say that because the stupid people didn't realize it took 8 years for Obama to fix everything after the recession. So they
exactly.
just thought that, oh, Trump came in there, he was like, oh, I'm in the office, the economy's great. No, because Obama fixed it. That's how this is like, you don't know how
No,
things
see,
work.
what people didn't realize, so everybody was like, oh, we like Trump policies, blah, blah, blah. That's why we voted for him. There were so many people holding him back from his every whim that he wants to change. That's why the world didn't go crazy under his front. Now he got all yes men. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. It's crazy.
Yeah, and then what was crazy was, did you see his response on the debate where he was talking about Obamacare, and the lady was asking him, she said, are you against it or are you for it? Do you want to keep it or do you not want to keep it? He said, well, I like Obamacare and I'm just gonna whatever. And I was like, you just try to get rid of it your last term, and now you're admitting to people that we need it because we have no other systems in place. Like that shit was crazy. I don't
Yeah,
understand how he
the
even won based
Republicans
on his
been coming
debate.
up with a healthcare system since I don't know when, and they're about
He
to kill it
decided,
though.
he decided to keep Obamacare because he had no other solution. Like,
But they gutted it so much that at the end of the year, everybody's premium is doubling for next year. So now
no, I
then
know,
they
but
gotta
what I'm
gut it.
saying
Yeah,
is, how you going to attack something, critique something, and then you have nothing better in place? And the lady kept asking him what his plan was, and Kamala was like laughing at him, like she
yeah.
was just like, because how do you have to succumb to admitting that Obamacare was actually decent?
Poor baby. And the crazy part is so many people don't realize how they benefited from Obamacare, but they were so quick to say, let's abolish it.
But
They have nothing
it's like
behind it.
abolish it for what? You are
Replace
poor. Like,
it.
what you gonna get? You gonna pay
Wait,
for your own
I think
insurance?
we're talking over MG. What you say, MG?
All right, man.
Or is that Lakeisha
Oh
back
no, I
smacking?
was saying that y'all was talking about as that they remove stuff and don't have an actual another thing to
Solution
replace what they
for it.
removing.
Right.
Yeah, that's
It's
what I was
embarrassing.
mentioning.
It was a whole he likes stuff that rhyme. Repeal and replace. Remember that was the whole thing, repeal and replace. And see, the Democrats stupid because we should have been screaming, lock him up. Oh, but no, we gotta be, studious, and yeah, that's where we at right now.
Yeah, I'm like, how do y'all vote against something that y'all need? And then, like, so you're telling me you live in Arkansas and you work somewhere, right? And you don't have no insurance other ways. And you can't buy your own insurance, but you're gonna
Right.
vote against the insurance that is
Against
for
it.
you. Like what?
Because they don't think
Wait,
about it until it
that's
affects
something going.
them.
Wait, but there's something going on with Arkansas. Oh, that's what it was. Exactly what we're talking about. So Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she's the governor of Arkansas. So now she's upset because everybody policy gonna be raised in January. I don't know what to do. And then they had some type of tornadoes that rolled through up in there, and she still ain't got no government assistance for that.
What?
I can't see the chat. Do we have any questions in from the chat? Because we just were talking and we ain't even
No.
engaging.
No, I was checking the chat. People were saying that that we were still live for 6 hours. Some people were
Yeah.
saying thank you for keeping. Oh, someone
We just
say
talking about
that.
anything.
Yeah, I laughed
they
at the
was
Sarah Huckabee thing.
It's y'all. We've been live for 6 hours. 7.
Yeah, but you gotta think about it. We still got 170 people watching us, so we must be doing good.
Yeah, because I was looking at the numbers. It was like it would go up, they would go down and stuff. So people still on here.
So apparently they like what we talking.
back.
Look, or do we have any topics from the chat? Yeah,
Right.
you got
Some people have
170
come
people
back.
watching. Give us a topic.
Right. Do anybody have a topic?
Put something I want to talk about in the chat. Because some people
No.
came back and said, y'all, I thought this was a new live. I'm like, no, this is the same one.
Lakeisha laying down on her sofa now. She done turned that camera off.
Look, I done listen. I done put on my pajamas.
She probably went ate dinner and came back. I swear we done talked about Lakeisha, throw something on the screen for us. We done talked about everything under the sun.
Everything.
I'm
I'm here
crying,
listening
Mimi.
to
You
you.
are
I'm
funny.
like, oh, I learned something new. I was like, oh, I didn't know that was going on. I'm here Googling at the same time while y'all talking about it.
Wait, I didn't even realize we had somebody. Kyle, what you want to talk about? No, Kyle is with us. So MG, okay, it's still 4 of us. So what? I can't see the chat, guys. Any questions in the chat?
No, nobody put any thing down at the
They just
moment.
said good stream and so
No,
have
you-
y'all heard the situation with Nas X? Did y'all know he was hospitalized and arrested for walking around with his underwear on? Did y'all hear about that?
He's
Yeah, I
been
saw
doing a
that.
bunch of crazy stuff. Like he made some 666
What's going on with
shoes.
him? Because it's a lot. Not something.
He worshipped the Ebel. I
I
don't
did
know if
see
you
a
can say the
video, but I
word.
didn't get a chance to click on it.
I don't really know much about him, but I just
Little
saw that.
X mom reaction to his. No, it's something new because I think his mom is reacting
Yeah,
to
but his
whatever
mom
took place.
apparently, his mom was a drug addict. Apparently,
Really?
yeah.
How they
That's what
had
they
her
were saying.
looking on this video.
So this is what they showing. I think it's this. What is the shade room?
I think he said he was having a mental episode.
But it's a video. I thought. Yeah, this is it right here. Look at this.
Don't be late to the party tonight.
Where at?
You know where it's at. No, go ahead, babe. No. Go ahead, babe. No.
This nigga got on some cowboy boots with a diaper on.
Yeah,
Oh Lord have mercy.
it
Oh,
looked like Depends.
he must be on the same thing T Hood was on.
Cowboy boots. Is that cowboy boots?
I
No.
was just talking about mental health.
Ever since he said he worshipped
I'm mad than that. I'm mad the
the mental
outfit
health
match.
is a big thing now.
He got on the Huggies and some cowboy boots.
He had white. Wait,
And they said he got arrested for assaulting an officer.
I saw that too.
He is advertising it, baby. Go ahead and walk.
Yeah, he on something.
No. Hey. Okay.
And you also have to watch the drinks too when you go out.
Yes.
I hope he didn't take that K2.
Drinks and stuff.
Look at him.
Sean Bankhead taught me that one.
Somebody doing
No, that's a mental episode.
right, something ain't.
Cause I tried some things and they don't make you do that.
That's white. That's underwear thick. That underwear thick.
Give me that phone so I can throw it.
It's like Depends.
I'm gonna throw it far away so you never see it again. I don't like
Walking down the road though.
Wait, but no comment.
Don't miss the party tonight. Why are you
He
still
got
here?
nothing down
You need to
there.
be telling everybody about the party, girl. What's your problem? Make it down.
He should at least put a sock in there, make it look like something.
Yeah, this
He
ain't
got
right.
nothing down there.
Yeah, that ain't right. Something ain't
Yeah, I think he
right.
had like a mental episode.
That's what it looked
I
like.
think so too.
Well,
I mean,
after he did
he's
that,
observing
he
what's
did-
going on. He know the person got a phone out.
But he's probably maybe he has
observing what's going
schizophrenia.
on around him.
No, man, he worshipped the elbow.
No,
After
I'm
he
saying
did-
when schizophrenia people when they have manic
Oh
episodes.
yeah.
Oh yeah, this right here. He probably didn't take his
His friends.
meds, if we could say that word.
Yeah, because I
He
had a
was
friend
taking something
who
on
had
top,
that,
taking
and she
something
would
on
knock
top
on
of the
people's
meds.
doors.
Who is his friends? I don't know very much about Nas X. I don't listen
Me
to
either. I can't really talk on him.
I stopped follow. I don't even know any updates on him. What's going on?
When he made
Well,
that
he had that
video
Old
where
Town
he was
Road
riding
song.
the devil, I was done. The devil, I'm sorry. I was done.
Oh, you talking about the Montero video?
I think that's what it's called. And that was some years. He even had some shoes that came out there. He had to refund everybody the money because it was 666 shoes. Like once he started
No,
talking about
he had the
worshiping
blood in
the
the
devil, I
shoes.
was out. I was
Blood
out.
in the shoes.
Yes,
Yeah,
real.
no, that he
Yeah.
had blood in the shoes.
Yeah.
With the shoes he got on now?
No, some shoes he
No,
was
he was
trying to
selling some
sell.
shoes with blood in it.
Oh, dang.
Oh, come on now. Yeah, he been crazy. Yeah, that's what? Oh no.
That's I say he been having episodes, but when he started talking about he worshiped the devil and this is who he is, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
out.
when it gets.
That was the
No, he
last
was.
time I checked up on him.
Nah, he just likes to troll a lot. His trope was like, you know how the black community is pretty homophobic. So he was saying he was doing all of that to spite people, just to be like, yeah, the evil stuff, because the black community is so churchy and homophobic. I'm lashing out at y'all because I didn't get acceptance. That's why he was doing all that. I don't know if he really does that, but he was doing Lil Nas
Well,
X.
you
He likes
can't
to
play
troll a
like
lot.
that. You can't play like that for me.
No, but he was. But do you get what I'm saying? Like he was
So
doing
you
that
saying
because he was
so
saying
you
the
saying
black
he was like
community
a
is so
troll.
churchy and Christian that he was doing that to say "F the church," if that makes sense.
I got a question. What about this Blueface and Krishan stuff?
Ain't he in jail?
Yeah, he's in jail, but I'm talking about what she did to that baby and won't get him no help.
Yeah, he's
That's
still in
another
jail.
story I don't follow. I don't follow them. I mean, I think I had enough of this girl, Krishan, and it was clearly that her baby had a disability and she was not getting that child no help. I don't know what I stopped. I don't know anything about Krishan.
People like her shouldn't have babies because you know she was smoking and drinking.
She went the whole pregnancy and said she didn't want him. The only reason why she kept him because it was too late.
But she was probably smoking and drinking the whole pregnancy. Knowing her.
She was. It was more than that. It was more than smoking and drinking. She was doing. They released his medical records. They found cocaine in there. They found all kind of stuff.
Oh no!
They released the
That's
baby
so
medical
sad.
records. Yeah. She
Some
even
people.
he exposed a text message of her saying she didn't know that she was in labor, which was a lie. But she smoked her way all the way to the hospital. Oh yeah.
What?
But my whole thing
They
is
should be calling authorities on her over that.
I don't think she takes that baby to the doctor. You know how
that baby ain't never been to the
have
doctor.
a pediatrician. That baby does that girl. That's why I couldn't. She would irritate me. She's abusing. You know that's
But
abuse.
that's awful. Like to have like to not have a maternal instinct.
Lakeisha,
Y'all
what's
seen
the
that
most?
video of her
What's
eating
the
that
most?
cake?
Oh my God,
What
that was
cake?
so nasty. She eats
It was
stuff and just throw it on the
somebody's
ground.
birthday. Yeah, it was somebody's birthday, and they had an actual happy birthday cake. It was a guy. What he did, he scooped up the cake in a cup, and he had it separate. Chris nasty behind start eating the cake with her bare
Out of the box.
hands
Out of the box.
Ugh.
Then there was
You know,
another one. She was
she
at
a
an
crack
event, like a
baby.
buffet, and she started eating outside the tray of the food or something. I'm like, oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
I
She's
saw
a crack,
some
she's like a crack baby.
I
She
saw
is a crack baby. Her mama has been doing that stuff. I'm sorry, I ain't mean to say the C word. She is what she is. But she don't realize
But
her
I feel like
15
some
minutes
people
of
don't
fame.
deserve to have children. Like I'm sorry.
Oh, she's
No,
definitely
you're
one
right.
of them.
You're right.
Krishan.
And they be
So
having
wait, look,
1,001 babies left to right, but they don't deserve to have kids.
Lakeisha,
Right.
what's
It's like if
the
you cannot smoke, if you can't say to yourself, "Oh, I cannot go 9 months without a blunt."
There's something wrong
Like
with her.
something's wrong with you.
I think Mimi
Dang.
It's a habit of her.
No, I was just gonna ask you what was the
No, but
most
I'm just saying the maternal instinct would be like, even though it's a habit, I got a baby.
Yeah, but she has no maternal instincts. Clearly, look how she treating her
Mhm.
child.
You're not
Like,
quite
you
sure
gonna
how her
smoke?
upbringing was.
Yeah,
She
you gonna
she
smoke
a
to your
rag
labor?
baby,
Like what?
and that's 12 of them. She a rag baby. But my question was for Lakeisha. What was the most intriguing story that you reported on that had you had to get an update? You had to get an update.
The most, damn. Now that's a good because it's, oh boy.
It's so
I know
many.
you've been doing. I know.
Because it's, in all honesty, I forget the stuff. I literally, and I'm glad kind of my memory is like that because I remember it, but then I literally have to go back and look at it again to bring it back to my memory. So to be honest, I would literally have to go look because I really forget it just that fast. Like I don't remember it like that. Like you think that I be
Okay.
remembering. I don't. I don't.
So what's the most story that was I don't not unbelievable, but you knew what you reported on was BS. It wasn't the truth. Like they try to like you stupid, but you
Okay.
report.
Okay, the most BS. What's up? Let me see the most BS. So when I started doing a blog and I kind of learned a little bit fast, and well, I wouldn't even say I learned fast. See, you can see the analytics and you can kind of see everything that's happening on the front end. So I'm gonna be honest, usually that's why I do not, when I'm like exhausted or tired, that's why yesterday I was like, I'm not gonna do it. If I don't have no energy, it can be BS. But if well, it can actually be good. But if I don't have no energy, it's gonna turn to be BS because it's like you just don't have the energy. So really, to be honest, I really can't say I have one. I would say the only time it turned into BS is when you don't have the energy. Because to be honest, you can talk about stuff all day and make it interesting. But if you don't have the energy, you be like, you know what I mean? So you not energetic. Like sometimes I will see people comments, they be like, why you act like you happy? Like it'll be bad news. And they be like, why you act like you happy? Imagine somebody telling you something, they be like, I mean, it just don't sound, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna take it back to the story we started back on. At what point did you know that that T Hood story was BS?
Oh, see, that's a good one. Okay. So generally, I had a very reliable source that called me from the beginning. But here's the deal. The person called me from the beginning. I knew that he was a woman beater from the beginning, but I was not going to say that because what I learned with this blog and stuff, you cannot tell people stuff before they already know it themselves because they're not going to believe you. So although I had known that he probably was a woman beater, I wasn't going to say it. Let me just tell you why. The man had just died, and if I would have came out and said he was a woman beater, wasn't nobody gonna believe me.
They were gonna turn on you.
They wasn't gonna believe me. So it's like
you were seeing those messages that the sisters was put up, and you knew they was full of stuff when you saw all those text messages and stuff. I mean, that stuff that they were putting up about how he was, like what they were trying to sell to the public for that week.
So honestly, I didn't. So what I was saying is somebody that is real close to them, their family had already told me everything. That he had been beating her. But how do I come out and say, I heard that he was a woman beater and the man just died? Like, how am I gonna say that? How does that sound?
Right.
If I would have came out and said so he died today, and then tomorrow I would have came out and said, I heard he was a woman beater. Nobody wasn't gonna believe that.
No, they would have turned on you.
What I do in situations where I get information, depending on what it is, in that situation, because somebody had already, he had already died, there was no way they was gonna believe me if I said that man was a woman beater. So I said, okay, we gonna just talk about, he was, killed. We'll talk about that. And then once it come out that he is a woman beater, then I'll talk about that. Because ain't nobody gonna believe me if I say that. And plus it sounds at that point insensitive. Like somebody just lost their life and you talking about their woman beater. Now that it's all out and everybody know, you can talk about it because it's like everybody know now. But I wasn't gonna talk about that. man being a woman beater. So I
I
kind
don't
of had
blame
to
you.
not talk about that because it's like,
And plus, it was fresh anyway. We didn't know what was the circumstance.
well, y'all wouldn't have known because keep in mind, what I was told is the information I was told that, you know, he had did all of these things and that it was going to come out eventually. So I'm like, okay, well, when it comes out, and see the reason why, because then at some point they had started their campaign and saying all of this stuff. So of course it's got to come out because y'all making it seem like it's something that it ain't, and then now they got to protect themselves. So I knew something was going to come out. I just did not know when it was going to come out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just did not know when because I was told they had video. So that video that they released, that's not on video. It's like they have more than that. So
Oh, yes, we had cameras in our house for a reason.
Right.
Who has cameras in their bedroom unless you're doing X, Y, and Z?
Exactly. So they probably, you know, I don't know, maybe that was set up just because of something he was doing. Because that's the first thing I said. I said, damn, I didn't know people had cameras in their bedroom.
Exactly. Who put
Right, I was
cameras?
like,
He
perfectly
care
on the
nothing about
wall.
them
Like,
cameras. He ain't trying to turn them off or nothing.
Right. So I
you
just
know,
learned with the blog and stuff, if you tell people stuff way ahead of time, they don't believe it. So it's almost like it has to come out in a bigger blog and then you can kind of talk about it because they ain't gonna believe it. And in all honesty, even when the person told me, they was like, it's insensitive to even talk about it. Like, who wants to say, well, yeah, he got, you know, he ended up, you know, getting killed, but he was a woman beater. That's still insensitive. But once people can see it, it doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah, them
Like, oh, hell no.
videos was wild. I mean, how you get? I would never go to sleep. How you get? Once somebody attack you in your sleep, how do you not have PTSD to go to sleep? Like, I'm confused. And then she talking about we gonna
and
lay
they
together
jump on
tonight,
you.
cuddle. Yes, Lord.
Yeah,
Yes,
but it's
Lord.
more than that. I believe that was just released for the simple fact that I mean, they kept going. I
They
believe
kept
if they would
dragging
have,
it.
if his family would have never said nothing, we probably wouldn't have never found out. I mean, at
I
least
agree.
probably from their standpoint, because this guy had been doing this to her the whole time. She never came out and said that he was an abuser. You know what I mean? So
no,
I don't think, you know, his family, they need some help. You know, let's just call it what it is. They need help.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, he
did
got
they
the right
record
name.
her?
They all hood. They all were hood. They all were hood. I understood who they were when they came on that live. That they should have never did that live. The worst thing you could do is prove somebody right.
Yeah, they should have never did that. And I'm gonna have to go back and watch his kick to see
Or the
them
interview?
He
I want
probably
to see that kick too. I ain't gonna lie.
he probably edited it. I said, because I knew he came back and was like, you know what? I'm done with this T Hood. Oh, now you done with it, huh?
I just can't believe that all of this can happen and
Now,
people can
yeah,
go
now when
live.
he turn against you, yeah.
I know. This whole story was just crazy.
Yeah, you know, them, you know, they trying to get money and all of this. I mean, listen, they not smart because I mean, I would have just not said nothing. You making it seem like it's something that it ain't, and you know that's not what happened. Like, what do you think these folks gonna do?
I think that they got so many death threats, they had no choice but to release that video.
Click them in.
Like Kelsey and her brother. Because, I mean, when I first saw it, I was like, they hiding, they cleaning up the scene, they doing all this. I'm like, okay.
When they said that, that's why I reached out for the police report because I said, how could they? These police are trained. You think they don't know? So if somebody died, there's gonna be blood somewhere. So how the hell can they clean the blood up? I said, something ain't right. That's when I first reached out for the police report because I said they cleaned up the scene. Huh?
And yeah, what they cleaned up the scene, but they let them go. I was like, that don't even make sense.
That's tampering with evidence. So
Yeah, I
when
didn't get
you
what it said. The
they
family
left,
said we the one that called 911.
Yeah, but you didn't know the address. to send the Uber.
That was, but you know what?
That address to call 911.
Okay,
Come on now.
listen. Exactly. So that's a lie, because if you read the autopsy report, it says the time that it was called. It was like 6 or 6. It was almost 7 o'clock, but they claimed that he was there for hours after, just making shit
Yeah,
up.
they did say
Just
that.
making shit up.
That they waited 4 hours to call a police. And I'm like,
what? The call came from that house. It said it on there. They are just really disgusting. I just
they
don't
could have came
know.
up with a better story. They must have made that up in their sleep.
The call came from that house. It says on the thing where the call came from. Why they made that shit up?
Oh yeah, because it says the call came from Latonia. On one of the messages they posted that the call came from Latonia. You didn't call the police until but you didn't have an address, remember? So how you called Latonia?
Oh, that's a good one, y'all. They said in the chat, talk about young Dolph trial today. You know, Hernandez,
Oh yeah.
Gavin or Gavin, whatever.
Yeah.
He was found not guilty.
I saw that earlier, and I heard that they came for his daughter. They unalived his daughter already.
His daughter his daughter died. So when
Isn't this like a turf war that's going back and forth with young Gotti? Am I correct?
Well, Yo Gotti claimed he didn't have anything to do with it, so he wasn't charged or anything. It was his brother, you know.
Yeah, Big Juke, his brother got.
I think his brother passed, right?
Yes, his brother.
Yeah, they thought his brother had something to do with it.
No, he did. No, the brother did have something to do with it. Yeah, the brother did.
The brother did. Okay.
But he ended up getting unalived because, I guess they retaliated on him because of young Dolph. But this is what I got from it. What I've learned is with prosecutors, we never know if the shit that they saying is true. They said that this man set it up, but never provided text messages. So they said they had I didn't watch it, but they said that they had text messages. They said the text messages that they showed never spelled out anything like he did anything. So they said he was found not guilty because they said they did not have the evidence. They also said that they felt like the state was trying to use him as a fall guy. So I feel like either he didn't do it or they just didn't have the evidence. But think about this though, y'all. The guys that was involved, they had all the evidence on them. Why didn't they have enough to convict him? I don't think he did what they said he did. I think that it's probably a situation where they probably just tried to throw him in there because why? I mean, if they had the proof, the other guys got convicted. And keep in mind, the other guy came to court and even said that the man was, had worked with him. But get this, they also said that what's his name? Hernandez had paid somebody. That person came to court and said that did not happen. So I don't know. I mean, they obviously didn't have the evidence, so they didn't convict him. So he walked free. He got not guilty on everything.
Yeah, I saw that. But I didn't actually did my research to see why he was found not guilty.
How long was he in jail?
Well, he's free. So
but I'm saying, how long was he in jail?
Well, originally they said 9 months, but I guess he ended up.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so he was only there for 9 months is a long time, but he, since then, I guess he was able to go to court from home or whatever. But
wow.
Well, get this though, his lawyer, I guess, allegedly did some kind of what I want to say, maybe services where they donate or whatever, because he said a lot of times people, especially in Memphis, are convicted because they just can't afford an attorney. So they were saying thankful that they were able to help him. They said because they believed in him and the evidence didn't add up. A lot of times when these district attorneys come out and tell us stuff, we don't know if the shit they telling us is true or not. You see what I'm saying? They only give us their side of the story. We don't really know if everything that they're saying is true, because one thing his attorney said, why didn't they never provide the text messages? If they had proof in text messages, so they say they have, why they never provided them? Because you actually don't have it.
Right. And then they just expect people to plead guilty or take it a deal.
Right. That's what
Yeah.
he said. That's exactly what he said. He said that is they also spoke about in Memphis. They said it is so many black people in jail in Memphis. I was like, really? But they said it is a big, huge problem in Memphis. And they said luckily they had resources to be able to help him. That's what they said. I watched the end of it because honestly, I thought he was going to be convicted because I was listening to what the district, the state was saying. That he had
Right.
did all of this and they had all of this proof. So I was, oh, he gonna be, and I was like, not guilty. That's what made me start watching to see, okay, so how was he not guilty? They said that, he had, paid these people and did all of this stuff, and how he get not guilty? Come to find out, the stuff they said may not have been all the way true.
Yeah.
Of course
Also,
it
the
was.
prosecutors are just looking to land a big conviction.
Right. And that's what his attorney said. That's exactly what his attorney said. Because think about this. Yeah, okay, so Big Juke, which was part owner of the company, I guess, with Yo Gotti. Why are you not looking at Yo Gotti? Because it was his
Exactly.
company. You looking at some regular dude. What the hell does he have? So they've already established that it was a record label rivalry. It was paper. What is it? What's the name of Young Dolph? It was RE or so, whatever the name of his label was, against CMG. Why they ain't pulling your guys?
Why? Why there's no RICO? Maybe they learned their lesson from the Young Thug trial, because he sure that was Woody on the stand was hilarious. So
Man, that was a circus.
anytime that he got a deal from the judge had enough.
That trial
And
was
it
a
be, but
circus.
this is the thing though, it be your own people, because if it wasn't for that white lady to come and save the day, all of them was going up the river. And that's
Wait,
just
what happened with the white lady? Give me, because
well,
I was going in and out.
they started off with Judge Glanville, the black judge, and he was
correct.
cutting
Yes,
up in there.
I remember that. That's when I stopped watching. Okay.
Right, he was cutting up. In fact, he took one of the attorneys, Young Thug lead attorney, and put him in jail. How you gonna put this
I
man-
remember that.
I remember that.
Put the man's attorney in jail. So
Because he wouldn't tell him where
He got
there
his
was some
information
type of
from
he had some type of meeting that he wasn't supposed to
in the
have, and the
chambers.
attorney wouldn't tell him who told him.
right, but you gonna put his attorney in jail. So now how can he represent his client? That's dead wrong. So they overturned it and dismissed all of that. So he never went to jail. They dismissed it. But the attorneys got together and got rid of his ass because they was like, he's unprofessional and he seemed biased. He was very biased. He was very biased. He
It
was
takes
very
us to
biased.
get us. It takes us to get us.
Right. So they got his ass up out of there
Mm-hmm.
and had to get the new judge, which she seemed to be fair.
Okay. So
Because
how
keep
did
in mind,
they
I'm
get
glad
to
they get
the
the new judge.
agreement that he got? Because I know it said it
well,
wasn't.
this is the thing with Young Thug and a few of the others, they took pleas. Now, they wanted to send, well, here's the deal. They were going to let Young Thug go as long as he admitted to being in a gang. He didn't want to admit that. He said he wasn't in a gang. So what he did, he took a plea, but he left it up to the judge to sentence him. Because at this point, I guess he was like, okay, I'm over it. If, because they had offered, because what the judge said, work with these people and see if y'all come up with an agreement, because everything was going crazy. And the judge was like, look, see if y'all can come up with some agreements before we move forward. So they ended up giving everybody an agreement except for the last two, which the last two was like, fuck that. We gonna keep going, because they wasn't really giving them a good deal. Like, how is it a deal for me to go to jail for 50 years? Bitch, that ain't a deal. Like, what deal is that?
Mm-hmm.
So they were giving them like significant time. So the last two was like, we gonna ride this shit out. But Young Thug ended up going in front of that, the white judge, and she sentenced him to time served. She gave him probation and released him. Now the state was like, we want him to go to jail for 30 years. And his attorney was like, well, how the hell you want him to go to jail for 30 years when you just agreed to let him go if he said that he was in a gang? And so the judge was like, well, that's not fair, because if you were going to let him go only if he admitted that he was in a gang, and because he doesn't want to say that, you want him now to go to jail for a long time. So the judge was like, absolutely not. Let him go, give him probation. Now the last two, one of them got off free, got found totally not. He was what he got? Innocent of all charges.
Yeah, I think both of it was like not guilty, innocent, something.
So Gotti got not guilty on all. Shannon got one charge, but the charge that Shannon got guilty on, it wasn't a significant charge. So essentially, they both went home. Now, the bad thing about the YSL trial that I learned about is in Fulton County Jail, they always give it to fights. So get this. Gotti gets out on all charges. Now, if you found not guilty, what are you supposed to do? Walk the fuck up out of there. Do y'all know Gotti ended up staying for probably 5 to 6 more months after he was found not guilty? Guess why? Because they said he got in a fight in the jail. I said, this is
Right. And that's what I'm saying.
Right. He ended up staying there. So like 5 months after that, Shannon ended up staying too because they both had fights. Like, ain't that some bullshit? Like, let me out. So they
let me tell you, Lakeisha, when I was in jail, that's why I didn't get into no fights, because I was trying to leave that country. Baby, if you get into anything with them, they can give you extra charges.
That's what they did. That's exactly what they did. But
somebody jealous of you, and that's why you don't tell people when you're getting out. Baby, they will do stuff to you.
The bad thing with Gotti, imagine being in jail. Gotti had been in there for 3 or 4 years. I think it was 4 years. Because keep in mind, they had to stay there during the whole trial. Imagine being that motherfucker for 4 years and they say you're not guilty. You just wasted your time.
Yeah,
like, you
know.
just wasted your time. But get this,
I hope he sues them.
But you would think,
but you get penny. You get penny.
Keep in mind, though, he's been there for like 4 years. Even if he caught a charge for fighting, let this man out. He just wasted 4 years. They still kept him in there. So I think eventually they ended up getting them time served. But if somebody is found not guilty, you're supposed to let them out. Why the fuck they staying 5 more months past the date? Now they're giving you. So it was a mess. So he eventually ended up getting out. I think they finally gave him time served. But who in the hell getting 4 years and 5 months for a damn basic fight? You see what I'm saying? So he did get out. Shannon, the other guy, he did get a charge, but they gave him probation. But he didn't get the charge for unaliving, which was life. You know what I mean? He didn't get the other charge. And the jury also said, because I don't know if y'all remember, the jury ended up going on these podcasts, and they actually said that if Young Thug would have went all the way through, that he would have more than likely been found not guilty. So Young Thug ended up taking the plea, but they said he more than likely would have been found not guilty because a lot of the stuff that they were saying, they didn't have any hardcore evidence. It was like somebody died and we think that they really never had anything. Their main witness was Woody, and Woody said he lied.
Oh no, he was hilarious. He was hilarious. The reason why they wanted him to admit that he was in a gang was so that they could keep everything that they confiscated. Because he just won a.
Oh, and he just won that case. Yep, he just won that case.
That they took about 2-3 million from him between them cars and his jewelry and his cash. They got him out 2-3 million,
but
and they were trying to keep that.
I don't think they had none of his shit. I think they sold that shit.
Yeah,
I think they did something illegal because they're still talking about his watch, talking about. So get this, the investigator had to sign off, notarized signature that they took the watch. You can't backtrack and say, "Oh, we really didn't take it." Girl, goodbye. Y'all gotta pay this man. So now they're saying they inventoried it, but somehow they left it there. Man, get the fuck out of here. Y'all have to pay that.
Wait a minute. So now they show. Okay, so the last part I saw was that he won the case. So now that he won that, they didn't think he was gonna win that case.
They thought he was going to jail for the rest of his life.
Yeah,
that's how they set it up. Look, Judge Glanville was working with them to do whatever the hell that they wanted to do. But what Judge Glanville didn't know is that they was gonna get his ass kicked off that case, and that's exactly what they did. So the thing about it though, Fulton County is crooked. It is what it is. They crooked, and I believe they thought Young Thug was gonna go to jail for the rest of his life. They said that Fonnie Willis paid her boyfriend out of
Wait, I know I was about to say that.
Yes, they said she paid her. And the crazy part about it is they said it was very close to the time that they had seized money and jewelry from him. I don't think they got his shit. I think they sold it. That's what I think.
Yeah,
I
when
don't think they got
when
his
she
stuff.
paid her boyfriend that $10,000, that's how she lost that case. When you talking about Fulton is
Right.
crooked. When all that stuff came out when she was prosecuting Trump, oh Lord, have mercy.
And messing around with that married man. Girl, bye.
Right.
Right. Together. That man is still married, man. He is still married.
And she said
Until
she
he get a
gave him
divorce, he's still
$10,000,
married.
and it was like, where does $10,000 came from? Because we know what your salary is.
Oh yeah, because everything was going on at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, yeah, I forgot about that.
They have jewelry of his, money of his, cars. Why y'all got this man stuff? He wasn't convicted of what y'all trying to charge
And
him.
they trying to fight it in court not to give it to him. They was fighting too hard. It was fighting
But they
too hard.
can't because it's been so. And see, and that's what I say. Black people, for some reason, we really don't like each other like that. If it wasn't for the white judge, he probably wouldn't have his shit back. But she ruled, give him his stuff back. Like, why are y'all still holding this man's stuff? Like,
That's why they was trying so hard to get him to say he was part of a gang. So they could keep all his stuff. Yep.
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh shucks. I ain't gonna say the word. Oh shucks. Now we're gonna give it back.
Definitely is needed because they don't think how we think. They don't think how we think. Because all of that they were trying to do, if the man did it and it plays out and then he did it, but you trying to put the shit together to set it up that he did it, get your judge friend to be over the case because you want to make sure he go to jail for the rest of his life, 99 years. And that's what I be saying. They will always talk about how white people give black people all these years, but black people do the same damn thing, if not more. They be down there in Fulton County giving people 99 years. How the fuck you get somebody 99 years?
I'm trying to figure out how the Lil Woody was the main. I'm trying to figure out how Lil Woody was their main person. Like,
because
really?
He was lying. He admitted that he was telling them what they wanted to hear. So what Woody said is they wanted Thug bad. He said they wanted him so bad that he just told them whatever they wanted to hear so that he can get out of jail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
See,
but
they thought Woody was stupid. They thought Woody was stupid.
But some of those black judges, they want to make an example because they're like, did you watch that Amanda Seals video when she was going against all those conservatives? And some of them are like, if you give certain people a high position, they're like embarrassed by their own. They're like, oh, see, black people are killing the other. I mean, black people are unaliving other black people. Da, 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 da. We're making a mockery. And that's how that judge feels. He's like an elitist. He wants to make an example of a young kid or whatever like that because he's like, you guys shouldn't be unaliving each other in the streets. And I'm like, that's not how it goes. Like, every race unalives other people. But like you said, Lakeisha, is like you give people of our color a high position, they want to be, extra. And I'm like,
bigger than
it
what
doesn't
they
even
are.
make sense. Huh?
They want to be bigger than what they are.
Yeah. And it's like, come on, you don't have to, just because it's your own and you are mad at your own, unaliving your own, to be doing that.
But you know what? I gotta give all my props to Young Thug attorney. When he ain't tell him who read it, because some of them would just broke down when he said he gotta go to jail. He was like, put me in jail. I'll get more cases. Put me in jail.
Man, listen, Steele, he white. That's my nigga. Brian Steele said, listen, if you want to put me in jail, I'm just going to ask that you put me in a cell with Thug. He said, because if I'm going to have to be in jail, he said, I still have to represent him. He said, how am I going to represent him in jail? I said, man, Brian Steele is a real man.
They try to confiscate his computer. Didn't they try to seize his computer?
Which is illegal.
Tried to, but listen, them
Which is illegal.
went and got a whatever it was they did, and they came up in them up in court when they wasn't playing. Judge Glanville wouldn't even let them in the court. Don't be a little punk now, because they came down there to tell them that you can't do this. Like this is illegal. Like you can't.
You can't do that because if it's not evidence that's in the disclosure, they can't use that.
How you gonna hold a lawyer in contempt for not telling you something? I mean,
But they want, why they want to do that? They want to steal the laptop so they can have another angle of which questions to ask when they cross-examine. But that's still like shady as hell. But
Now, they want that
if they try to
laptop to
use
figure out
any
who read it
evidence
about
that's
that
not in the
meeting.
disclosure, they would automatically get that thrown out.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they wanted that laptop to see who read it about that meeting. He was hot about that meeting, boy. But that meeting being told.
And he told on
Yeah.
himself. That's why he got kicked off the case. Dude was up there acting so unprofessional. I'm just like, dude, I bet you he watched himself back and was like, damn, like he
acted like one of them cops that hide behind a dash. He hid behind that bench. Didn't they start reviewing some of his cases? Am I mistaken?
He probably was wrongfully convicting a lot of people.
was definitely working with finding them. I mean, if you was watching it, the state was so unorganized. He gave them chance after chance. It was he needed to go. He was just.
Yeah, but he could have been he could have been a black conservative.
And look,
He
y'all,
probably was.
you talk about lunch breaks. They will go on a 2-hour lunch, come back, go on another 45 minutes. This would have still been going on for the next 2 years. They was taking so many. And people was like, why would the judge go on a break, a lunch, come back, go on another break for 45? It's just like, what are y'all never gonna get done with this.
See, but that's what I like about other countries is that from the legal system standpoint, they have steps of sentencing, which is an active, like judges have to follow the guidelines. They just can't give you a number out of their head. You know what I'm saying? But here it's like they could just not like you.
No, the federal system is like that. The federal system goes by guidelines. The state is wild. The state is the wild, wild west.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think they have this stuff. I just don't. To say, I mean, you inventory a watch. They have the proof that you signed. You come out. So why would you inventory something, sign as if in the I think it was his lawyer was like, isn't this your signature? Did you sign this? And she was like, yeah, but we left it on the shelf. Oh my. If you left it on the shelf, this signed document says that you picked it up. So
Keisha, we can't have a better picture up here than this dude in this underwear. Why we gotta keep looking at that?
Okay, I got a picture for y'all. Y'all want me to put Ratchet back
do it? Don't you do it?
I'm about to put Ratchet back up there.
Don't you do it? Somebody gonna go back and say, man, they was talking about you for 7 hours.
Right. And the Michelin Man. That lady was all swollen.
Oh my goodness. That was a mess.
He gonna do a whole.
Why would she post
do a
something
whole
like that?
live about us. He gonna do a whole 2-hour live. Better than a motherfucker.
Right. Why would she post a video of her looking like? I've never seen somebody beat up like that.
I mean, either. But here's the thing. Wait, but I got a question though.
She should have went to the
face-
hospital.
Wait, no, but I'm not negating her story. But how you that swole but don't have no bruises?
No, but also, she must have had some contusions because why was her
like
whole
an allergic reaction? I'm sorry.
That's what I thought. It looked like a reaction. Because there was no bruises on her face.
But there were no. Put it back on for us. I
There
guess
was
we
no
can watch it
bruises?
again.
There was no bruises. I thought
she
it
was just swollen.
She could at least put some makeup on. Oh my God. I swear we're gonna be the topic of his whole life. All 2 hours.
Look at her face.
I had a supporter go on another panel and just talk about me like a dog for 2 whole hours, for 6, 7 whole hours straight.
Look at her face.
She don't have a bruise on there.
She got the bruise. She got the bruises in her eyes.
No, that looks like an allergic reaction to some Botox.
It do, but you know, with this, I don't know, because this look like a mug shot.
Yeah,
All
I
I'm
was like,
saying
what
is,
kind of
how
look
you
like
that
this.
swole with no, you don't have a bruise nowhere, no black and blue nowhere. If somebody make your face that swole, you should be beat the hell up.
You said some black and
No, I
blue.
think she was. She was. She looked like the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Yeah,
Oh my
but that
God.
looks like an
Said the
allergic
mission.
reaction. I
Yeah,
ain't saying
it,
he ain't do it.
they got the report though. Look at this.
Oh, they got
That was a
report.
horrible picture.
This look like a what is this?
I can't even
Something
see that.
they had here.
Damn, I gotta take you back now. She dropping receipts. You ain't go this far earlier.
No, I didn't let it play out. I was kind of like scanning it, but
No,
I
because
had
we just
watched
kept
it
laughing at
earlier,
her
but I
face.
forgot. So this is supposed to be I guess the report or something. But they say it's real. That's what they the one told me about it.
No, I
Well, you can
believe that
search
it's
it up.
real. He said it. His response was, I'm
Look, they go
still
protective
here.
order.
What is going on?
So she edited this whole video.
I don't know if somebody found it and added her in there. Good question. I don't know. They was telling me the lady name, and I just went and searched it.
Why is picture
Yeah, I'm
like this
looking it
in
up
the
to
whole
see.
video?
Look at this shit
Right.
right
Why
here.
was he looking upwards for his mugshot?
What is this? Wait a minute. Somebody is out there bad.
Oh, wait, is this real? Back it up.
Wait
Is
a
this
minute.
real?
Somebody says
That's the shape of his head.
You know, because I'm looking up and see if anybody else did some videos on
Wait, is this real?
this.
The news. This thing is like this real? Like on the real
made that
news?
up. Now, why
He
they
is
made
scary
it
looking.
like that? The internet is dirty.
Wait,
dirty.
wait, Lakeisha, is this AI or is this real news or is this fake?
No, this is a YouTuber. It says Drill Time
Oh,
Time
okay.
TV. No, I
Damn
was
it.
laughing because you see how they said they did news.
Okay, so
Wow, they took a lot of work to make this video.
Yes, because the news. I'm like, wait a minute.
They would have some weird looking babies.
Ooh.
They would have some weird looking children.
Wow.
You said something about baby daddy?
I don't know. That was his girl, right?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
what
Oh,
she
they
said
took
she
time
was
to make this video.
That's what I said. This was a whole lot
Yeah,
of
she
work.
said something about some baby daddy.
I don't want to see them children.
State of Texas pick out of the charges against.
Because he's very scary looking.
Wait a minute. Oh, this just happened last year.
It looked like another YouTuber did a short. Yeah, Drill Time TV. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Survivor Ratchet TV. Oh, this was 10 months ago.
Right, that's what I said. They said it happened a year ago.
Wait a minute. He say he changed. He the old. He
But
the
yeah,
new
that's what I was
Ratchet.
saying. Somebody said that,
He changed.
he didn't deny it. He was like, he changed, I guess.
You just wait. I assumed that his DV days were long, like maybe like 5, 6 years ago. You mean tell me it ain't even been a year?
No, that was like a year.
That wasn't a year. Let's
I'm
not
gonna let
make
y'all
it
look
look.
at this. That's a good picture for y'all.
Oh my God.
She tells a Ratchet TV YouTuber fight outside Diddy trial. What is going on? Messy.
Well, yeah. What was his issue with her being outside the trial? I didn't understand that.
See, I don't know. And you know what? I
I didn't know they had an
So
argument.
this is what I saw. I only saw the video where he was saying, Tisa, you lying, Tisa, you lying on Diddy. That's the so I saw that one. And she was like, what did she say? You broke
Oh my
nigga
God.
or something like that. But I don't know. People were saying that, you know, it was more, I wasn't there. So I only saw the one where he was, you know, saying, Tisa, you lying, you a liar. You lied on Diddy. And now I see his strong connection now to Diddy. Now it's starting
Right?
to make sense. But he was
Right?
like, you lied on Diddy, Tisa. And you know, she called him a broke N-word. And, you know, that was that.
Nah, this
Wow.
screenshot they have him and her. He looks crazy in his picture.
What a
Yeah, I mean,
picture.
I just Googled him. He don't look that bad in his
Yes.
picture.
But on
Nah,
this one,
I'm
he
looking
do.
up the Teach and Tell verses, and they have a photo of what is going. Yeah, I just put
They got a photo of
Surviving
him.
Ratchet TV, and I just looked up videos, and
They've been telling me
okay,
that
they have
forever.
a
Like,
clip
you
of
know,
her on her video, and he's like standing nearby, and she just doing her thing and tuning him out.
Oh my
yeah,
God.
he was, you know, I guess trying to tell her whatever. And she was like, you broke nigga. So it was just, and he was, you know, saying
Oh my
she called it,
goodness.
you know, she called me the N-word. It was, I don't know, it was a mess.
Wow.
What is
He
she?
really
She's
showing some.
Mexican.
I don't know what she
she's
is. I don't
not,
know.
I don't think she's not, she's definitely not black. So I think that's
I
that, you know,
thought she
that was
was
that was
mixed
the
with
problem.
black and white, to be honest. I thought she was just mixed with black and white.
No, she's like Mexican or
No,
Guatemalan or
yeah,
something.
she's not mixed with
Oh.
yeah, she's I can't remember, but
So
she's not black.
tell her stop getting her putting them braids. It's like, all right. I thought she was black. I thought she was mixed.
No, she
She
looked like
probably
a
is, but I don't
Salvadorian.
think it's with black.
Yeah, well, she was in front of that trial because I caught a few of her lives, quite a few of her lives being in front of the trial. I
She's
ain't
like
gonna
from
lie, but the way I ain't think Diddy was gonna get off on that stuff, though, to be honest. But clearly they ain't having a wait. Did they ever
no,
find?
but Diddy still got 2 charges.
Yeah, but I mean those. So they said they're gonna go after him for 4 or 5 years. I saw it on the news. He Um, so if they're going after him for 4 or 5 years, the judge probably gonna give him 2.5.
Well, the thing about it with the, you know, with feds, they got the sentencing guidelines. They said that's not. So I don't know, like if they're trying to enhance it, but I don't know how they can enhance it. To
Yeah.
me, based on what they charged him with, they stood up there and said they wanted to do it. Like, so I don't this has been so blown out of proportion. I feel like, and his lawyer said from the beginning that this was more of a consensual thing. The what they needed to do is charge him with the beating a woman up. That's what they
Yes, that's what the
because they
whole
keep
trial was about,
right
was him
and then,
beating.
right. They keep bringing it up, but y'all didn't charge him with that. So it's like y'all got to make this make sense. So
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, based on what the lawyers and stuff was saying, is it's supposed to be like 2 years. He already been in there a year, so they was like, really, he should be coming home. But then they were saying that the judge sent them out to do some kind of homework assignment in which he wanted them to go out and get cases of people that is serving time based on what Diddy has been convicted of. Keep in mind, Diddy is in jail for a statute situation. Okay.
Mhm.
They said it is nobody in the country that's in jail for what he in jail for. Because
Well,
they normally don't put people in jail for that. You know what I mean? They may give you probation or some shit.
But how you not gonna put everybody else in jail that was along with it, that was setting up their own on their own time? Like if you gonna arrest one, you gotta arrest everybody.
Right. But I think New York got something against Diddy. You know, Diddy had another charge back in the day where he got off again with New York. So I think they just got something against him. And it's just like, hey, we're going to bring him down. Because I feel like even with this case, I think it was I don't think they prosecuted this the right way, because how they up there talking about they wanted to do it because they was in love with him, but then he forced you to do it. I can't, like, I'm trying to understand, like, did he force you to do it or did you want to do it? Because you're saying that you loved them and then you say you were scared. So I'm just like, I don't know how they thought they was gonna get it.
Wait, who was Jane Doe? I'm confused.
You, the 50 Cent baby mama.
Oh my God, that's what I figured. But I'm trying to like that wasn't even necessary for her to hide. Yeah, well, we'll see. But I said that. I say he's gonna get about 2 years, 2.5 years. He gonna be out.
Yeah.
Because they should have went after him for the abuse. The whole trial was about the abuse.
Yeah, it really was. That's all they talked about. Like that is all they talked about. And I believe that, you know, when they released the video, they wanted people to get so caught up with the video that they, you know, they don't see anything else. Because as y'all know, when it comes to domestic violence, people tend to look at that and don't look at the little stuff. Same thing with this situation with T Hood. Like, you see a woman being abused and you don't want to hear nothing else. But the difference with the Diddy situation was, okay, you saw him abusing her, which he shouldn't have been doing, but now y'all trying to force this sex trafficking, but y'all don't have any proof. You see what I'm saying? Like, you want to go from somebody going to jail for BB to putting them in jail for the rest of their life for something they probably didn't do. That's a little steep now. That's so.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Y'all, I'm about to end this live because I'm about to go to bed. Y'all, this has been the longest live that I have ever did. I think my longest live was like 2 hours and 14 minutes.
Oh,
We've
we
been
didn't
out here
talk
for 7 hours.
Wow.
16 minutes and 54 seconds.
Well, and we still, how many people in the chat before you close it out?
157.
Well, hey,
Wow.
you got a record. We must have been talking about something.
Oh yeah, it's
It was so many
157 here.
topics we talked about.
I had
Well,
some
it's
fun with
definitely
y'all.
nice talking to y'all.
This was
Maybe
a
you
really
should
good
have
live.
more. Maybe you should have more panels in the future.
You just make sure you join, girl. Me. And you
I
too.
will.
Kyle. Yeah. And who else we got? MG. Yeah, y'all was good. Y'all kept it going. Because at one point I'm like, look, I'm gonna just let them talk because I'm about to go to sleep.
Oh wow.
Yeah, this is
All
my
right, well,
first time being on the panel.
oh really?
Come up next time. We
Yeah.
enjoyed you.
Well,
So I
this is-
enjoyed it.
I
Yes.
did.
I
I
enjoyed
enjoyed talking to
entertaining
y'all
all these.
too.
Yeah.
It was
Well,
nice, y'all.
all right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
All right. Good night, y'all.